Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Tuesday morning, October 15th. I'm Jeanne Francine, here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course your live events of your Tuesday morning. As we come on the air, we are following breaking news as it relates to conflict in the Middle East, giving you a live look out in Israel here at 5:58 on the East Coast. Learning recently from our content partners at the Associated Press that Israeli strikes in the southern Gaza Strip killed at least 15 people overnight, including 6 children and 2 women. This information coming to the Associated Press from Palestinian medical officials. In northern Gaza, where Israel has been waging an air and ground campaign for more than a week, residents are saying families are still trapped inside of their homes and shelters. It's been more than a year since Hamas-led militants blew holes in Israel's security fence and stormed in, killing some 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and abducting another 250. At this hour, they are still holding about 100 people captive inside of Gaza, a third of whom are believed to be dead. Joining us live this morning to further discuss this breaking news alert is Dr. Asaf Ramarwasky, the Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East. Dr. Asaf, good morning. Always a pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So always a lot to dissect, as it seems every day upon every hour we are getting new information. Learning of this latest Israeli airstrike that killed at least 15 people. If you could catch us up, please.
Sure. So let's also contextualize the fact that Israel is the army that is distinguishing between combat zone and non-combatant areas. The problem that Israel has had since the beginning of the war, of course, is that Hamas, by design, embeds itself in the civilian populations, using the civilian infrastructure, uses hospitals, uses schools, and the fact that the entire landscape is based on the abuse of the civilian population by Hamas in order to aggrandize, manufacture casualties in order to create this sense of pressure that you're hearing coming out of the Ministry of Health of Gaza, which is Hamas. We've seen it all along. We've seen the fact that even hostages have been held within the civilian population. But again, Israel is dealing with urban warfare. Israel is actually sending out messages to the civilian population. Israel, in contrast to the predictions that have come out of even the White House, has been able to relocate the civilian population in the area of Rafah to safe zones. So it's unfortunate this is the reality, but the areas that were targeted are indeed still the areas where Hamas is operating within. And the closer they get into these areas is also based on the intelligence that the Israelis have as far as doing the best they can to try to locate the hostages. So that needs to be understood as well. The other point, which is also critically needs to be understood as well, is the fact that both Hamas and Hezbollah use the tunnel system to maneuver around those areas itself, and they are done again on top of the civilian populations. These homes are indeed covers for these terror tunnels that are part of the lifeline of both Islamist organizations that are operating in order to protect their livelihood, and it really is the oxygen that allows them to thrive within these highly densely populated areas.
Dr. Asaf, a great point. You mentioned the safe zones, and I think that's where some of the confusion comes in. If these areas have been designated as safe zones, but these are still areas under attack. We pretty much saw it in real time yesterday, right? An airstrike near a hospital, which then sparked a fire, which then followed into a tent camp that was designated as a safe zone.
Exactly. I mean, you have areas that are indeed safe zones for the civilian population. Israelis have been able to mobilize the population. It is what happened is when Hamas actually does not want the civilian population to leave because they would like to create these very casualties that we're seeing today. But let's not forget that at the beginning of the war, the hive, the source of the headquarters of Hamas was located under Shifa Hospital, UNRWA headquarters, which is the UN Workers Relief Agency, that same UN agency that has now been, and for years and decades, I would argue, has been complacent and has been in cahoots with Hamas, had the servers underneath their facilities. Again, all of these facilities that are defined to be as neutral facilities, as civilian infrastructure, they are not. And this is where exactly Hamas takes the advantage, not to mention the mere fact that Hamas doesn't even dress. I mean, even as far, they're not dressed in uniform. They are working within civilian clothing in order to confuse the Israelis, in order to create this environment, and in order to try to deflect from the reality of their objective, which is this larger Islamist narrative of the killing of Jews and Westerners wherever they go. This is still the objective. The ultimate objective in general, I mean, is also worthy of note at this point in time, as Israel has moved on to their second front, or the ongoing in tandem front in the north. Hamas wants a multi-front war. They want a regional war. They've been looking to ignite this since the beginning. So as the war continues to move on several fronts here, this is all to the advantage of Hamas, because they're looking for more and more partners. And let's not forget the fact that all of these partners are sponsored larger by the larger axis and the proxies of Iran. This is exactly where it's all coming from. And they're all doing their part in order to ignite the area itself. And that's what you've been seeing happening daily in Israel, where you have attacks inside center cities, where you have ongoing barrage of missiles coming in from the north and from the south. And this is all at the same time while Israel is, or Jerusalem is, mostly negotiating with Washington about worthy attacks or worthy targets when it comes to Iran now, in retaliation for what we saw a few weeks ago.
I'm glad you mentioned Iran, Dr. Asaf, now showing a live look out in Beirut, Lebanon, here at 6:05 on the East Coast. And you can see the ground fights and invasions, airstrikes are still underway. And I guess the concern is this fight underway with Hezbollah. And if we're being honest, we understand that that fight has been ongoing for a while, but it kind of takes away the attention from the hostages that are still in Hamas captivity, with so many fights going on simultaneously.
100%. That is indeed the unfortunate reality. And just a few days ago, the head of the Ministry of Defense, Yoav Gallant, came out with a statement saying that the war in the north actually is hardening the hearts of Hamas. That is the fact that they are going to refuse to have a deal as a result of this regional and this multi-front war that's happening now. They're taking advantage of all of that. And I think that is indeed the unfortunate reality. As always, as we've said here before, and I've said it again and again, the unfortunate reality is that the psychological warfare that of these hostages, they are the ones that are used as pawns, where you have babies and you have elderly and you have children who are basically the pawns in this larger game here. And the pressure is coming from the families of the hostages in Israel on the Israeli government to try to get to any deal. But the fact is that Hamas now feels that they don't need to have a deal, which is, the flip side of the argument, because now they have Hezbollah, the fight in the north, who are fully operating in tandem with them. And the Iranians are supporting all of this, so they can try to prolong this as much as possible. Let's also make it very clear here. It is in Hamas's best interest to hold on as much as possible. They have no interest at all in releasing the hostages, because they know it's their lifeline. If Sinwar is still around and Sinwar is operating within the tunnels of Gaza, then most likely he has surrounded himself by these very hostages to ensure the fact that they're lifeline. The other unfortunate reality is that over the years, Israel has proven that it will negotiate with dead bodies, as well as live hostages and whatnot. They are all bargaining chips. They know that this is part of where Israel understands and has the desire to bring back bodies, if there are bodies indeed, to a Jewish burial, and that again adds to they are still high profile markers as far as the exchange game. That's exactly why even during October 7th, during the slaughtering and the brutality, Hamas also smuggled bodies back to Gaza, knowing that they would be used as bargaining chips as well.
Dr. Asaf, always a pleasure. We appreciate your candidness on this topic. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you go, as we know this is a fluid situation?
Everything is fluid, and of course, it's worth noting all these moving parts here. It's also worth noting that Israel, the IDF, was also able to get into one of the tunnels today up in the north by one of the Radwan forces. Again, similar tactics. So it's worth noting the similarities between how Hezbollah operates, how Hamas has been operating. This will indeed continue, and they are, of course, in violation, constant violation of the UN Resolution 1701, because they are already really breathing down the Israeli neck as far as their ability and capability to attack, and have been attacking towns and cities in the northern part of Israel, as well as what Hamas has been doing in the southern part of Israel. And we need to pay attention to those movements, and of course, whatever happens next when it comes to Israel and Iran.
Absolutely. And it's interesting you mentioned that, and I kind of want to get to it if you don't mind. You mentioned how Hamas was going against that, but then there was a lot of pressure on Israel from the International Criminal Court if we look back towards the beginning of the October 7th conflict. But we haven't really seen that same pressure on Hamas as they continue to terrorize that community. So I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that the international community is going to continue trying to put pressure. This is part of the blueprint of Hamas in order to try to expand their agenda. But the objectives remain the same. And until there is safety and security for citizens in the north and in the south of Israel, the Israeli objectives remain the same, and they will continue doing so, because this situation is untenable. And obviously, it's been going on for a year. This is the war, notwithstanding outside pressure. The military objectives on the ground dictate exactly where they're going forward.
Dr. Asaf, thank you so much for joining us bright and early this Tuesday morning. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, as always.
And right now, I want to give you a live look out in Beirut, Lebanon. Just as we were going through this shot, the photographer panning the camera, and you can see another airstrike in the distance. 6:10 here on the East Coast. Good morning if you're just now tuning in. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, following more breaking news alerts as it relates to conflicts in the Middle East, as we are learning this Tuesday morning, there is a warning for U.S. citizens to get out of Lebanon as Israel maintains its offensive against Hezbollah terrorists. We have the details when we come back with Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkett. We'll be right back. 6:13 here on the East Coast. Good morning if you're just now tuning in. We continue to follow breaking news headlines as it relates to conflicts in the Middle East. Another warning this Tuesday for U.S. citizens to get out of Lebanon. This as Israel maintains its offensive against Hezbollah terrorists. Meanwhile, the U.S. is giving Israel some help as tensions with Iran escalate, and Israel continues to deliver and absorb more blows. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkut is in Haifa, Israel, with the latest.
Death and destruction all around the Mideast. After Israel claimed it was striking a Hamas location in a Gaza hospital, a fire at a next-door shelter was set ablaze, leaving 4 dead, 40 injured, including children.
We woke up to the sound of a huge explosion. We thought it was Judgment Day.
As more horrors of a Hezbollah attack on an Israeli military base are revealed. 4 soldiers were killed, all 19 years old, dozens injured, some seriously. Casualties were medevaced out after a Hezbollah drone packed with explosives flying low from Lebanon penetrated the camp undetected. Touring the scene, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, quote, "We pledge to learn from this strike." Meanwhile, sirens in Tel Aviv as 3 Hezbollah rockets entered central Israeli airspace, then were knocked down, as Israel weighs retaliation for the Iranian ballistic missile barrage earlier this month. The Pentagon confirms it is sending a THAAD, or Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Battery, to Israel. The sophisticated gear will be operated by 100 U.S. soldiers, the first ground deployment to Israel of American troops during this war.
Why did you decide to give the permission for the THAAD to be deployed in Israel? To defend Israel.
As Israel's war against Hezbollah in Lebanon pushes across the border and airstrikes pound, including Beirut, there is new word from the U.S. Embassy strongly encouraging American citizens to leave now, as evacuation flights will not continue indefinitely. And back to that threatened Israeli attack on Iran. According to a just-out Washington Post report, quoting 2 unnamed officials, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has told President Biden he is willing to strike military rather than oil or nuclear facilities in Iran. It is suggested that would be a more limited counterstrike to avoid full-scale war. More to come. In Haifa, Israel, Greg Palkut, Fox News.
Greg, thank you so much. 6:15 here on the East Coast, and giving you another live look out in Beirut, Lebanon, as the ground offensive with IDF also against Hezbollah terrorists that are backed by Iran continues at this hour. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, heading out to Geneva, Switzerland, as the United Nations, they're holding a briefing about the Middle East and Ukraine. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. 6:18 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in as we continue with your top stories and headlines and, of course, your live events this Tuesday morning. Heading out to Geneva, Switzerland, as we know, the United Nations, they are holding a briefing to discuss conflict in the Middle East and the very latest as relates to the Ukraine-Russia war. Let's listen in.
Increase the areas impacted. So now that we have over 25% of the country under a direct Israeli military evacuation order. Just yesterday, we had another 20 villages issued with an evacuation order in the south of the country. People are heeding these calls to evacuate, and they're fleeing with almost nothing. Many of them are being forced out into the open. They're sleeping under the skies as they try to find their way towards safety and support. We also have challenges as humanitarians reaching people who are in need of our assistance. For the last 3 days running, we've had to endorse and approve and reapprove an interagency convoy movement, which is now scheduled to take place today to deliver urgent food assistance and other items. So hopefully that will proceed today as scheduled. But it is a very dangerous situation, and our staff are very high risk conducting these movements. Shelter is obviously a big concern as people are forced to flee their homes. We have over 1,000 government-assigned collective shelters, and over 800 of those have now reached full capacity. We are working as UNHCR with the authorities to rehabilitate and equip these areas to receive these large numbers of people. As you can imagine, it's quite an intensive movement and a lot of pressure on these facilities, most of which are actually schools that have been now used for this purpose. So we're working on things like water and sanitation. And maybe if I say a word about schools, over 70% of them have now been used as shelter spaces to house people who are displaced. So you can imagine that means children are not in school and education is being interrupted. Healthcare facilities have likewise been directly impacted, and over 200 of the over 200 primary healthcare centers we have in conflict areas, over 100 have been forced to close their doors to people. So we're trying our best, along with other humanitarian partners, government authorities, on the ground to meet the immediate needs in shelter and basic relief items that people need when they flee conflict: mattresses, blankets, cash assistance, and other things. But the needs are immense. They are growing daily, and we need the international community to now rally around the people of Lebanon and to be there for them in their hour of need. The only way this nightmare will end is if we have a ceasefire. And that is what the entire world is now hoping will happen in hours and not days, because the people of Lebanon cannot afford it, and the region cannot afford a further spillover escalation of the conflict. Quickly, just turning to Syria, I was there last week with the High Commissioner. The latest count is that we have over 283,000 people who have crossed from Lebanon into Syria seeking safety, fleeing Israeli airstrikes. About 70% of those people are Syrians. Roughly 30% of them are Lebanese. The situation is quite critical at many border crossings, but I'm going to pause for a moment just to describe what's happening at the main artery that connects the two countries. That's called Masna and Jdedet Yabous. That area was hit by an Israeli airstrike just over a week ago, and it left a massive crater in the road. And we visited this area last week, where we saw people disembarking from vehicles or walking towards the crater and literally scrambling over this area with children in tow, with very little belongings, and trying to get across this area to then enter into Syrian territory and seek safety. The scenes were nothing short of dramatic. You had women, many women with several children. You had the elderly. I was stopped by one woman who was hobbling along with her cane, calling to me to see if I could help her husband, who was trailing behind her, having difficulty keeping up, carrying their belongings. We saw two women with about 9 children between them, who described their journey on foot for 10 hours to reach that point. They had seen directly the impact of the violence. An airstrike had hit a home 100 meters from their own, and they fled literally with just the clothes on their backs. No food, no water, and you can imagine how grueling a 10-hour journey would have been for adults, let alone having 9 children trailing behind you. Now, our colleagues are on the ground there, and they are there with representatives of the Syrian Arab Red Crescent who are there meeting the needs. They are literally the people carrying the bags and helping people across this crater, carrying babies, trying to help shepherd them to safety. We're present there. We're also present at 4 other border crossings. We're providing immediate humanitarian relief, and we're also providing legal assistance and support there and further afield as Syrians continue their journeys. Now, it must be said, when we spoke to people and asked them what their plans were, understandably, they had no plans. They couldn't determine what they were going to do in the next few hours, let alone the next few days and weeks. But the one thing that was very clear was that they were coming with almost nothing, and they were being hosted mostly by extended family and friends who had almost nothing. So it is a dire situation, one with layers of crisis that's accumulated over the years, and the vulnerability of those hosting the people is as acute as those who are seeking safety and shelter there. We are doing our best to meet those needs, but again, we need the support of the international community, because we are talking about a situation of desperation that has, over the last 13 years, become chronic and critical. And now on top of it, you have a massive influx of people seeking safety in Syria that also need support. So maybe I'll leave it there.
Absolutely. What a dire situation. We'll hear more from Lotte now. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. As we just heard, we have hundreds of thousands of people displaced in Lebanon since the escalation of violence last month. And these people are really broken. They're devastated. And some of them are now staying along the seafront of Beirut, which is normally a place where people go to enjoy the sunset. And this is also where I usually would go for my afternoon run. But when I walk there now, I see families sleeping in tents or on mattresses on the street. And it's really inhumane to see children, the elderly, lying on the ground without care, without sanitation, and without a roof above their head. And as we just heard from UNHCR, this is important to say that Lebanon was already going through really difficult times, with an economic crisis leaving more than half of the population living below the poverty line. And this latest escalation of violence has left people even more uprooted, traumatized and scared, and it's really pushing their resilience to the limit. And this is why I am very grateful personally to be working closely together with volunteers from the Lebanese Red Cross, whose work on the ground is essential to relieve the burden as much as they can. So since last month, since mid-September, the situation in Lebanon, as you know, has worsened significantly, and we're now seeing widespread attacks, mass displacement, and immense humanitarian needs. And with hundreds of thousands of people on the move amongst hostilities, the need for protection, shelter, food, and medical assistance is crucial. And as a Red Cross, we're currently facing barriers to procure or to transport humanitarian goods into the country, which is leading to severe shortages. And as we just heard from UNHCR, the attack on the main border crossing between Lebanon and Syria has further hindered our ability to transport goods by land. On top of that, it's becoming more and more challenging for the Red Cross to reach all people in need because of the deteriorating security situation. And one of the major concerns is the increase in attacks that's impacting directly our humanitarian work. And last Sunday, I received a call from our teams that 2 of our ambulances were hit and that 4 of our Lebanese Red Cross volunteers were injured in the strikes. Fortunately, minor injuries, but things could have easily turned out much worse. And for us, this is an unacceptable situation. And humanitarians, including our ambulance teams, need safe and unhindered access to perform their life-saving work, and they should be protected at all times. I think it's important to highlight to all of you that the Lebanese Red Cross has been at the front line of this response since the very first day. because they are the primary provider of emergency medical services and blood transfusion services in the country. So in the past year alone, their ambulances have responded to more than 60,000 calls from people in need, and that includes people who are injured because of the conflict, or people who call us because they need to be evacuated from conflict zones and need to reach safety. On top of that, we are also distributing food and essential supplies to all the displaced families in collective shelters. So we've handed out 270,000 meals, 100,000 water bottles, and many more blankets, mattresses, and hygiene kits. Nevertheless, the challenges are immense, and we are facing severe shortages of medical supplies, ambulances, fuel, and essential items to support displaced families. And we are also facing a severe shortage of funding. We are bringing in a lot of international goods into the country, like mobile health units and ambulances. And we're also releasing some emergency funding from our Global Disaster Response Emergency Fund. But the funding situation is really bad in Lebanon, and we currently only have 13% funding for our appeal. And moreover, as just mentioned by UNHCR, the impact of this conflict is also felt across the border, as more than 280,000 people have fled to Syria, where the Syrian Arab Red Crescent is providing all types of critical support. And this also includes psychological first aid to help people who are in distress. So to continue our operations in Lebanon and in Syria, the IFRC urgently asked for international solidarity. But what we need most of all is for this violence to stop. And we need pressure from governments on those able to introduce some restraint to end these hostilities. We call on all parties to the conflict to respect international humanitarian law, because humanitarians and civilians should never be a target. And safe and unhindered access must be granted to our volunteers and to all humanitarian staff. So the Lebanese Red Cross and the Syrian Arab Red Crescent, with the support from IFRC, will remain committed to provide critical humanitarian assistance under incredibly challenging circumstances. But our response cannot continue without international support. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anne Riemer, for this briefing. I'll open the floor to questions. There are quite a few, and we have got so many speakers afterwards, so I'd like to ask everybody to be brief. So I'll go to the room first. I had seen hands there. No, they are down. Okay, good. So let me go to the platform. Moussa Assi, Al-Mayedine. Moussa, bonjour.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup. My question for Rima, please. What do you have about the building that was targeted by Israeli airstrike yesterday in that village of Aitu, north of Lebanon? What is the nature of the residents in this building? Are they displaced, or what exactly? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I saw those reports myself this morning, but don't have any further information beyond what was reported in the press, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Emma Farge, Reuters.
Good morning. I was wondering if the lady from IFRC could elaborate a bit more on the barriers to getting humanitarian goods into Lebanon at the moment. Is it like Gaza, where Israel is actually turning back convoys, or the other types of barriers? Thank you.
Thank you. No, I don't think it's comparable directly to Gaza. It's different type of barriers. One of them is just the fact that the demand now is so high, so there's not enough suppliers in Lebanon to meet the growing demand. Another barrier is related to the border crossing with Syria that was already mentioned, which means that if we use land transport, we have to choose a longer route if it comes from Jordan or from Dubai. And another barrier is related to the airport and the fact that there's less and less commercial flights arriving in Beirut, and we have severe concerns that if the airport were to close fully, it would have a big impact on our supply chain.
Moussa, you have a follow-up, maybe for Rima?
Oui, en fait, the same question for your guest in Beirut. Maybe you have some or more information about that.
We do not, unfortunately. What we do know is that our Lebanese Red Cross teams are usually the first teams on site to do urban search and rescue and to get people from the rubble. So we can try to get more information from you on this incident.
Yeah, that would be great. Maybe Tommaso, if you have anything you can share with the journalist. Okay, so let me see because okay, maybe we have an answer from Liz Trosso for the Office of the Human Rights High Commissioner is connected. Liz. Oh, it's Jeremy. That's nice. I've got Liz named and Jeremy connected. So
Hi there.
whoever wants to speak on OHCHR behalf. Jeremy, go ahead.
Exactly. Thanks, Alessandra. And Musa, yes, we're aware of these reports, and what we're hearing is that amongst the 22 people who were killed, there were 12 women and 2 children. We understand it was a 4-story residential building that was struck. With these factors in mind, we have real concerns with respect to IHL, so the laws of war and the principles of distinction, precaution and proportionality. In this case, our office call for a prompt, independent and thorough investigation into this incident.
Thank you very much for coming in, Jeremy. I had seen several hands in the room, but I don't see them anymore. So that means that there are no more questions on Lebanon? I think that's the case. So thank you very much. Rima, thanks for coming here on the occasion of your visit to Geneva. Thank you very much, Tommaso, for bringing Lotte in. Keep us informed, please, on the developments of the situation. And I go now to our next cluster, which is on food. As we are going towards the commemoration of World Food Day on the 16th of October. Thompson, please. And we have a few colleagues here to talk to you about that and online. So first of all, let me introduce, well, I don't need to introduce Dominique, Dominique Bourgeon, the director of the FAO Geneva office. And I have the incredible pleasure to say hello again to Thompson, and that you will all remember from his time in Geneva. We are so happy to have him here to tell us about the food situation in Southern Africa. And then ICRC is connected from Nigeria with Yam Bonzon, who is the head of the delegation for Nigeria of ICRC, to tell us about the situation of malnutrition rates among children in northeast Nigeria. So we have, as I said, the World Food Day coming up. The Secretary General has issued a message on World Food Day. I think I could start from that before giving you the floor, Dominique, just to say that, as the Secretary General points out, something is very wrong with a world in which hunger and malnutrition are a fact of life for billions of children, women and men. So on this particular day, which, as you know, is commemorated on the 16th of October, we remind ourselves, says the Secretary General, of the 733 million people who are short of food because of conflict, marginalization, climate change, poverty, and economic downturns. And we will hear more about some of these people from our speakers today. And the Secretary General concludes, on World Food Day, let's step up the fight against hunger and malnutrition. Let's take action to uphold the right to food for a better life and a better future. And you have the complete message in your mailbox. And I give the floor to Dominique.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Alessandra. As you said, tomorrow, 16 October, which is the day FAO was established 79 years ago, we will celebrate the World Food Day under the theme Right to Foods for a Better Life and a Better Future. As you know, of course, food is a basic human right like air and water. And this year, we really want to highlight the importance of the right to food, which is realized when every man, woman, and child, alone or in community with others, has physical and economic access at all times to adequate food or means for its procurement. The right to food encompasses not just freedom from hunger, which is, by the way, part of the FAO Constitution when it was established, but also the access to safe, nutritious, and culturally acceptable food that meets dietary needs for an active and healthy lives. Unfortunately, as Alessandra reminded us, and even if the world farmers produce more than enough food to feed the global population, we continue to witness severe imbalances across the world. As you said, 733 million people, which is 1 in 11 people in the world, go to bed hungry every day. Over 2.8 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet, meaning that even if they have enough energy, calories for their life, they don't have the diversity they need to be healthy. We have also the issue of stunting and wasting, basically where we have in the world as we speak about 148 million children under 5 being too short for their age and 45 million children being too thin for their age. So which is a real issue with all the cognitive impacts that you know about. And then on the other hand, we have about 890 million adults living in the world today with obesity. So, of course, there is no one-size-fits-all in terms of what needs to be done in this complex world. But some of the, I would say, big orientation that can be followed relate to the role that the government should play in integrating the right to food into agri-food system policies, ensuring equal access to an adequate, diverse range of safe, nutritious, and affordable foods for all, particularly for vulnerable population. Also, second, that government and relevant non-state stakeholders should foster global cooperation and ensure, and something I'm sure Son has repeatedly mentioned to you, and ensure safe and unimpeded access to humanitarian aid for population in needs, and by humanitarian agencies involved in the delivery of life-saving assistance, being food assistance or emergency agricultural assistance that meets people nutritional needs. Business, of course, have a role and should play their role and positively influence the food environment by prioritizing a diverse range of nutritious food, investing responsibly in sustainable agriculture, and ensuring decent working conditions, creating truly inclusive, accountable, and transparent business models and markets. Consumer organizations also have a role and need to channel consumer needs and rights into negotiation with the food industry and government, and engage with national initiatives for food security, nutrition, and food safety. Consumer organizations should also be reaching out to consumers in the most vulnerable situation to ensure that they have a voice, that their voice is heard. And finally, very important, and this week in Rome, we have the World Food Forum, where really the youth is at the center, and we must therefore engage the youth in advocacy for the right to food, and make sure that we fully mobilize their ideas and passion for driving right to food at the forefront of global efforts. In short, basically, this is a whole of society effort. We all have a role to play in building a future where everyone can enjoy the right to food by challenging inequalities, speaking up about hunger and engaging decision makers, making healthy food choices, reducing food loss and waste, and caring for natural resources. And this is this year World Food Day call. There will be event all across the world celebrated this week. As a matter of fact, in more than 100 events will be taking place around the world, and and please relay those efforts, the challenge being at an unprecedented scale. So thank you very much, Alessandra.
Really important to underline this.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are in Geneva, Switzerland. As the United Nations, they held a briefing earlier this morning on conflict in the Middle East and Ukraine. On the right side of your screen, putting that conflict into perspective, that top right box giving you a live look out in Beirut, Lebanon, as Israeli Defense Forces continue their fight against Hezbollah. That bottom box, a live look out in Tel Aviv, Israel. 6:43 here on the East Coast. As they switch speakers, we're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and heading back inside the United Nations briefing on the Middle East and Ukraine, and keeping those boxes up on the right side of your screen, as they are very active at this hour as Israeli Defense Forces continue their fight against Hezbollah in Lebanon in that top right box.
More than 27 million lives across the region. Some 21 million children in Southern Africa are malnourished. For many communities, this is the worst food crisis in decades. October in Southern Africa marks the start of the lean season, and each month is expected to be worse than the previous one until harvest next year in March and April. Crops have failed, livestock has perished, and children are lucky to receive 1 meal per day. The situation is dire, and the need for action has never been clearer. A record 5 countries, Lesotho, Malawi, Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, have all declared their hunger crisis a state of disaster and called for international humanitarian assistance. Angola and Mozambique are severely affected as well. At the request of governments, the World Food Programme has started to provide food assistance and critical support in transport, logistics, and food procurement. Against soaring global needs, we have only received 1/5 of the 369 million needed to provide assistance to millions in Southern Africa. While the funding received so far has allowed WFP to begin relief food distributions, a significant funding gap remains, which threatens to jeopardize plans for a full-scale response through to the end of the lean season in March next year. We had been hoping to have scaled up seasonal relief operations in the coming months with distributions of food and in some areas cash to more than 6.5 million people in the 7 hardest hit countries until March. Our plans now hang in the balance due to massive funding shortfalls. Unless we receive additional resources, millions of people risk going through the worst lean season in decades without assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Thompson. Thank you for being here. And unfortunately, we have to hear a similar story from Ian Bonzon, the head of delegation for Nigeria of ICRC, who is going to tell us that the situation is also very dire in northeastern Nigeria for children in particular. Ian.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. I just want also to inform that the Secretary General of the Nigerian Red Cross is together with us today, listening to us in another room. But very much thank you for this moment. As you know, the consequences of the protracted armed conflict in the region of the Lake Chad, compounded by the effect of climate change, continue killing people, and especially the most vulnerable, the young children. Every day, doctors and nurses in health facilities we support in Northeast Nigeria receive and treat severely malnourished kids. Desperate mothers tell us every day how healthy children become weak and fall sick, and how putting food on the table has turned into a daily struggle. Admission of severely malnourished children in health facilities supported by the International Committee of the Red Cross in Northeast Nigeria have increased by 24% between the third quarter of 2023 and 2024. Humanitarian organizations estimate that nearly 6.1 million people across the Lake Chad will suffer from food shortages in the coming months. This is the highest number in the past 4 years. Farmers tell us how the rampant insecurity due to the conflict prevents them from accessing their farmland and planting crops. Tension between herders and farmers have also increased after armed violence confined them to smaller space in areas with dwindling resources. The climate shocks damage crops, contributing to a food crisis across Lake Chad, in Cameroon, in Chad, in Niger, and in Nigeria. In Northeast Nigeria, the harvest season coincided with heavy floods that washed away seeds and the hope of harvest after an arid lean season. This will, unfortunately, increase the number of people in need of food for the coming months from 3.6 million to 5 million people. In September, we boosted our efforts to curb malnutrition by extending our support to 2 additional health centers for malnourished children in Yobe and Adamawa states in the Northeast Nigeria, bringing the number of centers the ICRC is supporting in Nigeria to 9. We have helping local medical team provide key services like consultation, nutritional screening, and also treatment. Between June and October, together with the Nigerian Red Cross Society, we also distributed cash and seeds to almost 187,000 people to help them survive the lean season. We also supported the resilience of herder communities by vaccinating cattle. But people will continue going hungry unless we see a decrease in the violence and better respect for principle of international humanitarian law. It is the responsibility of the parties to the conflict to ensure that people living in the territories under their control can meet their essential needs, including food, water, medical care, and that they can access life-saving humanitarian aid. Allowing access to fields and pastures, transhumance corridors, and commercial routes, protecting natural resources and civilian infrastructures, ensuring the removal of landmines and explosive remnant of war, these measures can make a true difference for people trying to survive the combined strain and conflict and climate change. I would add, if you allow me, that all this is reflecting the situation of the conflict. This rise in the number of people without enough food mirrors an increase in violence, which has severely impacted communities' ability to grow crops and access to market. Violent incidents in the Lake Chad region in the first half of 2024 rose 58% compared with the same period in 2023. I will leave it, and I'm very happy to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And indeed, as you said, Abubakar Kende, the Secretary General of the Nigerian Red Cross, is also connected in case you have questions. So let me ask to the room if there's any hand who's going up. I don't see any. On the platform, I see that Lisa Schlein is asking to all the speakers if they can share their notes, especially because we have heard a lot of figures and the journalists have not necessarily marked them all down. So thank you very much to all the speakers. It's been extremely interesting and timely, as we said before the World Food Day. And yeah, and I'm back, and especially love to see you back again. Thank you. So let me go to our next speaker, who's Liz Trussell. Liz, une fois n'est pas coutume, you are online, not in the room, and we are happy to welcome you. Thank you. We are happy to welcome you for a briefing on the situation in Tunisia. Liz, sorry, we can't hear you.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are in Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations holding a briefing on the Middle East and Ukraine. They also gave some updates about situations in South Africa. And right now they are transitioning to discuss concerns in Tunisia. On the right side of your screen, some active boxes this Tuesday morning, putting the conflict in the Middle East in perspective. That top right box, a live look out in Beirut, Lebanon, here at 6:55 on the East Coast. And you can see conflict continues as Israeli Defense Forces continue their fight against terroristic organization Hezbollah. And that bottom box, a beautiful skyline shot out in Tel Aviv, Israel. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, transitioning to your top political headlines, take a look at our Live Now from Fox countdown to Election Day right now. 20 days out, 18 hours, 4 minutes and some seconds as that continues to dwindle down. When we come back from this 2-minute commercial break, we'll be checking in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. We'll also have the very latest from political analyst and historian Rich Rubino, then followed by Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner, learning about early voting beginning today in the Peach State. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes with our top political headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeannie Francine, a few minutes shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And right now we want to transition to your top political headlines this Tuesday morning. As we do so, we know we are now 3 weeks out from Election Day. With time dwindling out on the campaign trail, the Harris and Trump campaigns are now deploying new tactics to win over voters. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader joins us now from Washington with the very latest.
We'll see the Trump campaign this week reaching out to women voters as the Harris campaign completely changes its strategy with the media.
We are nearing the home stretch, but here's the thing. This is going to be a tight race until the very end.
Vice President Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania making a point everyone seems to agree with. This is going to be very close.
Hey, better late than never, right?
Harris's senior spokesman came on Fox yesterday to talk about the campaign's latest move, having Harris sit down for an interview tomorrow with Fox's Bret Baier. It's a huge shift for a campaign that for weeks had been very risk-averse with the media.
They've realized that hiding the candidate, particularly one not so very well known as she is, isn't working.
You've been eaten alive with inflation, and all I'm doing is getting you back to even.
On the other side, former President Trump has been hitting on the economy, but he too will be more targeted in his media approach, agreeing to a Fox town hall tomorrow with women voters, a group that generally favors Harris. And for the vice president, tomorrow's interview is all about reaching out to voters well beyond her base.
She's going to reach voters where they are, and she's reaching a different set of voters than some of her podcasts and other interviews were reaching, and it's smart of them to go after every vote.
Now, Harris has been doing more interviews recently. Her sit-down with Fox tomorrow will go for 30 minutes. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that update. 7 o'clock here on the East Coast and giving you a live look there at our election countdown. 20 days, 17 hours, and 59 minutes. Joining us live this morning to further discuss the very latest on the state of the race, none other than political analyst and historian Rich Rubino. Rich, good morning to you. Always a pleasure having you here with us on Live Now.
Yes, good morning to you as well.
So, Rich, to say the least, it's been a very interesting election season. President Joe Biden dropping out of the race, then the Democratic support going behind VP Harris. Across the aisle, former President Trump, it seems like he's been the front runner the entire time. Set us up, please. How did we get to this point where we are now just 3 weeks out until Election Day?
Well, it was supposed to be Joe Biden was the incumbent president. And usually incumbent presidents run for a second term. As a matter of fact, Lyndon Johnson in 1968 was the last Democrat, or last president, that is, who did not seek a second term. And he, of course, had finished part of Kennedy's term, and then he was eligible to run for his own term He won in 1964. He could have run in 68. He did not. So it's very abnormal for an incumbent president not to seek re-election. He earlier in the race did seek re-election, and then he went into one debate. In that one debate, he performed very poorly. After the debate, there was growing pressure for him to drop out of the race. He reluctantly did drop out of the race. And there was really because Joe Biden had racked up primary wins, his only major challenge being Dean Phillips, a congressman from Minnesota. It turned out that he basically gave his support, and the Democratic Party high command gave their support to Vice President Harris, who is next in line. There was some anger by folks like Joe Manchin in the centrist wing of the Democratic Party that thought that there should have been some sort of a primary, and the 14 million people who voted for Joe Biden should have been able to have their nominee as the nominee of the party. But basically, you have a scenario where Vice President Harris becomes the presidential nominee without a major primary. That's how it used to be back in the days when conventions controlled the convention controlled who would be the nominee, not necessarily primaries. So we're kind of going back to the future, if you will. On the Republican side, you had a litany of other candidates, from Governor Doug Burgum of North Dakota to Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey, to Nikki Haley from South Carolina. And at the end of the day, the party went back to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is trying to be the only president, the first president since Grover Cleveland to win two non-consecutive terms. Grover Cleveland won in 1884, lost in 1888, came back and won in 1892. So that's basically what he's trying to do. Now we're about 3 weeks into the 3 weeks before the election, and you've had some really kind of interesting alliances. One of them is there are many Republicans, Liz Cheney being one of them, the former congresswoman from Wyoming and chairman of the Republican conference in the House of Representatives, is endorsing Vice President Harris. And contrary-wise, you have former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard from Hawaii is endorsing Donald Trump and basically trying to make the argument that Donald Trump is the candidate who's against regime change wars. So it's a very interesting dynamic. And I think that really the polls are so razor close right now. It really, I don't know how anybody would be able to make any sort of a prediction what's going to happen in Election Day.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because this election season, we've seen legislators, those names that are household names, cross party lines to support those who they feel are the best to be the next commander in chief. I want to ask you, Rich, as we are looking at those swing states, those undecided voters, you mentioned that this race at this time is pretty much neck and neck. It's so close as we continue to look at these polls that are coming out pretty much on a weekly basis. What will it take for either side to come out on top on Election Day?
It's just a matter of out campaigning the other side, and I think it's a matter of getting your voters out. It's really two things. On the one hand, you have to bring out as many low propensity voters who are on your side as you possibly can. And that's why you see a lot of the political advertisements are geared toward those voters. But you also have to bring in some of the voters in the center, some of those really elusive swing voters in swing states, in swing counties, places like where Vice President Harris was yesterday in Erie County, Pennsylvania, a county that has been extremely close in the last couple of elections. So that's really what it is. It's a matter of bringing your base out, and the base should be galvanized. And then it's also a matter of bringing out low propensity voters who potentially are on your side, but aren't necessarily enthused by the political process, if you will. And then it's really a matter of bringing out those very elusive swing voters.
Rich, I'm sure it's no surprise, but we've seen the one and done debate that happened with VP Harris and former President Trump. But we got to hear from Trump a little bit more, because we saw his debate with current President Joe Biden. Unfortunately, though, at this time with either side, there are still many voters who don't know who they want to choose simply because they don't really understand each candidate's policy. As you know, when the questions are asked, they say the response they want to, and sometimes not a direct response to the question. We know that that recent endorsement from border control for former President Trump could be on his side, as one of the many hot topics this election season is immigration and the border.
Yes, and it's interesting. Donald Trump has also managed to get it so that the International Brotherhood of Firefighters and the Teamsters Union, both who've endorsed Joe Biden last time around, have not endorsed Vice President Harris this time around. Part of it is that Donald Trump is trying to make himself out to be a different type of a Republican, not kind of a laissez-faire libertarian that just wants less government. He's trying to make it out like he's more of a populist, and populists tend to appeal to labor unions tend to appeal to the more populist candidates. So he's done that. The Border Patrol agents certainly have endorsed him. I don't think that's really necessarily a surprise. They're generally a very conservative coterie. But certainly he's been able to kind of take the wind out of Vice President Harris's sails when it comes to union endorsements. And Vice President Harris, on the other side, has been able to take out Donald Trump, the wind out of Donald Trump's sails, by having many members of the Trump administration, former members of the administration and members of the military, come out and endorse her.
Rich, if we look across the aisle, we know VP Harris and honestly the Biden team, also former President Barack Obama, they have been campaigning hard specifically for that black vote and the women vote. And I can tell you it's kind of been a double-edged sword for her, because you have those who are like, look, she looks like me, she can relate to me, I'm going to vote for her. But then on the other side, you have black American voters who are saying, you know what, don't generalize me into this small space, you know, just because I'm black, it doesn't mean, one, I'm Democrat, and it doesn't mean I'm going to vote for her. I've even heard from some black American small business owners who have said the Biden administration didn't really help them out these past 4 years. Can you contextualize that, please?
Well, it's interesting. So the black vote was originally very Republican. If you go back to the days of Abraham Lincoln, you go up to the days of James G. Blaine, the days of Benjamin Harrison. Gradually, really beginning in the New Deal, it started to gravitate toward the Democratic Party. When Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act in 1964, you saw really a kind of transmogrification where the Democrats became almost monolithically the party of the African-American vote. Barry Goldwater at the time, the Republican presidential nominee who had voted against the Civil Rights Act in the United States Senate, said you have to go where the ducks are. So Republicans tried to instead appeal to white Southerners who are traditionally conservative Democrats. And since then, the Democrats, it's been really their greatest voting bloc. Joe Biden won about 90% of the African-American vote last time. Obviously, the Democrats are going to win a majority of the African-American vote. But if Donald Trump can peel off 5, 6, 7%, that could be theoretically enough to give the election, and assuming that is that they're in those 7 showdown states, to Donald Trump. But it's a constituency that's been very monolithically Democrat basically since 1964, but it's becoming a little bit more independent.
Rich, depending on who you ask, they will say the Republican shift this election season happened when Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, because if you remember when she was running, she said even if she doesn't win the commander-in-chief spot, that she would never vote for former President Trump. But then you see her speaking for him and advocating for him at the RNC. There is a lot of concern this morning about him garnering that women's vote and being able to relate to women Americans and also Black Americans, because as you know, there was a lot of controversy surrounding him stating that illegal immigrants were taking, quote, Black jobs.
Right. And he is trying to kind of peel off a little bit some slivers of the African-American vote. And by polls show that he's doing a little bit better than traditionally Republicans do. I do think, though, that on the other hand, and you heard this Barack Obama when he was campaigning, he basically says that, you know, he knows that there is some sort of there's a little bit of peeling off specifically of Black men. And he was saying maybe they don't necessarily want a female president, but I think that they're trying to do everything they possibly can to try to get that Black vote up to potentially 87, 88, maybe even 89 or 90%, where it normally is for a traditional Democratic presidential candidate.
Well, Rich, it is the final stretch, and let's say that the Trump team and the Harris team, they're watching right now. They want to hear from you. What will it take for either of them to come out on top and win the most votes on Election Day? As you can imagine, former President Trump is really holding strong to election interference this election season. He's holding strong to the concerns of mail-in ballots. So as these concerns are on the table this Tuesday morning, what would you share with either side if they're like, hey, we need some last-minute advice from Rich Rubino? What do we need to do to be the next commander-in-chief?
It's really a delicate balance, because on the one hand, you really have to do everything you possibly can to make sure your base comes out. And I will say, in the terms of the Democrats, they have I think it's a problem, and it really hasn't been, it's been kind of underreported, but Vice President Harris has a problem in the Arab American community, specifically in Michigan. If you go back to Joe Biden when he ran in the primary in Michigan, the Democratic primary, is a city like Dearborn which has a huge Arab and Muslim American population. There's a lot of anger. They're kind of inflamed, if you will, because I believe the Biden administration is too close to Netanyahu in Israel. So Vice President Harris has to do something. She has to go to Michigan, go to Dearborn to try to say, I'm going to relay the concerns to President Biden, and to say that I really want to have a ceasefire. Do not vote for Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate. And so that's kind of the case that I would make. And I think that you really have to make sure that you monopolize every solitary vote you can in Michigan, and the Arab American community is very important in that respect. In terms of Donald Trump, I would say I would use his support for the border control union, but also I would say that the Teamsters and the firefighters, I would really take advantage of the fact that they are not supporting Vice President Harris, because they really, in terms of a ground game, when you have the firefighters out, for example, with John Kerry in the primary in 2004, he won the Iowa caucuses and the New Hampshire primary in part because he had those firefighters so vociferous. And they do the kind of the legwork, they do kind of the political spade work, they do what's really the ground game of American politics, which is very important. And then at the end of the day, and this is what former Governor Mike Dukakis always says, it always comes down to one thing in election. It's how many doors you can ring, how much shoe leather kind of old-fashioned campaigning one candidate can do. As much as we use technology, as much as we use analytics, as much as we use anything else, it still at the end of the day comes to shoe leather campaigning, coming to make sure that everybody in your political base is galvanized and comes out, and to make sure that you're able to, anybody that you can potentially persuade, particularly if they live in a place like Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Nevada, anybody you can potentially persuade to come to your side is somebody that's coming to your side and not going to yours, so not going to the opponent's side. So you kind of cancel out a vote for the opponent. But bottom line, it's going to be an extremely close election. I really can't envisage a scenario where, at least in the popular vote, where it's going to be a landslide by any candidate, but I could be wrong.
Rich Rubino, always a pleasure, political analyst and historian. Thank you so much for this detailed breakdown as we are just 3 weeks away until Election Day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And as we further discuss your top political headlines right now, giving you a live look out at the Atlanta, Georgia skyline. And you can see that billboard there on that building saying vote. Early voting begins today and runs until November 1st out in the Peach State. Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner is live in DeKalb County at an early voting location. Mark, good morning to you. That site just opened up a few minutes ago, correct?
Yeah, it opened up at 7 o'clock this morning. There was a long line of folks actually stretched around the building for people getting ready to cast their ballots. Gives you an idea of just how important this state is in the upcoming election.
To the last minute. Go vote now.
That's the message both campaigns will send to supporters as early voting begins here in Georgia. With polls showing the state a toss-up, whoever wins Georgia's 16 electoral votes could end up our next president.
Georgia voters are super voters. Our voice, our votes, they mean more than the voters in other states.
Which is why we've been inundated with ads and visits from the candidates. Today, former President Trump holds a rally in Cobb and a Fox News town hall in Forsyth County. On Saturday, Vice President Harris will hold a rally in Atlanta. All of this to drum up support now that votes can actually be cast.
You're going to see Democrats trying to shore up parts of their traditional base, and Republicans trying to shore up parts of their traditional base.
Early voting turnout is expected to be high, so don't be surprised if you have to wait in line. And you can bet both campaigns will be keeping a close watch on how Georgia's early voting is going.
Paying very close attention to the vote numbers, but more importantly, the gender divide. How many people will come out from different areas of the state? Will young voters show out?
Give you an idea of just how excited Georgia is for this election. The first person who showed up here at this early voting location just outside of Atlanta got here at 3 o'clock in the morning. The polls opened at 7 a.m., so she sat for 4 hours for waiting them to open the doors. Reporting live from DeKalb County, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now from Fox.
Mark Teichner, always a pleasure. My goodness, at 3 o'clock a.m., that's some dedication. But hey, when you want to exercise your right to vote, you'll pretty much do anything. Always a pleasure, Mark. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Sure. You too.
Thank you. And giving you another live look downtown Atlanta, Georgia, again, showing you that beautiful billboard there. And even more beautiful, depending on who you ask, is that sunrise shot there in the background. Again, as early voting begins in the Peach State this Tuesday morning. And again, a quick reminder, giving you a live look at the U.S. Capitol there in Washington, D.C. Also showing you our countdown to Election Day tracker, 20 days, 17 hours, 42 minutes, and around 40 seconds. 7:17 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox 719 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Right now, we do want to transition and cover the very latest as it relates to recovery and aftermath efforts with Hurricane Milton. Also, can't forget, people are still dealing with the effects from Hurricane Helene. At this time, this Tuesday morning, many people still waking up without power and still awaiting assistance from the government as they work to pick up the pieces. Right now, we're going to check in with Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty on the very latest efforts from government.
Across Florida counties devastated by Hurricane Milton. The storm's powerful winds littered the ground with massive trees as storm surge and intense rains overwhelmed waterways and triggered flooding. Local efforts to pump out the high water are ongoing, and so are the attempts to return power to the hundreds of thousands still in the dark.
We're still expecting 2 to 3 more days before we get it.
Milton made landfall on Florida's west coast last week as a Category 3 hurricane. Prior to its arrival, forecasters warned Milton could directly hit the Tampa area. It triggered one of the largest evacuation efforts in Florida's history, with more than 5.5 million people told to pack up and head to safety.
When Milton came, we all decided to evacuate together.
While thousands heeded the red flags, others chose to stay put.
Evacuating is a privilege.
Researchers who study natural disasters say evacuating can be costly, often requiring people to spend money on fuel, food, and lodging for days at a time.
People just lack transportation, resources, time, or social support to evacuate.
But while many communities provide shelters for those who can't travel far,
people have somewhat negative perceptions of going to shelters.
Others may underestimate the risks because they were unaffected by previous storms.
People believe that they're going to be safe at home.
Public safety advocates are urging local emergency management agencies to develop different ways of communicating storm risks so residents aren't given a false sense of security. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Marianne, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further our coverage this morning, we're going to check in now with our content partners over at Fox 13 Tampa as they continue with team coverage this Tuesday morning.
Nearly 6 days after Hurricane Milton, and parts of our area are not out of the woods yet. Flooding is next. It's coming soon. Ahead this hour, where residents should prepare for some very high water.
Plus, choosing not to evacuate when those orders are given. There are a lot of reasons why people don't leave, why sometimes that's the best decision. Hey, Val.
Well, good morning. It is a quiet start to the day. A lot of us are waking up to the upper 60s, but we get closer to the coast in the Bay Area where we're in the low 70s. But Brooksville, 63, quite chilly for you to start the day. About 68 for Sarasota, as well as Newport Richey. Sure is a pretty start to the day in Tampa, 71. A lot of sunshine. Will reach for a high in the mid-80s. Jen?
We're seeing a slowdown in Manatee County this morning, northbound along I-275. It's a crash. Northbound 275, it's just before US 41 in Manatee County. And you can see there are flashing lights, police activity, and only one lane is currently passing. It's that inside lane that's currently passing right now. The rest of the Bay Area, it's getting slow along the southbound lanes of 275 over the Howard Franklin Bridge. We're hearing reports of a stalled vehicle there, and we're already seeing a slowdown on the map this morning. Hoover Boulevard at Hillsborough Avenue westbound, this crash is clearing. Also hearing of reports of a crash on FHP's website, at least, southbound along 275. It's in the area of Bush Boulevard. I scanned the traffic cameras a little bit earlier and didn't find the crash there, but we are seeing a slowdown on the maps. Another slowdown southbound along 75. It's in the area of Fowler Avenue. A crash reported. Seeing delays back up to Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. In Pasco County, one wreck to report. State Road 54 at Wesley Chapel Boulevard, just west of the I-75 interchange. And a crash that should be clearing westbound along I-4. It's in the area of Alexander Street. We're seeing a slowdown before the crash and after the crash, so you just use a bit of extra caution there. Good news for our drivers in Polk County. Not seeing any slowdowns along the Polk Parkway or State Road 60 east and westbound. Laura?
All right, Jen, thank you. It's been 6 days since Hurricane Milton made landfall, and it's still causing damage. Flooding is the big issue now, and rivers are starting to crest in Pasco County, flooding homes. That high water is also threatening several neighborhoods. People in low-lying areas are being told to evacuate. And it's not just Pasco County. Hernando is having flooding issues as well.
We're told the worst is yet to come, too. Our Regina Gonzalez is live with the latest on this rising threat. Hey, Gina, good morning.
Russell, Laura, good morning to you. Yeah, like you guys said, Milton rolled through here almost a week ago at this point, but for some communities here in Hernando County that sit along the Withlacoochee River, they look like this here behind me, still completely inundated with water. Now, one resident we spoke with who lives along this street here says the water hasn't entered his home, only his driveway and, of course, the road, but that is certainly not the case for everyone as you drive around. You can actually see a rowboat out there in the distance. We can show you that man moments ago in that rowboat going from his house to dry ground where we're standing so he could hop in his car that's parked near us and pick up his mother. He said this has been the norm for the last few days now. Meanwhile, Hernando's emergency operations director, David DiCarlo, is warning that this situation will likely worsen and is urging residents to evacuate while they can before the river crests later in the week.
It's going to crest probably by the end of the week. It's going to continue to rise throughout this week and towards probably peak next weekend. So it is going to continue to rise. The water is going to get very deep. The power is eventually going to go off. There's going to be displaced wildlife, so it can be very dangerous when any snakes, alligators, or anything of that nature. Mosquitoes with no power. Please get out of the area when you can.
Now, this is happening after Hernando County Public Works had already taken measures to free around 250 residents who were trapped by floodwaters after the area saw 10 inches of rain from Hurricane Milton. They even built an emergency access road for the Ridge Manor neighborhood so residents could evacuate as they should the next couple of days. Now, DiCarlo says the electric companies will also likely have to shut off power again when this river crests, so that is another reason to evacuate. With that being said, we know shelters are open for residents as needed. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Regina. Thank you.
Well, parts of Plant City are trying to recover from flooding. This is what it looked like outside Daphne Barber's front porch on Thursday morning. Several feet of water covered her driveway, eventually destroying her car. A few hours earlier, she was inside her home when she got an alert on her phone about a flash flooding warning. She says within minutes, water was coming in through the baseboards.
In that flash flood, I've never seen anything. That when they say it's flash flood, it's for real.
And like every other flood victim, Barbara had to clean up, and that meant ripping up the carpets and giving items time to dry out.
Well, rise and shine. Students in Hernando and Manatee and Hardee counties return to the classroom today, while Pinellas, Pasco, and Sarasota County schools reopen tomorrow. Hillsborough and Polk schools hope to reopen tomorrow as well, but that's going to depend on the power outages. Citrus County was the only school around here that went back to school yesterday. The district gave us a list of the makeup days. This is for Citrus. Monday, October 21st, which was originally scheduled as a fall break day. Monday, November 11th, which is a Veterans Day. And Friday, December 20th, which will be a full instructional day.
Meantime, utility workers are making tremendous progress. At last check, that was about 30 minutes ago. There were about 187,000 customers without power. That's across the entire state. About half of that total are in Hillsborough County. Pinellas has about 40,000 outages, while Manatee and Sarasota are next on the list with about 14,000 each. And you can see those numbers on your screen there. The numbers in parentheses are the number of outages that the county had at this time yesterday.
TECO workers trying to restore power to a traffic light caught someone trying to steal a generator at that location. Here's a picture of it at the corner of Sun City Center Boulevard and Stoneham Drive in Hillsborough County. TECO workers gave deputies photos of the suspect and his license plate number. Deputies went to his home. Later, they arrested him. On body camera video, the suspect told them he thought the generator was there for the taking.
Some people might have witnessed you doing some things that we shouldn't have done, okay? And we're going to walk through it.
There's a generator on 674 that I saw that had no lock on it and it had no name on it, so I thought someone set it out.
Have you just turn out towards me so you can take off your shoes. I'm going to check your shoes real quick.
Well, Zoil Zapata Dai was taken into custody. He faces multiple charges, including grand theft of the 3rd degree during a state of emergency.
People might have witnessed you doing some things.
Governor Ron DeSantis is pumping money into storm-hit Seaport Manatee. The governor was in Palmetto yesterday to announce $9.5 million in state funding to help repair the infrastructure at the port. That includes $5.5 million in emergency funding for berth repairs and for dredging, along with $500,000 to fortify the port's infrastructure. The governor says he wants to minimize any possible supply chain interruptions for Floridians.
Hello, everyone. We want to make sure that our supply chain is strong and that we get the port back to where it needs to be as soon as possible. So we're happy to be able to do this award, and I think it'll make a big difference. And I know there's a lot of other stuff that's going to be going on outside just what the state is doing.
And the governor says for every $1 the state invests in the port, he expects a $7 return on investment.
If you're trying to navigate the insurance process, there is help out there. The state is opening an insurance village in Clearwater at the Long Center today and at the RP Funding Center in Lakeland. Another village opens tomorrow at the Strawberry Festival Fairgrounds in Plant City, and there's one already open in Bradenton as well. All this information can be found at our website, fox13news.com.
And as damages increase, insurance is becoming harder to find and more expensive here in Florida. Insurers are increasing their prices to pay for claims. Insurance premiums have never been this high, and that's making some residents reconsider living here, and some are already planning to move away.
It's time for me to go, yes, because otherwise I'd have to elevate my home. This is expensive construction. I'm ready to leave.
Florida's geographic location plays the biggest factor in driving up the insurance costs. All right, stay with us. Straight ahead, teenagers are pretty resilient, but that doesn't mean that they can handle stress very well.
Coming up, how parents can help them with that. Plus,
Hurricane Milton triggered massive evacuation efforts.
All right, so that was Fox 13 Tampa with that extensive coverage. Here is 7:31 on the East Coast, giving you a live look downtown Tampa, Florida. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, further discussing recovery efforts and aftermath of Hurricane Milton with Republican State Senator Blaise Ingoglia. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. 7:33 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We continue to discuss recovery efforts this morning as the aftermath of Hurricane Milton is still felt across the Sunshine State. If you take a look at your screen, you can see that devastation that Fox News recorded throughout the week and still in real time as people are waking up with debris scattered across their yards, even floodwaters as you're seeing there at that mobile home. Joining us live this morning to further discuss the latest in recovery efforts is State Senator Blaise Ingoglia. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So we talk about the devastation and recovery efforts, but you have some good news as it relates to power restoration.
Yeah, we started off with about 4.2 million people out of power, which is just an amazing amount. That's equal to the state of Oklahoma, if you can believe it. And as of late last night, early this morning, we restored 4 million people to power. And that, just to put that in context, that's equal to about the state size of Nevada. So it was a Herculean effort. We still have about 175,000 people left to connect to power, but I think a lot of those are in the very, very hard hit areas that are still basically retaining some water. So as soon as we get some relief there in terms of water leaving those areas, those people will be up with power soon.
Senator, just further shows how people have been working around the clock to restore this power. And then you also have to put into context, the safety while trying to restore power. If there are lines down in waterways or they're active, it could not be safe. So we understand how this is a fluid situation. I'd like to go back a few days, though, and hear your story as Milton was making landfall, as you were hearing the wind howling outside, not knowing if it was a tornado or just, strong wind. What was this reality like for you as you and your family were dealing with Milton?
Yeah, and it's not just me and my family. It's everyone in my district in Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, and Sumter counties. We just got hit with Helene. So we had a lot of water with the storm surge coming on shore. So when we saw this storm, it created a lot of anxiety, to be honest with you. And when you see a storm that size and that powerful, 185-mile-an-hour winds just trekking across the Gulf, heading towards your area, it creates a lot of anxiety. But as the storm started coming through, and I will tell you, I agree with the governor, we dodged a bullet here. It could have been much, much worse. But the wind from Milton really wreaked havoc. And the rainfall wreaked havoc, and we're seeing that now. So we did see a lot of damage, a lot of down tree limbs, a lot of homes that are going to need to be repaired. But now we're dealing with inland flooding, and that's continuing to go on. So while we had evacuations last week, we still have some evacuations this week because of flooding of our rivers all over the state of Florida.
Senator, you talk about the frustrations. Not only are people trying to focus on rebuilding and getting rid of the debris and making sure they're taking pictures as they return home from evacuation efforts, there are concerns of scammers. There are concerns of price gouging, also concerns of assistance from FEMA. Could you provide some information on those fronts as people are trying to keep themselves safe while also protect themselves and recover from the devastation?
Yeah, the scammers are out there and they need to be alert that this stuff is happening. I will tell you that no more than maybe 12 hours after the storm hit our area, we started receiving unsolicited commercial text message from roofing companies that weren't necessarily here in the United States. They were domiciled overseas. We're going to start seeing contractors start knocking on people's doors, taking deposits and never return. So if you're a homeowner and you can listen to my voice right now, if somebody knocks on your door, get their information, get their business card, go out and take a picture of their truck that they're in, their license plate, get all the documentation that you can to make sure that they are indeed who they are and you're not going to be scammed. And as far as FEMA is concerned, look, the federal government, in my view, is just their priorities are all wrong. When you look at FEMA's budget, it looks like that they are prioritizing illegal immigrants over hurricane response. And that is just an absolute disservice to the people of the United States. We've seen it in North Carolina, where they were behind the eight ball. We're seeing here in the state of Florida, and it's a good thing that we have a great governor like Ron DeSantis, and we have people like our first responders committed to getting us back on track without the help of the federal government.
Senator Blazing Golia, truly a pleasure speaking with you. We appreciate your candidness on this topic. Is there anything else you'd like to add as people are starting to return home to the Sunshine State? Any tips or advice you'd like to give, or even words of encouragement, as this is a very tense time, not only as people are seeing the devastation, but mentally, trying to process all of this? You did mention, Milton, and also people still getting over Helene as Milton hit again.
Yeah, the biggest thing is just try to get back to normal as much as we possibly can. I was out this morning, quite frankly, walking the dogs, and I saw a school bus drive by, and that was comforting to know that we are getting back to normal. We are going to get hit with hurricanes here in the state of Florida, but it's our people, our resiliency of the people of the state of Florida, and our governments that get us back on track. This isn't going to be the last time that we're going to go through this, but just know that the state of Florida has your back, and our communities have our back.
You mentioned this won't be the last time, and in real time, the National Hurricane Center actually tracking a tropical wave as Florida is still recovering from Milton. Have you heard anything from weather officials about if people will actually be able to focus on recovery from Milton, or if we still need to be prepared for a potential disturbance again? As you mentioned, we are still in hurricane season.
Yeah, and I've been tracking that also. It appears on the 7-day long-range models that that storm is going to stay clear south of us into the Caribbean and then eventually hit Mexico. Some models have it turning north, but I think we're going to be able to dodge that. And it doesn't show much strengthening also. But that's one of the things that we have to deal with here in the state of Florida. If we get hit with a hurricane, we always have to look to the Gulf of the Atlantic during hurricane season because we never know what's going to be next.
Senator, thank you so much for coming on the show this morning. We appreciate you. We hope you have a good and safe rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Giving you another live look out downtown Tampa, Florida, 7:40 on the East Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .43 here on the East Coast, and as we continue to dissect and understand the very latest as relates to recovery and aftermath of Hurricane Milton, we're going to go ahead and check back in with our content partners at Fox 13 Tampa.
A look at the River House Palmetto. This is just over the Manatee River, where really nice and peaceful start to the day. Waters are nice and calm. You can see that boat out there just enjoying the morning. And over the next couple of hours, we're going to warm things up. You know, we're in the low 70s right now in Tampa, and we'll be in the mid 70s closer to the 10 o'clock hour, low 80s then as we head into the afternoon. But a lot of sunshine, breezes will remain pretty light coming in out of the north and northwest. And so another rain-free day expected, but we are going to be talking about a bit more of a breeze tomorrow as this cold front drops in, and look at what it does to the dew points. We've got some much drier air on the way. Dew points down to the 40s and 50s tomorrow and into Thursday. We'll talk more details about how chilly temperatures will be falling coming up. Jen?
We're seeing building volume along the southbound lanes of the Veterans Expressway in that usual spot, just approaching Independence Parkway before drivers make their way toward State Road 60 and Kennedy Boulevard. You'll see some stop-and-go traffic from Linebaugh Avenue all the way down there. And traffic is stop-and-go along southbound 75. There's a wreck in the area of Fletcher-Fowler Avenue. This is the backup that it's causing right around Morris Bridge Road. You can see all 4 of your travel lanes are slowing down to a crawl. A couple other slow spots, Hillsborough Avenue westbound in the area of Hoover Boulevard. There's a crash clearing there. Southbound delays along I-275. Reports of a crash in the area of Bush Boulevard, State Road 60, that's Brandon Boulevard, at Belrico Road. And we're hearing reports of several accidents along I-4 westbound. When that tends to happen, it's typically one crash, just several reports in different spaces. So it's going to be westbound along I-4 through Plant City. Not exactly sure where the crash is. It's reported along Paul Buckman Highway, County Line Road. And you can see that traffic is very heavy westbound along I-4 from Paul Buckman Highway in through Plant City. So just keep that in mind. If you're heading out for the Suncoast Parkway, a southbound wreck reported in the area of Ridge Road. You can see the backup that's causing all the way to State Road 52. Travel times in the green for the Tampa toll roads. That includes the Veterans Expressway and the Selman. We're not seeing any delays this morning on any of the Bay Area bridges. 6 minutes to cross the Howard Franklin, 10 across the Courtney Campbell, and a 7-minute ride across the Gandy.
Okay, Jen, thank you. Well, the Convoy of Hope is here to assist people in need after Hurricane Milton.
They've been busy distributing food and meals. Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy is live in St. Pete this morning ahead of another relief effort. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, they're partnering with Radiant Church here at their West St. Pete campus this morning from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., handing out water, non-perishables, diapers, cleaning supplies, and much, much more. Radiant Church and its partners, just since Saturday, they've served more than 1,800 people. That's close to 2,000 people, handing out groceries, cleaning supplies, again, water and other things. And yesterday, Radiant Church partnered with the Brisket Shop that's in Tampa and handed out 1,000 hot meals to those in need. Radiant Church's Heights location pastor Matt Blair says they're trying to help the community in the best way they know how, by serving people.
Just to watch all people that have come from across our country, linemen from all over America here to help us get power back. Those that are getting gas stations refilled. People are working tirelessly. We just are glad to be a small part of the big thing everyone's doing to help Tampa Bay get back. And we're honored just to serve alongside so many incredible men and women in our community that are really helping serve Tampa Bay well.
And we've already seen this morning utility crews out here, debris crews out here before the sun even came up. So that shout out, especially well deserved to all those crews helping us get back on our feet. Now, West St. Pete's location here also has power and Wi-Fi, so they're open as a recharging station as well. And the location is 22nd Avenue North here in St. Pete. You can also go on Radiant Church's website if you would like to help, volunteer, donate. 100% of the proceeds go to hurricane relief. You can also go onto their website if you yourself need help cleaning up after the storm. That's all online. But this, again, starts at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at their West St. Pete location here in St. Pete. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee, thank you.
The state is trying to keep storm victims fed. That's the goal of the Hope Florida initiative. They bring necessities directly to residents in need. The Hope bus made a pit stop yesterday at the Mission Hill Church in Temple Terrace. Volunteers distributed all sorts of essential supplies as well as hot meals to dozens of people.
We're just trying to let folks know that they're not alone. We also have crisis counseling available if we see that need, but we're just trying to minister to the needs of the community.
Volunteers also connected residents to various resources such as home repair and debris removal.
The future of Tropicana Field is still uncertain after most of the roof blew off during Hurricane Milton. But one thing we do know, the 7 cow-nosed rays who lived there during baseball season are okay. The rays tank inside the Trop didn't suffer any damage. Those rays have been taken to the Florida Aquarium now. They typically spend the off-season at the Tico Manatee Viewing Center in Apollo Beach.
Last week about this time, we were urging many of you to evacuate with Hurricane Milton headed our way. Some didn't. Fox's Marianne Rafferty tells us why some people just choose to stay.
The long recovery process treks on across Florida counties devastated by Hurricane Milton. The storm's powerful winds littered the ground with massive trees as storm surge and intense rains overwhelmed waterways and triggered flooding. Local efforts to pump out the high water are ongoing, and so are the attempts to return power to the hundreds of thousands still in the dark.
We're still expecting 2 to 3 more days before we get it.
Milton made landfall on Florida's west coast last week as a Category 3 hurricane. Prior to its arrival, forecasters warned Milton could directly hit the Tampa area. It triggered one of the largest evacuation efforts in Florida's history, with more than 5.5 million people told to pack up and head to safety.
When Milton came, we all decided to evacuate together.
While thousands heeded the red flags, others chose to stay put.
Evacuating is a privilege.
Researchers who study natural disasters say evacuating can be costly, often requiring people to spend money on fuel, food, and lodging for days at a time.
People just lack transportation, resources, time, or social support to evacuate.
But while many communities provide shelters for those who can't travel far,
people have somewhat negative perceptions of going to shelters.
Others may underestimate the risks because they were unaffected by previous storms.
People believe that they're going to be safe at home.
Public safety advocates are urging local emergency management agencies to develop different ways of communicating storm risks so residents aren't given a false sense of security. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Right to this story now. Former First Lady Hillary Clinton will not be visiting the Bay Area today as part of her latest speaking tour. The hurricane made her reschedule. She'll now visit the Strass Center November 2nd. Tickets are still good. For this new date, you can ask for a full refund if you'd like, but you need to contact the Strass by Sunday to get your money back. Tickets are still available. They start at about $80 a person and go all the way up to $470.
All right, so our Fox 13 Tampa team switching to sports coverage, so we're going to dip out of that. But again, giving you a live look downtown Tampa, Florida here at 7:51 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, heading out to Central Florida, giving you a live look downtown Orlando, Florida, outside of the Kia Center, the home of the Orlando Magic basketball team. And also good news, if you are driving in that area at this time, no traffic congestion, but that might not be the same thing I say within a matter of moments as we are slowly approaching the 8 o'clock hour. All right, we're going to go to this final 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. 7:53 is the time here on the East Coast. It's been a pleasure to be here with you the past few hours for all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, those live events of the day. Again, I want to take you back out to Central Florida. A live look there outside of the Kia Center, downtown Orlando, the site of the Orlando Magic basketball team. That is where they play. We're going to check in with our content partners on the ground, Fox 35 Orlando, as they have some flooding updates and river updates as it relates to flooding amid the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. Let's listen in.
Welcome back. It is not over yet. That's the message from Seminole County to residents after Hurricane Milton. The big concern right now is flooding, especially the St. Johns River. Officials fear that high water levels could spill over onto roads and neighborhoods, and they are now reopening sandbag locations and getting other resources in place for residents. Joining us right now to talk more about it is our friend Alan Harris, Chief Administrator for the Seminole County Office of Emergency Management. Always good to see you, Alan. Good morning.
Good to see you. Good morning as well. Been a long couple weeks for us, right?
It certainly has, Alan. Here's the thing, is that we're doing these things in Seminole County from experience, right? Because we have seen what has happened with past hurricanes. So you guys really know what's coming, and you have a pretty good idea on a timeline, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, the video that you just showed was actually over St. John's Estates. Know that community very well. Been in that neighborhood multitudes of times. That community still has not seen the peak because they're up in the Sanford area. We are starting to see a close peak. It looks like over the next couple of days we will see a crest at Lake Harney in the Geneva area, and then it kind of wraps around. So we're quite familiar with this. Unfortunately, I was just commenting yesterday. I've seen 100-year flood 3 or 4 times in the last 5 years, so we may need to stop calling it 100-year flood, and it just is a flood.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, these hurricanes, they almost every time they come through, they repeat the exact same scenario for these folks. So as far as how people can prepare, in some cases sandbags might help, Alan, but in some of these cases I don't see how sandbags is going to do much of a difference for them.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate that there is delays sometimes in these mitigation projects. We actually have some mitigation grants that were given to us in Hurricane Ian, but the process, working through that application process with the state and FEMA is sometimes a little bit delayed, and unfortunately some of these folks are looking to elevate their home. We're actually looking to do a couple buyouts of some homes that have repetitively been flooded over and over and over again. Well, those homes were built so long ago when we didn't have the mapping that we do today and the LiDAR, and we can tell that is in a floodplain. Home shouldn't be there. So moving those individuals, buying that individual out and returning it to the floodplain helps all of us. It helps you, it helps me, it helps the insurance companies. Our rates, you don't want our rates to go up. We don't want insurance companies to leave the state of Florida. So we are doing some longer term mitigation projects as well.
In the short term, Alan, what are your recommendations? What can people do knowing that this is going to happen probably within the next couple of days?
Yeah, so I mean, the sandbags are one of the options. Some people have done kind of a moat around their house with a little pump that works. It just depends on where they are in the topography of the St. Johns River. So obviously lower lying areas next to the St. Johns River, they may have to evacuate. And unfortunately, in some of those cases, they've now been flooded 3 or 4 times in the last 4 years, and it is quite sad.
Oh, it's awful. All right, Alan, we so appreciate what you do, and thank you for informing our viewers this morning.
Absolutely. Good to see you again.
You too. Take care. All right, let's talk about traffic. We do have that Skyfox traffic alert. A major problem on I-95 this morning. Deborah?
Hey, good morning, Amy. Yeah, this is in Brevard County because of a deadly crash investigation. So it's still going to be a couple hours until they reopen this back up. This has been going on since about 4:45 in the morning. 6 cars were involved.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are approaching the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 5 o'clock hour on the West Coast. We have been checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa teams as The recovery efforts do continue in Florida after Hurricane Milton nearly 1 week ago. Now, it's also important to note that 3 weeks prior to that, many of these same areas were hit with the effects of Hurricane Helene. We're also going to be checking in with officials this morning over in North Carolina and Tennessee as those recovery efforts are still underway as well. Our Fox 13 Tampa team will be live with their coverage in just a matter of minutes, but I do want to send it over to Jonathan Seri with Fox News as
line 2 left lanes are still
and is gathering more on that.
In the wake of Hurricane Milton, the Tampa headquarters of Pilgrim Permacoat looks more like a dollhouse.
We've been through a lot of little or smaller hurricanes, obviously, and with very little damage. That building has held amazingly well for all these years, and we weren't so lucky this time.
The family-owned construction products business has operated out of this former cigar factory since 1956.
I've been at this building since a little girl, just roller skating around, and, you know, I have a lot of fond memories, and it was really hard seeing it like that.
Milton caused around $50 billion in damage statewide, according to President Biden, who visited the Tampa Bay area Sunday to meet with first responders.
This is all a team effort, folks. We made a big difference, and it's saved lives. But there's much more to do, and we're going to do everything we can to get power back in your homes, not only helping you recover, but to help you build back stronger.
Police have been facilitating the return of fuel to empty pumps and intervening when tempers flare.
Get in line like the rest of us!
Florida Gulf Coast residents are uneasy about the timing of Milton, which made its October 9 landfall less than 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene.
I guess it's kind of part of living here now. We're going to have storms and stuff's going to get ruined, but everything can be rebuilt. So as long as everyone sticks together and keeps a positive mindset, I think that's the only way to do it.
As for this family-owned business, you can see the black tarps over the side of the building that's missing. The family owners expect to repair it and remain in business right here in this Tampa neighborhood. In Tampa, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Jonathan, thank you so much for that report there. 8 o'clock on the dot over on the East Coast and 5 o'clock on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We are going to continue our coverage here with our Fox 13 Tampa team of the aftermath of Milton, but I do want to remind you that coming up in just about 10-15 minutes, we'll be joined by officials there over in Buncombe County, North Carolina. They were hard hit by Helene weeks ago, but the effects definitely still being felt there. That's coming up in just 10 or 15 minutes. But I do want to send it over to our Fox 13 Tampa team for their live team coverage on the aftermath of Milton.
So some chilly temperatures there. Winds are overall going to stay in this calm range most of the day today, coming in out of the northwest. Wow, that sunshine sure shining bright in downtown Tampa, where we expect a lot of that today. Highs, they're going to top out in the mid-80s, and then there's that front. It's already dipping into the panhandle, so we'll talk about the changes that it's going to be bringing us tomorrow and into Thursday coming up in just a bit. Hey, Jen.
Hey, Val. We're seeing a slowdown along southbound I-275. We've been talking about this crash in the area of Bush Boulevard for about an hour now, and it's still out there. It's off into the median, not blocking any lanes, but it is causing a bottleneck of traffic. 275 southbound from around Sly Avenue down toward the crash scene. Traffic still very slow southbound along I-75. This is in the area of Morris Bridge Road. The crash is reported right around Fowler Avenue, so this is the build of a volume leading up to the accident scene. So give yourself plenty of extra time until that wreck is clear. Also hearing of a delay on the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. There's a northbound wreck at the Manatee end of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, so look out for a slowdown there. Earlier crash on the Howard Franklin Bridge is off to the side, affecting the southbound lanes of 275 into Pinellas County. Also a southbound wreck along I-75. It's in the area of Gibsonton Drive, and we are seeing a delay along the northbound side, although the crash is on the southbound side. Very slow traffic along I-4 westbound. There's several incidents reported through Plant City. I'm guessing that it's probably one, just getting several reports of different locations. So just look out for a slowdown westbound along I-4 from County Line Road over to Branch Forbes Road. Russell?
Hey, Jen, thank you. Well, the sun may be shining and there's no rain in the forecast, but flooding is still a concern for many parts of Fox 13 country. These green areas show the current river flood warnings from Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, Hillsborough, Polk, Hardee, DeSoto, and Sarasota counties. Several of these rivers are well above flood stage, and at least one of them is still rising.
And that includes the Withlacoochee in Hernando County. Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez is live there for us right now, where several neighborhoods have already been evacuated, right?
Yeah, that's right, Laura. And those evacuations will likely continue for the next couple of days until the river is expected to crest around Wednesday into Thursday. And now that it's daylight, we can really show you just how shocking some of these neighborhoods look, even almost a week after Milton made landfall. To put it into perspective, we were actually just talking to some residents that simply came out here just to see how high the water was slowly starting to rise. They said during Hurricane Irma, which is the last time they really saw the Withlacoochee flood, the water was up to that mailbox to my right. So it's definitely rose just within the last couple of hours since we've been here. And like I said, it is going to crest later this week. Boats in the street instead of cars, also a very eerie sight. But you can see as water continues to surround these homes, the only way in and out of some of these places like the Ridge Manor neighborhood is by boat. The county's emergency management director says Hernando received 10 inches of rain from Hurricane Milton, and the water from that storm continues to flow into the Withlacoochee, which, again, isn't expected to crest until Wednesday, Thursday-ish. So an evacuation order remains in place for neighborhoods along the river, and that impacts about 3,400 residential properties.
Withlacoochee Electric just came through checking meters. They said it's supposed to crest on Thursday. I mean, I'm at my garage door right now, which Irma didn't come that far. It was 10, 12 feet away. So it's going to, and I've got water barriers up. It's going to overtake that. I'm going to have water going through the garage.
Now, that's the case for a lot of people that are saying that the water hasn't necessarily seeped into their home yet, but they are expecting it to at the crest. Now, Skyfox has also flown over areas along the Anclote River and Cypress Creek in Pasco County, near the Alafaya River and Tampa Bypass Canal in Hillsborough. So you could just see how many other communities are dealing with floodwater situations. Meanwhile, back here in Hernando, the county has even had to build a makeshift access road in the Ridge Manor neighborhood so residents could try to evacuate while they still can. Emergency management officials say that electrical companies will also likely have to shut down power again. As we drove through this morning, you could tell some people had power, but that could go off again once the river crests. So that's why it's another reason to think about evacuating. We know that shelters are also going to be available across the county for anybody who needs it. We'll send it back to you.
Folks are going through around 3. All right, Regina Gonzalez, live for us this morning. Gina, thank you.
Update on power outages across the state in the wake of Hurricane Milton. At the height of the storm, over 3 million customers were in the dark. At last check, we're down to just about 187,000 customers across the entire state. That includes less than 89,000 customers in Hillsborough, 40,000 in Pinellas, 14,000 in Sarasota, and less than 14,000 in Manatee. Utility workers from across the continent have been rushing around the clock to drop these numbers.
Some incredible new images from a solar farm in Highlands County. Look at this. You can see the path of destruction after a tornado tore through Duke Energy's Lake Placid solar plant. Facility opened in 2019. It's capable of providing enough energy to power more than 12,000 homes at peak. Duke says this damage has no effect on customer demand. Officials said 97% of Highlands County was without power immediately after the storm. It's unclear how much damage this solar farm sustained or how long it could take to repair.
Water service restored to Sarasota County's barrier islands, but a boil water advisory remains in place. This applies to the city of Sarasota customers on the barrier islands, including Bird Key, St. Armand's Key, Lido Key, and Siesta Key. The advisory will be in place for several days until the tests are clear. City of Temple Terrace remains under a boil water notice. The city says there are still about 15 to 20 water main breaks linked to the storm. Crews are continuing to test the water in hopes of lifting the notice as soon as possible. Now, this means you have to boil water that you use for cooking, for cleaning, for drinking, brushing your teeth until the city lifts that order. Meanwhile, the city of St. Petersburg has lifted its precautionary boil water notice. As a precaution, the Department of Health recommends running each tap for at least 5 minutes to flush out the lines. You should also, think about this because I wouldn't have, you should also throw out the first batch from your ice maker.
All right, and that is some of the recovery there underway over in Florida as a result of Hurricane Milton, again hitting nearly 1 week ago. We're going to be checking in with our Fox 13 Tampa and Fox 35 Orlando teams for their coverage. What you are looking at right now is video out of Asheville, North Carolina. This is drone video coming in from Fox Weather, and as you can see, the impacts there were pretty drastic after Hurricane Helene, which struck nearly 3 weeks ago. Do want to get a little bit more into that. We know that Buncombe County, North Carolina, that's the Asheville area, was hit very hard by the storm. Ryan Cole is the Assistant Emergency Services Director for Buncombe County, North Carolina, joining us now live to talk a little bit more about the situation there as, again, those recovery efforts still underway. Ryan, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I know you have had a busy few weeks, and we definitely appreciate it.
Yes, Josh, thank you for having me this morning, and appreciate everyone looking out for us across the country.
And can you first off start by just telling me what kind of impacts you saw from Helene overall? Because we've seen these images come in, and they're almost hard to look at. They're almost unbelievable. So can you describe for me the overall impacts that Helene left there in Buncombe County and the surrounding area?
Yeah, so Josh, we had a lot of flooding issues that come in, but and that is something that people see a lot of times, is that flooding that comes through the area and devastates as it goes through the mountainous areas, because it takes out all of the infrastructure, a lot of the infrastructures it goes through. And with some of your videos that you were showing, carrying the debris down, that tears out more things. But also in our more rural areas, in our mountains, we had significant mudslides, some of which carried multiple homes down the mountains and created obstacles to even be able to get back into those remote areas. And we've lost multiple areas of roadways and infrastructure throughout our county.
One thing that's been asked a lot at this point, sadly, we know the death toll in North Carolina is just under 100 and could potentially rise, unfortunately. My question is there any indicator as to how many people at this point are still missing?
So we have exhausted several lists that we have had of where people reported missing. We're also working on additional lists down. And as we work through this and we start interviewing those families to make sure that we've accounted for all of the missing people, we will continue to do targeted searches for those missing people out in the community and in those areas. But with this devastation and how much debris and water that came down, and the force of that, there is a lot of search area that we're having to go through and debris that we're having to hand dig through to see if we can locate additional people that we are looking for.
There's been a lot of misinformation, let's say, about FEMA's involvement in helping the victims there on the ground, with some saying they're not even in the area. Can you explain what FEMA has been able to accomplish there and how the misinformation actually makes it tougher for them to do their job?
Yeah, but FEMA is an intricate partner in everything that we're doing here on the ground. They have supported us in getting up pods so that we can get food and water out to people in the community and other supplies. They have supported us in getting shower trailers and washer and dryer trailers so that people can get a bath and shower that's not been able to do that for over 2 weeks. They have supported us in working through long-term planning and they're very much an intricate part of everything we're doing. The misinformation, the stuff that people are saying that FEMA is not helping out is absolute false. They're helping out in every community to be able to assist us in getting where we need to be.
How can people right now help out the people of Buncombe County and really the surrounding areas there in North Carolina who are left to deal with the situation? Again, we're talking nearly 3 weeks later, and there's a lot of recovery. This is going to take a while. So how can people out there who want to help do so?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Josh, this is going to be a recovery that is going to take. We're looking for a significant long-term recovery. We're still going to be dealing with this for months and even years to come for the long-term recovery. Right now, we have had tremendous donations of goods that people have sent into the area and assisted with that. But right now, the biggest thing is going to be the financial donations to the local nonprofits such as United Way here in the area to make sure that we can help these families get back up on their feet who have lost everything that they have. And that's going to be the biggest impact that people can have to give this. The other thing is I know that everybody wants to come and see what's going on in the area. And we're coming up on one of our biggest tourist seasons with the leaf seasons. I urge everybody, please stay out of the affected areas so that we can continue getting our infrastructure back into place so that we can take care of those people in those communities. That's one of the things that as people come in to see what's going on and going through the areas, it's hampering getting the power restored and getting some of the infrastructure back up. And so we need to be able to do that. And if people can stay out of those areas, it's going to help us expedite that. And the biggest thing that people can do is continue to have all of the people in Western North Carolina, keep them in their thoughts and prayers each and every day, because not only has this had a significant physical impact, financial impact to the community, but it's had a significant emotional impact to the people in our community. And it's not the other thing that I want to make sure that to highlight is that there is 20 counties in Western North Carolina that has been affected by this, and especially those more rural counties. Reach out to them and provide them assistance as well, and assist them in any way you can.
And last question for you here. I do want to ask, what message do you want to get out to the people of your community right now? You touched on this, of course, but folks who are watching now who just need a sense of hope as this is going on, what message do you want to get across to them?
The message that I'm going to get out to them is that we are Buncombe strong, and they have showed that strength. The people that have come in here have showed that strength. As I have been out in the community, it's neighbors helping neighbors, and I've given a lot of hugs. I've received a lot of hugs, and we need to keep doing that to support each other. We will overcome this. We will be able to get this, but we need to continue supporting each other and taking care of each other, and being the neighbors that we need to be, and making sure that people not only, again, have that physical support, but the mental support, because this has affected every single person in this community in one way or another.
Ryan Cole, Assistant Emergency Services Director for Buncombe County, North Carolina. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Now, Josh, the only other thing I want to add is I want to thank all of the people from across the country who have already been lifting us up in this community, and all the communities in Western North Carolina, and everything that they've done. I want to thank our state and federal partners and our local responders have done a phenomenal job and working tirelessly during this entire time. Alongside of them, all of the responders from across other communities that's come in to support them and stand them up. While many of them have lost their homes, they've not stopped working. And so everybody that's out there providing effort to this, we want to thank them for everything they're doing, and everybody across the country who has lifted us up. We appreciate you.
Ryan, thank you again. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you as you do continue this recovery. Thank you again for taking the time to join us and to share the story of so many people there who, again, nearly 3 weeks later are still recovering, and we know this is going to be a long process.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, again, you are taking a look at just some of the video there out of Asheville, North Carolina. This coming in courtesy our team over at Fox Weather. Now, I do also want to call your attention to this post here from the National Hurricane Center, as they do say, now this is the update from yesterday, but still stands at this point. As we know, number 94, as it's essentially being called, does have a chance of developing into a tropical depression as it approaches or moves near the northern Leeward Islands. That is going to be later on this week. Again, you can look at the track there. It is not clear just yet what is going to happen with this, but we are going to keep an eye on it and let you know if it does show any signs of developing or of moving in the direction of Florida. You can see kind of the outline there makes it appear that way. But again, we are so far out that it is unclear, and we'll keep you posted as we do get more information from the National Hurricane Center. The time now 8:19 on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here, but we will have much more coverage on your top stories and live events coming up in just a matter of minutes. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:21 on the East Coast and 5:21 on the West Coast. Take a look at the top left-hand side of your screen as we are counting down to Election Day. This is hard to believe, but we are 3 weeks away. We're talking 20 days, 16 hours, 37 minutes, and 44 seconds. That clock will be up for quite a bit as we do track all of this over the next several weeks. And we're going to have live coverage leading up to Election Day. We'll be here all throughout the day and night on that day. And then, as you can imagine, for the days and weeks, really, that follow. Doug Luzader with Fox News has more on what we can expect here as we are, again, approaching Election Day.
We'll see the Trump campaign this week reaching out to women voters as the Harris campaign completely changes its strategy with the media.
We are nearing the home stretch, but here's the thing. This is going to be a tight race until the very end.
Vice President Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania making a point everyone seems to agree with. This is going to be very close.
Hey, better late than never, right?
Harris's senior spokesman came on Fox yesterday to talk about the campaign's latest move, having Harris sit down for an interview tomorrow with Fox's Bret Baier. It's a huge shift for a campaign that for weeks had been very risk-averse with the media.
They've realized that hiding the candidate, particularly one not so very well known as she is, isn't working.
You've been eaten alive with inflation, and all I'm doing is getting you back to even.
On the other side, former President Trump has been hitting on the economy, but he too will be more targeted in his media approach, agreeing to a Fox town hall tomorrow with women voters, a group that generally favors Harris. And for the vice president, tomorrow's interview is all about reaching out to voters well beyond her base.
She's going to reach voters where they are, and she's reaching a different set of voters than some of her podcasts and other interviews were reaching, and it's smart of them to go after every vote.
Now, Harris has been doing more interviews recently. Her sit-down with Fox tomorrow will go for 30 minutes. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. And as we mentioned, we are now 3 weeks away from Election Day. Early voting now officially underway over in Georgia, so let's send it over to Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team for more on that.
Hey, don't wait until the last minute. Go vote now.
That's the message both campaigns will send to supporters as early voting begins here in Georgia. With polls showing the state a toss-up, whoever wins Georgia's 16 electoral votes could end up our next president.
Georgia voters are super voters. Our voice, our votes, they mean more than the voters in other states.
Which is why we've been inundated with ads and visits from the candidates. Today, former President Trump holds a rally in Cobb and a Fox News town hall in Forsyth County. On Saturday, Vice President Harris will hold a rally in Atlanta. All of this to drum up support now that votes can actually be cast.
You're going to see Democrats trying to shore up parts of their traditional base and Republicans trying to shore up parts of their traditional base.
Early voting turnout is expected to be high, so don't be surprised if you have to wait in line. And you can bet both campaigns will be keeping a close watch on how Georgia's early voting is going.
Paying very close attention to the vote numbers, but more importantly, the gender divide. How many people will come out from different areas of the state? Will young voters show out?
And as Mark mentioned, of course, we do know that the candidates are on the campaign trail and they're having events just about every day. Don't forget, you can watch those live, raw, and unfiltered here without commercial interruption as they happen on Live Now from Fox. I do want to talk a little bit more about where they were yesterday, and Connor Hansen has more on that.
Early voting is well underway in the key swing state of Pennsylvania, and both candidates are doubling down there. Vice President Harris held a campaign event in Erie. She warned voters about the risk she says another Trump presidency poses for the country.
A second Trump term would be a huge risk for America and dangerous. Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged, and he is out for unchecked power. That's what he's looking for.
Meanwhile, former President Trump held a town hall in a suburb of Philadelphia. Taking questions from the audience, Trump vowed to help lower interest rates and increase energy production.
We're going to use our beautiful liquid gold, and when we get everything else down, houses, everything's going to come. Give me a little while. Let me get in. 1 year from January 20th, we will have your energy prices cut in half all over the country.
A recent New York Times poll shows Harris leading in Pennsylvania, but another poll shows inflation as the top issue for voters there, something Trump tends to poll better on.
The economy is so bad. Bidenomics is not working.
In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much. And again, we do have this countdown clock right there on your screen. 20 days, 16 hours, 32 minutes, and 27 seconds until Election Day. Again, we will have coverage leading up to that day, and then we'll stay on 24/7 all throughout the day. As those results come in, you will be the first to know if you are watching us here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break at 8:27 on the East Coast and 5:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and we'll have much more coming up in a matter of minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:30 on the East Coast and 5:30 on the West Coast. Do want to get to some breaking news coming in out of the Middle East as officials in Israel confirm a law enforcement officer has died and 4 others have been injured after a terror attack in southern Israel on Route 4 near Ashdod. Police say at least one of the injured is listed in critical condition. Initial reports indicate the terrorists walked to the highway and then along the road, then opening fire. An armed civilian is said to have stopped his car and shot that suspect dead. This right here, a post from the Israel War Room that has a little bit of that information, and you can see a picture from the scene right there on your screen. In the meantime, all eyes are on Israel as Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu has said that Iran will, quote, pay for launching 180 ballistic missiles at his country earlier this month. No deaths were reported within Israel during the attack, but 1 Palestinian died in the West Bank as a result. Over the last couple weeks, Israel has held multiple discussions on a retaliatory attack against Iran, though just a few days ago, Israeli officials were quoted as saying that the attack plan had not been finalized just yet. Possibilities for Israel to target include military sites, oil refineries, or even an attack on Iran's expanding nuclear program. President Biden has expressed to Netanyahu that any retaliation by Israel should be, quote, proportionate. A lot to discuss as always, so I do want to bring in Ben Talablu, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defensive Democracies, with a focus on Iranian security and political issues. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and break down all of the latest.
Thanks, Josh. Pleasure. Good to be with you.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you the big question, because again, just a few days ago, Israeli officials said that they didn't finalize a plan just yet for the attack on Iran. Do we know why that might be, and really what the options are? What could be taking a while to finalize here?
Sure, there are many hypotheses out there, some political, some military, some technical. As you know, even the last go-around, meaning the last time the Islamic Republic engaged in a direct, overt ballistic missile, drone, and cruise missile barrage from its own territory against Israel in April, I think the retaliation took something between 5 to 6 days to plan and then launch, and that was considerably more limited. This one, I think, is going to be considerably larger, given the fact that deterrence wasn't fully established the first go-round. But nonetheless, there's how the Israelis thread the needle through the Biden administration's contours of what is quote-unquote acceptable and unacceptable. And I say that knowing full well that sometimes historically, the times the Israelis have actually bucked the American rules of the road, they've actually beefed up their deterrence much faster and much quicker. But nonetheless, the U.S. is a key partner. They're not looking to isolate at this moment. The other, of course, is the nature of the operation. If the first one wasn't successful enough or didn't establish deterrence for long enough, how can they go about credibly signaling that resolve and punishing the regime in Tehran while also not inviting a greater kinetic reprisal? So that's just kind of your standard military planning. The third is the target selection. If they're, for instance, going after military sites, or in particular ballistic missile bases, production facilities, storage facilities, things of that nature tied to the regime's missile program, which, by the way, is the largest in the entire Middle East, well, that might be considered proportional by the Biden administration. The Biden administration has actually come out and saying no nuclear sites and no energy facilities as well. So that does, limit the Israeli room for maneuver, and they're probably trying to figure out where they can get the most bang for their buck across many of these different vectors. So you have technical, you have legal, you have political, and even just military issues, causing this quote unquote delay, or at least dragging out the time between punch and counterpunch. I will say, however, viewers should know there was an interesting story in the Washington Post yesterday evening claiming the Israelis had actually finalized their target list, and this included essentially just military sites.
And of course, we're talking about top secret classified things. So you have one person who might leak something and somebody, prints it, but we're not saying it's 100% true because, again, these are coming from sources within Israel and they don't want to reveal their entire plans. That is important to note here. Now, Iran has...
Just one quick footnote to that, Josh. Sources within Israel, and potentially even if it's based on discussions with the Biden administration, sources within the U.S. That was the most recent Washington Post story. There was a somewhat interesting NBC News story a few days earlier talking about this circumscribed target set, which if you just simply zoom out of the picture, why would the Americans or the Israelis be leaking this information? And then regardless of politics, the Iranians would be the biggest benefiters of this because they would know what targets would be hit, where to defend, where to pull back. So there is also a utility and also a handicap that having this information out there in the public does provide.
No, that's very important to note because, again, we're talking highly classified, and it really does only benefit Iran to know that information. I did want to ask you here because, once again, we're hearing threats from Iran saying the U.S. must not take part in any of this. They want the U.S. to stay out of it. They've said the same to the U.S. allies, but does the U.S. or their U.S. allies really care at this point what Iran does threaten them with?
Well, given the fact that U.S. forces in the region have been struck over 176 times by Iran-backed proxies in the Middle East since October 7 alone, we're not talking the entire track record of the Biden administration here. We're just saying since October 7 alone, this is 176 plus, and that's documented. So that cat is already out of the bag, or that train has really already left the station in terms of the indirect fire at U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria and Jordan that have been sustained due to this. Now, most recently, Iran's foreign minister leveled this threat again in a bid to get America not to give a radar for one of its key new ballistic missile defenses called THAAD, Terminal High Altitude Air Defense. And essentially, this would be integrated into Israel's already exceptionally well-layered short tier, mid-tier, high-tier air and missile defense architecture, which really is the best in the Middle East. And that is what would be defending against a potential counterpunch by the Iranians to the Israeli counterpunch. So the Iranians are worried about not being able to land a strong enough blow, to be able to threaten that they could land a strong enough blow. And hence, they are trying to get the U.S. not to give this radar. And they believe the best way they can do it is actually to further involve the U.S. Just like the regime has benefited for over a year now. Every time they have been stuck or they've tried to press their advantage, it's the Iranians who try to get the Americans involved to actually put the political handcuffs on Israel. And 1 year later, since October 7, that's the play here. Threaten a wider war, get the wider war to freak the Americans out, have that freak out yield a greater interest by America in de-escalation rather than deterrence, and then have that cause some kind of tension or drama between the U.S. and Israel. That's been the Iranian political playbook.
And on that same note, we did hear from Iran's supreme leader as he essentially urged the Arab nations there to rise up against Israel and fight back. But I did want to ask you, how do the nations nearby really feel about all of this? Do they side with Iran? Do they even want a larger conflict here, or do they want to just kind of stay out of it?
Even there's certainly a difference between the Arab state and the Arab street. Unfortunately, that's a difference that's redounded to the Islamic Republic's advantage since October 7, just because of the nature of the Gaza war, because of the boom and bust cycle of violence coming out of that region that actually pits populations against one another. But make no mistake, critically, even governments that have had issues with the way Israel has prosecuted its response to Hamas in the aftermath of October 7th, countries with older peace agreements, countries like Egypt, or more importantly, countries like Jordan, these countries have actually been a part of the air and missile defense operation defending their territory against flying Iranian projectiles and debris that are trying to make its way over to hit Israel. So even at the worst of the worst kind of political fallout from the October 7 terrorist attack and the ensuing campaign against Hamas, the Islamic Republic still has not been able to co-opt the state structure in the Middle East. And that's actually precisely why a country like Jordan is actually in its sights. And that's precisely why it's trying to rope-a-dope to the south, U.S. key partners in the GCC and the Gulf Cooperation Council. As you know, despite all the talk in the run-up to October 7, there was a lot of talk about Jerusalem and Riyadh building diplomatic ties. But believe it or not, earlier it was the Islamic Republic. It was Tehran and Riyadh that actually exchanged diplomatic missions and facilities and have opened diplomatic ties with each other. And now the Islamic Republic is trying to leverage those diplomatic ties to create a vector for diplomatic pressure and use the pro-status quo state structure in the Middle East against us.
And what you're looking at right now is a live look from one of our many cameras over in the area of Israel. This is actually in Haifa, where you know that folks there are on alert. They've had to run to their bomb shelters quite a bit over the last several weeks, months, and really over the last year here. So there's been concern about Iran sending its military over to Lebanon to fight alongside Hezbollah against Israel. But I did want to ask, is that a real possibility? And what would that mean for Israel? Would it mean anything?
Well, to send over, mass groups of military personnel, I don't think at all it would be the Artesh or the National Army or the National Military of the Islamic Republic, which is quite different. It would be the IRGC, probably select trainers, personnel, advisors of that designated terrorist organization, working with their proxy, which is another designated terrorist organization, Lebanese Hezbollah. And make no mistake, if this ever does happen, I believe it would happen on a very, very low scale, so not masses of people, but qualitative people that would probably be making the connections from one terror cell to another, helping with weapons production, helping with training, helping with deployment, helping with intelligence. So my guess is because of the major decapitation strikes that the Israelis have been able to impose on Hezbollah, which is the Islamic Republic's most successful proxy and the crown jewel in its terrorist apparatus in the Middle East, the regime may be taking more of a hands-on approach to guide the terrorist group, to save the terrorist group, get them to fight to live another day, to do that kind of thing. So in that sense, I wouldn't be surprised if you have more uniform IRGC personnel here or there, but I don't think you're likely to see masses of people by the IRGC go into Lebanon and prepare for a ground invasion. And if anything, those individuals who are entering Lebanon on behalf of the IRGC are probably marked by the Israelis and by Israeli intelligence. And I'm saying that knowing full well how successful the Israelis have been this fall alone in going after key personnel, key nodes, and Hezbollah's political and military leadership structures.
Is there a concern, as we heard last week from Russian President Vladimir Putin? He said that he does want to expand the relationship between Russia and Iran. Is that a concern with everything going on, that partnership there between Russia and Iran?
Most certainly, Russia and Iran, in terms of their politics, in terms of some of their ideologies, in terms of some of their history, and even in terms of their economies, are not predisposed to be the kind of allies and partners that we see them becoming right before our very eyes. In fact, if you take the past 500 years of Russo-Iranian history, much of it is turbulent. Then in the aftermath of the Cold War, and with the coming of the Islamic Republic, it became somewhat transactional, and all the way up until the early part of the Syrian civil war. From the Syrian civil war to the Iranian support for the Russians in Ukraine, we are now witnessing the transformational phase, where even U.S. officials have talked about potential nuclear assistance the Russians giving to the Iranians, potential assistance to the Iranian space program, which could be a cover for a longer range strike capability like an ICBM. We had the historic announcement by the U.S. and the Europeans this September that said for the first time ever, the Iranians have given ballistic missiles to Russia. This complements the drones they've given them 2 years ago. This marks the furthest ever Iranian ballistic missile proliferation in history, and the first ever appearance of an Iranian ballistic missile on the European continent. So there are game-changing things happening in the Russo-Iranian relationship, and that's despite all of these historic baggages and mistrust and difference. And the thing pushing down that historic baggage and mistrust and difference is that Putin in Moscow and Khamenei in Iran are willing to use the anti-Americanism that exists in both their states as the building block for a more anti-American, pro-authoritarian regional, if not global order. And you see them doing that as they try to revise the balance of power in both of their respective regions, as they both draw closer to another major authoritarian power that also opposes the U.S., China as well.
All right, Ben and Ben Talablu, as always, thank you so much for joining us here and breaking it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
One small point about the war to the north, because that's really captured much of folks' attention in Israel compared to just a few months ago, where the attention was on the south and all the talk between the U.S. and Israel about a ceasefire in Gaza. Just a few days ago, there was a major drone strike by Lebanese Hezbollah targeting, actually, Israeli military personnel, doing some significant damage there. And this is a cheaper, lower, slower flying Hezbollah copy of an Iranian cheaper drone that we've seen across the Middle East for about a decade and a half now, 2 decades, depending on where you look and how you count. But the fact that these drones are still flying, are still causing damage, and are still able to make it through and take advantage of human error and technical glitches in Israel's otherwise very well-layered air and missile defense system means that despite the press stories that we hear and that we see from major mainstream media about the vast majority of Lebanese Hezbollah's arsenal going up in smoke, they still have the capability to cause havoc and mayhem. And that capability, I think, is set to grow, particularly in the next few months.
Definitely. All right, Ben and Ben Talablu, as always, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
And the time now is 8:45 on the East Coast and 5:45 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to pop up this live image once again. This is a live look over Haifa there in Israel, as we will continue to cover the latest out of the Middle East. We do know the Israeli government briefing is set to get underway here shortly, so we'll make sure to bring that to you as it does. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we are covering a lot more coming in out of the Middle East right now. This is a post from the Israel War Room as the IDF spokesperson in Arabic now instructing the residents of southern Lebanon not to return home until further notice. He's also reminding that Hezbollah terrorists are using ambulances to transport terrorists and weapons. Again, this was an alert issued by the Israel Defense Forces spokesperson in Arabic. As far as everything that is still going on in that area, I do want to send it over to Greg Palcott with Fox News as he is on the ground covering the latest.
Death and destruction all around the Mideast. After Israel claimed it was striking a Hamas location in a Gaza hospital, a fire at a next-door shelter was set ablaze, leaving 4 dead, 40 injured, including children.
We woke up to the sound of a huge explosion. We thought it was Judgment Day.
As more horrors of a Hezbollah attack on an Israeli military base are revealed. 4 soldiers were killed, all 19 years old, dozens injured, some seriously. Casualties were medevaced out after a Hezbollah drone packed with explosives flying low from Lebanon penetrated the camp undetected. Touring the scene, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, quote, "We pledge to learn from this strike." Meanwhile, sirens in Tel Aviv as 3 Hezbollah rockets entered central Israeli airspace, then were knocked down, as Israel weighs retaliation for the Iranian ballistic missile barrage earlier this month. The Pentagon confirms it is sending a THAAD, or Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Battery, to Israel. The sophisticated gear will be operated by 100 U.S. soldiers, the first ground deployment to Israel of American troops during this war.
Why did you decide to give the permission for the THAAD to be deployed in Israel? To defend Israel.
As Israel's war against Hezbollah in Lebanon pushes across the border and airstrikes pound, including Beirut, there is new word from the U.S. Embassy strongly encouraging American citizens to leave now, as evacuation flights will not continue indefinitely. And back to that threatened Israeli attack on Iran. According to a just-out Washington Post report, quoting 2 unnamed officials, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has told President Biden he is willing to strike military rather than oil or nuclear facilities in Iran. It is suggested that would be a more limited counterstrike to avoid full-scale war. More to come. In Haifa, Israel, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Greg, thank you so much. And it is 8:50 on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, we will head out live over to Tel Aviv as we do have that briefing getting underway shortly here with the Israeli government spokesperson, David Mencer. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to head live out to Tel Aviv. As you can see, David Mencer, Israeli government spokesperson, is speaking as that attack on Iran does loom.
After a couple of items to share with you. Firstly, this morning, a terror shooting attack near Yavne Junction, not far from Ashdod, murdered an Israeli policeman. Now, the police investigation says that the terrorist approached Highway 4 on foot. He shot our policeman and then continued on a shooting spree and wounded 4 more civilians until he was neutralized by a quick-witted civilian. The road has since reopened. In the last 2 weeks alone, we have faced almost daily attacks, a stabbing attack in Hadera, a shooting attack in Beersheba, which killed a young Israeli border policewoman. Another shooting attack in Jaffa, which killed 7 Israelis and a Greek national, injuring 7 more. My own son, his 16-year-old son, came running home, having witnessed people escaping the gunman. None of this is sustainable. We know that this terrorist incitement seeks to kill Israelis within Israel. Make no mistake, our security forces are on extremely high alert. This incessant incitement comes from Hamas and Iran. They want more murderous violence, more civilians killed, another front with which to fight us. They will not succeed. Next, the tragic news of a fallen Israeli soldier. IDF casualties since the start of this war have unfortunately risen to 740. Sergeant Koren Bitan was aged just 19 years old and from Rosh Ayin. He fell in battle in southern Gaza. As the Prime Minister made clear yesterday during his visit to the Golani base near Binyamina, the soldiers that fell, as well as those that are recovering, they are the generation of victory, as he called them. Speaking of Israel's armed forces, he said that they're fighting a difficult war against Iran's axis of evil that seeks to destroy us, but they will not succeed. We are continuing to fight. We are paying a painful price. We have considerable achievements. And of course, the spirit of the IDF, the great spirit of our soldiers and medics and fighters that understand that we are fighting for our very existence and the future of the state of Israel. With God's help, as the Prime Minister said, together we will fight and together we will win. May his memory be a blessing. Next to our battle against Hezbollah, the terrorist proxy in the north, Israel is conducting limited, localized, targeted raids in southern Lebanon based on precise intelligence. Why? Firstly, to get our people home, 65,000 of them, back to their homes in sovereign Israeli territory. We're getting to the terrorists and eliminating them. We're locating their weapons and destroying terror tunnels and significant underground infrastructure. You can see those pictures on the IDF's Telegram channel. Very comprehensive pictures and videos of this terrorist infrastructure and the vast array of weapons which we've captured. The IDF has uncovered dozens of terrorist tunnels, including those that actually cross into Israel itself. IDF troops have eliminated dozens of these terrorists in close quarters combat, and the Israeli Air Force strikes have located vast quantities of this weaponry. Now, on UNIFIL, the Prime Minister said that the charge that Israel deliberately attacked UNIFIL personnel is not correct. It's exactly the opposite of the truth. Israel repeatedly asked UNIFIL to get out of harm's way. It repeatedly asked them to temporarily leave the combat zone, which is right up against our border with Lebanon. In fact, on the very day that Israel began its ground operation next to our border with Lebanon, we asked UNIFIL specifically, please leave the area so that you're not harmed. Of course, Israel is not fighting UNIFIL. It's not fighting the people of Lebanon, but it is fighting the Iranian proxy, the terrorist organization of Hezbollah, which uses Lebanese territory to attack Israel. Hezbollah attacked Israel last year without any provocation on October the 8th, a day after the Hamas massacre, and has continued to do so, to attack us ever since, and has now launched close to 12,000 rockets and missiles against Israel. Hezbollah uses UNIFIL facilities and positions as cover while it attacks Israeli cities and communities. These attacks have claimed the lives of many Israelis, including on Sunday. Israel has every right to defend itself against Hezbollah and will continue to do so. We do, of course, regret any harm done to UNIFIL personnel, and the IDF is doing its utmost to prevent such incidents. But the best way to ensure that the safety of UNIFIL personnel is maintained is for UNIFIL to heed Israel's request and to temporarily get out of harm's way. Lastly, an update from COGAT and their work coordinating aid into Gaza, with IDF operations in Gaza's Jabalia area targeting Hamas, the remaining elements of Hamas. Hamas are, of course, embedding inside civilian areas. So Israel is getting humanitarian aid to Gaza's residents, particularly in the medical field in northern Gaza. Over the last few days alone, COGAT have facilitated 33 patients, accompanying personnel and hospital staff from Kamal Adwan Hospital to other functioning hospitals in Gaza. 67,000 litres of fuel have been delivered for operating hospitals, 800 blood transfusion units from southern to northern Gaza, and COGAT is committed to getting more humanitarian aid, especially in the medical field, to Gazan civilians. Next, on the polio vaccine campaign, 93,000 children under the age of 10 in central Gaza were vaccinated against polio over the last couple of days. During the first day of the second round of this polio campaign, 76,000 children also received vitamin A treatment. We are working with UNICEF and the World Health Organization for the effective vaccination campaign for all of Gaza. Now, just yesterday, 104 humanitarian aid trucks went into Gaza via Kerem Shalom and Erez, but just 12 trucks were collected from the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom by international aid organizations, which means that there remain 530 trucks worth of aid simply waiting for collection, which is a shocking indictment on the inefficiency of the United Nations. 6 tankers of cooking gas for essential infrastructure have also been transferred, as well as a convoy of 15 trucks which entered Gaza directly through Gate 96. Currently, there are 12 bakeries operational in Gaza, 4 bakeries in northern Gaza, and 8 bakeries in southern Gaza. You can get all of these details of Israel's humanitarian efforts on COGAT's website. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your outlet. Thank you very much. First question here is from Joel Pollock. Your first question, Joel, from Breitbart News. US troops have never had to risk their lives for Israel in any war in the country's history. Is there any concern that the THAAD, the THAAD battery, will change that? Thank you for that question, Joel. Yes, of course, you're right that Israel has never asked for American boots on the ground. These US personnel will be operating the THAAD missile defense system, which is able to shoot out of the sky from very high altitudes these Iranian missiles, which Iran is threatening us with. But as you know, during this entire conflict, this conflict for our very existence, with Iran trying to destroy this country, Israel has never relied on any other troops from anywhere else in the world but our own troops taking care of our own people. That will remain. Next, does the THAAD battery add to Israel's defense systems? Thank you for that question, Joel. Yes, of course. The THAAD missile defense system is a useful addition to seek to protect this country. And of course, it does show in not just in words, but in deeds as well. The US willing to defend this country, as the US itself says, its ironclad commitment to Israel's defense. Your third question, Joel, is there concern that giving Israel the THAAD battery will increase American leverage over Israeli military strategy? Thank you for that question, Joel. I don't think there's any concern of that whatsoever. Of course, we listen to the opinions of the United States, but in the ultimate analysis, we'll make our own final decisions based on our own national interest. That's always been the case. It's the case with any country which takes the security of its citizens safely, and that continues to be the case now. And the US understands that fact as well. We'll always listen to our closest allies, of course, but in the final analysis, the final decisions will be based on Israel's own national interest. Next question, if Hamas agreed to release all hostages in exchange for Israel ending the war in Gaza and Lebanon, would Israel make the deal? Let me just read that question again. If Hamas agreed to release all the hostages in exchange for Israel ending the war in Gaza and Lebanon, would Israel take the deal? Thank you for that question, Joel. Of course, we've made very, very clear that if Hamas lays down its arms and release all of our hostages, 101 of them, amongst them 2 children, amongst them 13 women and the elderly and men as well, some of them unfortunately who have been already killed, then this war would be over immediately. But what we're facing in our north is Iran's attempt to wipe this country off the face of the earth. It's an Iranian forward military operating base. Iran has hijacked Lebanon, specifically the southern part of Lebanon because of its proxy, and that's why it is our duty to get our people back home first and foremost, but also to push Hezbollah back, and for that space which it will be evacuated by Hezbollah to be taken over by the South Lebanese army. Excuse me. By the Lebanese army itself. If you want any other information about Israel's strategy to release its hostages, then Gal Hirsch, who is the government's Brigadier General Gal Hirsch, who is the government's own coordinator for hostage negotiations, is the best person to reach out to within the Israeli Prime Minister's office itself. And also, you can check out his interviews, which he's made in the US media, where he's provided some innovative ways forward to try and get our hostages back home, and other things which could happen to make sure that to bring that about. They're an open wound in Israeli society, Joel. I don't need to tell you. It's more than a year now that they've been held. It's an open wound. That what their families are going through, as the Prime Minister said, is unspeakable cruelty. And we will bring them all home, every single one of them. It's one of our war aims. Okay, if you could just scroll up for a second. I just missed, there's one more question there. Next question from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. There were many Sukkot left standing after the October 7th attacks. Some are standing to this day. Is there an effort to build new Sukkot in the communities that were attacked last year? Thank you for that question, Joel. As you're right to say that we're on tomorrow is the eve of the Jewish festival of Sukkot, known as Tabernacles in English, where Jewish people around the world will be celebrating that festival. You'll have to speak to the local communities around Gaza to get from them directly what the situation is regarding that question. Okay, next question here I can see is from Fred Ager. And you're saying that the UK Secretary of State for the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs, Joseph Borrell, after a meeting, released a joint statement calling for immediate ceasefire, release of hostages, humanitarian aid, and a two-state solution, emphasizing UNIFIL's role in protecting peacekeepers and civilians. What is Israel Prime Minister's Office response to UK and EU's foreign policy representatives' call? Thank you for that question, Fred. I don't recognize anything new in that question you've put to me. There's lots of elements in what you've put forward there. The war in the north will end when Hezbollah are behind the Litani River and we get our people home. We've had almost 12,000 rockets on our head. They continue to fall every single all the time. I encourage you to look at the IDF's Telegram feed, where you'll see details of that incessant rocket fire. We need to get our people home. Hezbollah are being pushed back right now, and the footage which the IDF have recently released of not only the vast quantity of weapons but also the terror tunnel network, which tunnels actually burrowing under our border and coming out, seeking to carry out in Israel, seeking to carry out another October the 7th style massacre. We simply will not let that come to pass. Okay, next question. Washington Post from Fred Ager. Okay, the Washington Post recently reported the IDF seized documents revealing Hamas planned a September the 11th style attack on Tel Aviv Azrieli towers, including discussion with Iran and possibly Hezbollah. Do you confirm such reports? And for the day after, should Israel maintain a strong military presence in Gaza, Judea and Samaria, and the north of Israel? Thank you for that question, Fred. There's a lot in there. Let me take the first part of the question regarding there were arrests. We've all seen reports of arrests made by Israeli police and anti-terror police regarding a threat to key points in our country. You mentioned in Tel Aviv in particular, and I would point you to those reports, and I would point you to the police who carried out those arrests and the anti-terror, our anti-terror forces which have carried out those arrests. I haven't got anything more to add on that particular story, except to say that we are facing the most brutal terrorist army. Let's be clear, the purpose of this terrorism is it's an existential threat to this country. They wish to destroy this country. And our primary effort, the primary responsibility of this country is to protect the security of our citizens. And that is precisely what we are doing. No one on this earth should be in any doubt whatsoever of this government's commitment to carry out that responsibility to protect our citizens. I haven't got anything more to add on that, and you should go to the police to get more effort. And next question you ask is for the day after. Should Israel maintain strong military presence in Gaza, Judea and Samaria, and the north of Israel? Look, we live in a very, very tough neighborhood, Fred. I don't need to remind you of that fact, which means that our armed forces will always maintain a strong presence in all areas where there is a threat to this country. And that's precisely what we've done in the past. We were taken by surprise on October the 7th, but all of us here are working flat out to ensure that that does not happen again. And we are removing the threats of the seven-fronted Iranian-backed war against us, which seeks to destroy this country from wherever it comes. Next question from Jim Williams.
All right, you are listening right there to a news conference that was underway with the Israeli government spokesperson David Mencer, and he's answering a lot of questions relating to the Israel-Hezbollah conflict, and also asked, of course, about the situation there with Iran. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:15 on the West Coast. You are taking a look at some of the video here out of Asheville, North Carolina, again provided by Fox Weather. Federal disaster workers have been forced to pause and change their hurricane recovery efforts in North Carolina after receiving threats they could be targeted by an armed militia. The sheriff's office in Rutherford County, North Carolina, says that it received a call on Saturday about a man with an assault rifle who made a comment about, quote, possibly harming FEMA employees working in some of the areas that were hit hardest by Helene just weeks ago. Investigators identified the man as 44-year-old William Jacob Parsons and say they located him armed with a handgun and rifle. Parsons was charged with, quote, going armed to the terror of the public, which is a misdemeanor, and was released from jail after posting bond. The sheriff's office added that initial reports indicated a, quote, truckload of militia was involved in making the threat, but that it appears Parsons did act alone. A lot to discuss, so I do want to bring in Reva Duncan, former Forest Service official who actually lives there in Asheville and is now with Grassroots Wildland Firefighters. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
Of course. Well, first off, I did want to ask you about the overall impacts, because a lot of folks have seen some of those images, the drone video that's coming in from the Asheville area. Can you explain to me the impacts there from Helene on Asheville and the surrounding areas?
Yeah, the impacts have been very devastating. And I think as bad as it looks on video that people are seeing through the media and just, private drone operators, it's even worse, if you can believe it, in person. And, it struck Asheville, which is the largest city in Western North Carolina. But there are a lot of smaller towns, remote, in the mountains, that are also suffering probably worse, and parts of East Tennessee as well. And so it's been very widespread, very devastating, and it will take months, if not years, to recover.
Can you explain some of the interactions on the ground there between the residents and the FEMA employees who are there to help?
Well, I myself have suffered damage. My basement flooded, and my insurance denied my claim, so I have filed a claim through FEMA. And I personally have had nothing but good interactions with FEMA through this process. They will be sending an inspector out to see me and survey the damage. And a lot of folks are also filing their claims with FEMA, and they can do that online. But FEMA has set up assistance centers with FEMA representatives for people who don't have connectivity or maybe don't have the means to use the internet, and they can do so in person and get a lot of their questions answered. And then FEMA also is working closely with the different county sheriff's offices, providing search and rescue services, recovery services, receiving and distribution of resources. You know, FEMA is coordinating a lot of the response with other federal agencies. Numerous federal agencies are here, including the U.S. Forest Service. So it's a far-reaching and complex effort, and FEMA's been right there.
And can you talk about whether or not those FEMA employees really had to leave? Did they stand down for a bit? Tell me about all of that, because you and I kind of discussed that fairly briefly.
They didn't leave. They did kind of a safety stand down. FEMA had to take those threats seriously to protect their employees and the other folks that are working under FEMA. And so, for example, some of the inspectors that were going out to inspect property did not go out and do those inspections. They have rescheduled those. Nobody left, you know, nobody stopped doing the other work with helping people file claims and being set up. But it was some of the inspections in the more remote areas that they kind of took a pause there, but they're back at it.
We know the initial reports, and the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office came out and said that it appears Parsons acted alone, but the initial reports were of an armed militia. What goes through your mind when you hear something like that happening as you have these federal workers that are there to help?
Well, when I heard that, I was a bit surprised, and I thought if it was true, then I actually didn't think they were probably from Western North Carolina, from the area, because you know, it's been nothing but neighbors helping neighbors, regardless of, you know, political affiliation or anything like that. People have really come together closely. And so, but, you know, this is a time of great stress for a lot of people, and people who maybe are already fearful of the government or have a little bit of mistrust. You know, this just kind of plays into folks' fears and certainly got some people concerned. And we know that our militias are a thing in places. And so I think officials were right to kind of take that seriously, but I'm relieved to hear that it wasn't true. And just, you know, one person who's disgruntled and probably really stressed out by what's going on.
My last question for you here, what message do you want to get across to the people there in North Carolina? As we mentioned, you're an Asheville resident there. What message do you want to get across to those people who have been impacted by Helene?
I do want to say that if people are a little wary of FEMA or other federal workers, you know, a lot of the people working with a FEMA name tag or a FEMA jacket or shirt aren't actual FEMA employees. They're from fire departments. They're from other agencies. They're wildland firefighters that are here to truly help. And so please, you know, accept that help and know that people are sincere in coming here. And also, I just want to say how proud I am of my fellow citizens and neighbors and communities across Western North Carolina who mobilized early to help each other and are still helping each other. The outpouring of that, seeing, again, folks come together regardless of political affiliation or any other differences, you know, literally helping, take, you know, with the shirt off their back, and they will continue to help each other. And I'm just really proud to be a citizen here.
Reva Duncan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and discuss this. Anything else you want to add really about any of this before I let you go?
Yeah, I hope people accept all the help coming at them. You know, the misinformation has interfered with people literally getting life-saving help that is needed. And some of that's pride and some of that's fear. But there's, you know, I just hate to see the people who need it the most not reach out and get the help that's here for them. So I want people to ask for help because they'll be able to get it.
All right, Reva, thank you again for being here with us today. And our thoughts and our prayers are with you and the rest of the folks there in North Carolina and Tennessee as they do recover.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, and I do want to talk a little bit more about the situation here as Marianne Rafferty takes a closer look at these hurricane evacuations that have been underway. Because again, we saw Hurricane Helene and then 2 weeks later, Hurricane Milton. Some of the same areas were impacted by both, and that led to evacuations in the state of Florida. Let's listen here to Marianne Rafferty.
The long recovery process treks on across Florida counties devastated by Hurricane Milton. The storm's powerful winds littered the ground with massive trees as storm surge and intense rains overwhelmed waterways and triggered flooding. Local efforts to pump out the high water are ongoing, and so are the attempts to return power to the hundreds of thousands still in the dark.
We're still expecting 2 to 3 more days before we get it.
Milton made landfall on Florida's west coast last week as a Category 3 hurricane. Prior to its arrival, forecasters warned Milton could directly hit the Tampa area. It triggered one of the largest evacuation efforts in Florida's history, with more than 5.5 million people told to pack up and head to safety.
When Milton came, we all decided to evacuate together.
While thousands heeded the red flags, others chose to stay put.
Evacuating is a privilege.
Researchers who study natural disasters say evacuating can be costly, often requiring people to spend money on fuel, food, and lodging for days at a time.
People just lack transportation, resources, time, or social support to evacuate.
But while many communities provide shelters for those who can't travel far,
people have somewhat negative perceptions of going to shelters.
Others may underestimate the risks because they were unaffected by previous storms.
People believe that they're going to be safe at home.
Public safety advocates are urging local emergency management agencies to develop different ways of communicating storm risks so residents aren't given a false sense of security. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Marianne, thank you for that report. And we do have folks that have been on the ground gathering the latest information. We've checked in with our Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa teams, but also Fox News, as Jonathan Seri does have more about those recovery efforts.
In the wake of Hurricane Milton, the Tampa headquarters of Pilgrim Permacoat looks more like a dollhouse.
We've been through a lot of little or smaller hurricanes, obviously, and with very little damage. That building has held amazingly well for all these years, and we weren't so lucky this time.
The family-owned construction products business has operated out of this former cigar factory since 1956.
I've been at this building since a little girl, just roller skating around, and, you know, I have a lot of fond memories, and it was really hard seeing it like that.
Milton caused around $50 billion in damage statewide, according to President Biden, who visited the Tampa Bay area Sunday to meet with first responders.
This is all a team effort, folks. We made a big difference, and it saved lives. But there's much more to do, and we're going to do everything we can to get power back in your homes, not only helping you recover, but to help you build back stronger.
Police have been facilitating the return of fuel to empty pumps and intervening when tempers flare.
Get in line like the rest of us!
Florida Gulf Coast residents are uneasy about the timing of Milton, which made its October 9 landfall less than two weeks after Hurricane Helene.
I guess it's kind of part of living here now. We're going to have storms and stuff's going to get ruined, but everything can be rebuilt. So as long as everyone sticks together and keeps a positive mindset, I think that's the only way to do it.
As for this family-owned business, you can see the black tarps over the side of the building that's missing. The family owners expect to repair it and remain in business right here in this Tampa neighborhood. In Tampa, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Jonathan, thank you so much for that report. The time now 9:27 on the East Coast and 6:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But on the other side, we're going to pop in and listen as North Carolina's Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson is speaking alongside his attorney after a report by CNN that he calls, quote unquote, salacious. They are holding that news conference now, so we'll head there on the other side of the break. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:29 on the East Coast and 6:29 on the West Coast. Do want to head out to North Carolina right now as we have Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson and his legal team holding a news conference to provide an update on a report about him that was published by CNN. This was making the rounds, so you may have heard about this, but his lawyer saying the report was, quote, salacious, coordinated, and disgraceful, and was a smear campaign. CNN alleging in the report that Robinson made several inflammatory comments on a message board of a pornography website more than a decade ago and referred to himself as a, quote, black Nazi. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Myself and my family, we are holding CNN accountable. And we are going to get to the bottom of what's going on here. And we are glad to be here today to be able to do that. I said at the very beginning, what this amounts to is, to quote Clarence Thomas, this is a high-tech lynching on a candidate who has been targeted from day one by folks who disagree with me politically and want to see me destroyed. And so we are glad to take these first steps to fight back against what we consider to be one of the greatest examples of political interference in this state's history and quite possibly this nation's history. And with that, I'll turn it over to my attorney, Jesse Bernal.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. A few weeks ago, my team set out on this investigation. We were determined to follow the facts. The investigation was guided by those facts. The team that was involved in this investigation included a number of attorneys, including seasoned trial attorneys, and former federal prosecutors. The investigation was led by a former FBI special agent, and we had a number of other specialists that were highly involved in going down and following the facts, knocking on doors, picking up the telephone, and also using the full range of technology resources available to us in order to fully investigate. The lawsuit that we filed today is the first step, the first fruit of that investigation. We have worked tirelessly to get to the truth for the sake of Lieutenant Governor Robinson, his family, and the voters of North Carolina. And then today in Wake County Superior Court, we filed a defamation lawsuit against the cable news network and Lewis Money. That lawsuit lays out the effort to, as the Lieutenant Governor said, use a high-tech lynching in order to interfere with North Carolina's 2024 gubernatorial election. We expect to find that there are more bad actors that have been involved in this process to interfere with the election, and there is more to come. And let me say this. There have been those that have tried to interfere with our investigation by stonewalling. And to them, I will say that we will use every tool at our disposal now that a lawsuit has been filed, including the subpoena power, in order to continue pursuing the facts. And you will not be able to hide behind stonewalling. We will get to the truth. I'll be happy to answer any questions. As of right now, the plaintiff in the lawsuit is Lieutenant Governor Robinson.
Are you seeking cease and desist orders, or are you seeking damages?
For a defamation lawsuit, you seek damages. We are seeking $50 million in damages for the reputational harm that has been done to Lieutenant Governor Robinson's good name.
In the course of the investigation, what do you find? I know you denied the story from the beginning, but factually, have you been able to prove that it's not true, or can you elaborate on that at all?
Yeah. What our investigation has shown so far is that there were a number of inconsistencies that were used that went beyond journalistic standards in the way that CNN performed their reporting. First of all, let me say that we continue to, that Lieutenant Governor Robinson has always said these allegations are completely false. Our investigation has shown that he is quite frankly right about that, that what CNN did and what others that they have worked with have done in this case is tantamount to what we truly believe is this journalistic hit job in order to interfere with an election. So, for instance, when you use information that is taken from data breaches and you don't properly verify that information that was available to anyone on the dark web, for instance, if you take that and then put it as the truth on your website, that can be one thing that is a reckless disregard for the truth. And shows actual malice. Our lawsuit, which will be available to you, walks through that entire process and why we believe what was done was defamation. Yes, sir.
I had a question for the Lieutenant Governor. Obviously, this has had an impact on polls on the election, as you guys have stated. If you don't win this election, do you have any plans or intent to primary Senator Tillis in 2026?
Well, you know, polls are one thing, but we're still campaigning, and we're making 5 to 7 stops a day, and every place we go is filled to capacity. So we anticipate winning this election despite this attack. So any plans for the future that we have are at the governor's mansion.
And as for the ramifications for this election, Senator Tillis has called for y'all to provide any evidence. We've seen 6 men who said Robinson visited a porn store in Greensboro. You guys say they all lied. CNN was able to have biographical details attaching the username to Lieutenant Governor. Politico found an IP address that showed it was near Robinson's home. 8 people have left the campaign. 4 people have left the office. You guys say these allegations are all false. 26 days later, can you produce any evidence here today to support those assertions?
Yeah, that's what the complaint is. The complaint is a rundown of our evidence. But let me say really clearly, when they say, for instance, biographical data, or where they say other things that might be consistent with the way that he's known to talk and that he did talk at the time on Facebook, an open Facebook account. That is simply nothing that is compelling that CNN has brought forward for information that is nothing more than data breach information that could come from anyone at any time. The lawsuit walks through every single, or not every single one, much of the information that we have found so far in this process, and there will be more to come. Let's remember that your average federal investigation into something like this would take months and months, if not years. In 3 weeks, we have already put forward compelling evidence that CNN failed to use journalistic standards in the way they have interfered with this election. And once we have subpoena power, once we have discovery, there will be even more that will come forward.
Are you alleging that what the reporting said is not true? The Lieutenant Governor did not make any of these posts?
Yes, we are alleging it is false, and that's what our lawsuit says.
When will the earliest for discovery of who you see expected?
That's something that's up to the court system. We are moving as fast as possible to get answers to this question, but of course there is a litigation process.
Have you been in contact with any of the editorial staff over at CNN, any of the reporters that were involved, the editor that oversaw the publication of the story, or what has been your extent?
We have asked CNN for a retraction. They have declined to do so. We have asked to be able to examine the data that CNN used in their reporting. They have declined to give us access to that information. They have declined to show their work in how they arrived at these conclusions. And so we, in this process, have and will continue to try to get to the bottom of it. But that's one of the importance of the discovery process, is we will now be able to get a number of pieces of information from CNN and from other third parties through the discovery process.
Are you behind this hit job?
I'm sorry?
Who's behind this hit job?
There are a number of other parties that we believe that will be able to come forward within time to show the breadth of people who have decided to engage in this high-tech lynching. But I'm not going to do what CNN did by using guesses to put those names out there right now. What we are going to do is continue our investigation in a professional way. And once we have the solid information, then that will be part of our lawsuit.
Are you finding any evidence to suggest so far that this is some kind of AI deepfake to backdate these posts on the site? Or are you simply proving through this lawsuit that they have inadequately proven the evidence to back up the claims in the story?
They haven't given us any information that would allow us to know any of that one way or another because, again, we have asked for them to be able to show their work, for us to be able to do an audit of the resources that they've used. And the fact that these posts were taken down off of the relevant website so soon after the reporting, and the fact that CNN hasn't come forward to allow that full audit of their information has made that difficult so far, which is, again, why the discovery process is so important.
The Twitter account that was cited by CNN in its report only started in, I believe, September 2018, but the reporting actually cited posts from before that from that handle. And if you go and you look at that Twitter account now, it appears to be, honestly, it looks like a 4chan troll account. But it points to Josh Stein's website. Do you have any comment on that?
I think that these are all great issues that we will continue to look at. And you're exactly right. There's a number of the technological issues of these cases, and everything from Twitter accounts to IP addresses and everything that right now don't make sense. And that is why our investigation is continuing. And that is why we think as more and more information comes out, it will become more and more clear that this is nothing but the high-tech lynching.
You said this is a defamation lawsuit, but you keep bringing up this term of election interference. You're saying that CNN tried to interfere in the gubernatorial race. Can you elaborate a little bit on what that entails on your part, what you believe that means?
Absolutely. So defamation is the publication of false statements. The election interference here is one of the things that can show actual malice in a case. When in a defamation case, when we have to show that something was done with an organization that knew the information was false or made it with a reckless disregard for the truth. Election interference provides the motive there for them to do that, which is why this is very much an election interference case.
So you're saying that a national, global news organization is conspiring with a third-party outfit to throw an election, which was already looking like a person was not going to do?
I'm saying that a left-wing media outlet is going to do everything they can to stop this man from being governor, because they know that this man has an ability to connect with voters in a way that, quite frankly, scares them. And they don't want him to be involved in politics at any level. And so that's, I think that's what we've seen here.
What are the allegations in this suit against Louis Money? You mentioned he's one of the defendants in what you filed.
Yeah, the allegations are also that Louis Money and his activities were also defamatory, and the lawsuit will lay out everything as regards to Louis Money.
You said that there is a list of people that you believe to be involved. Is that outlined in the complaint?
There's a number of people involved.
Right. Is that outlined in the complaint?
The investigation is ongoing. We don't name every single person that we believe to be involved at this point, because that would be irresponsible, and we are not going to go down the same trap as we believe CNN has done, for instance, and get ahead of ourselves. But we do believe, and our investigation has led us to believe, that this is the tip of the iceberg. This is not by any stretch of the imagination the end.
So logistically, in terms of the way that the CNN story was put out with screenshots and posts, like, do you think would all of that just have been manufactured essentially? Is what you're alleging?
Those posts could have been made by anyone, I think, and we believe it is very suspect that they were taken down so soon after the story ran without an ability to do a full investigation on those. And let's remember, this is something that the allegations here are of a supposed event years and years and years ago. One of the things that our FBI investigator brought up to us is how much more difficult this is than doing a regular FBI investigation, because if somebody brought this to the FBI, they would say, there's nothing we can do here, it's past the statute of limitations, and so they wouldn't even investigate it. Because when you have to go back, over a dozen years in order to look at information, in order to prove somebody's innocence just based on spurious allegations alone, it makes it very, very difficult, which is why I'm particularly proud of our team, and in just the few short weeks that we've had this, how far we've been able to go to show the falsity of this story.
If your proof is so good, why aren't other Republicans standing with you by yourself?
We stand with the voters of, Lieutenant Governor Robinson stands with the voters of North Carolina. Our job is not to go convince politicians or bureaucrats. This case is for the courts. We're going to go make our case in court. This case is for a jury.
How much money is this all costing?
I mean, any lawsuit costs money, and that's one of the real harms here. This is something that's so disgusting, is that rather than being out on the campaign trail full-time, like he actually, frankly, he is, talking about the voters of North Carolina, when you have such an effort at election interference, it's an attempt to distract. It's an attempt to try to use lawfare in order to force people to use financial resources on fighting back against rumors and innuendos, rather than getting out there and talking about the issues that are important to voters.
It's been 26 days since that story broke. I remember back for previous stories, there were PowerPoint presentations outside the Lieutenant Governor's office walking through a number of different things. Is there any evidence? You said it could be anyone who wrote these posts. Do you have any evidence to support that it wasn't the Lieutenant Governor?
Well, first of all, we have a complaint that has been filed in court. And that is something, that is the way that we do the litigation process in this country. Now we will have the opportunity to go forward and prove what we have put in the complaint, and we are confident in our ability to do that.
You mentioned these posts getting removed shortly after publication of the story. Obviously, CNN wouldn't have purview over that. That would be up to the websites, whatever servers host them. Have you been in contact with those sites to try and get a hold of those materials, of the archives of those pages, or what does that look like?
Like I said before, there have been a number of efforts to reach out to a number of people, not just picking up the telephone, but actually knocking on doors. And there's been some people that have been more forthcoming than others. And again, what I will say is they will not be able to hide behind obstruction anymore, because as this lawsuit moves forward, we will have subpoena power, we will have the power of discovery.
Present Lieutenant Governor Josh Stein the other day told reporters that discovery will be very interesting. Was there any message you wanted to send to Attorney General Stein in response to what he's saying?
No.
Has this investigation impacted the campaign's finances at all? I know the TV ads stopped running around the time that the CNN report came out. Is this diverting resources to otherwise be getting your message out on TV?
I can answer that question. Our campaign financing is still going well, but we've chosen to go in a different direction there. We've chosen to hit the road and get out and actually meet the people. We find that it's much more, leaves our campaign more financially stable and flush, and we are finding this far more effective than what we've been doing in the past in our campaign. We should have done this long ago, actually.
Lieutenant Governor, some of your senior staff stepping down, some of your campaign staff stepping down. What do you make of that? Why are they not standing by you?
Well, I can tell you this. There was a time when one of your news outlets characterized me as a Klansman in a cartoon. And I stood on that porch and held a press conference. And when I did, there were very few people that stood behind me on that porch. Very few. There was my wife and a few others. You know, when times of trouble come in this thing we call politics, it separates the strong folks from the weak. The weak will turn and run, and the strong will stand and fight. And that's what we're doing here today. We're standing and fighting, regardless of who turned and ran away from us, regardless of who doesn't believe us, regardless of who does. We know what the truth is, and we're ready to stand and fight. Those who are not, we're not worried about them.
Of course, we know that CNN, of course, refused to show you the sources for the First Amendment, right? Where does the First Amendment stop and defamation begin? Where are you making that?
That's an excellent question. Defamatory speech is not free speech. You do not have the right to go around lying about people. You do not have the right to go maliciously attack people with falsehoods in order to affect an election. The source material we're talking about isn't necessarily only from individual sources, but even the technological data that they collected in this process, to be able to allow us full access to that to get to the truth. We are the ones using the First Amendment in this case to go bring this case in not only the court system, to the voters, to get to the truth. Obstruction will not get in the way. Again, it's very important to remember that there is a huge difference between freedom of speech and defamatory lies. Thank you all very much for your time.
All right, there you have it. North Carolina Lieutenant Governor, through his attorney, Mark Robinson, saying that he is going to sue CNN for defamation after that report that was published just weeks ago. The time now 9:51 on the East Coast and 6:51 on the West Coast. You have to head to a quick break, but we'll get right back into our live coverage on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take a live look out of D.C. As you can see, that FedEx plane with a panda decorated on the front of it. The Smithsonian's National Zoo is welcoming 2 new giant pandas today, and that is the plane that is carrying them. Both started their long journey from China to Washington, D.C. on Monday, so just yesterday, and their arrival comes 11 months after the zoo did return some of their wildly popular pandas. The 3-year-old pandas are traveling from China and are scheduled to land, as you see here, at Dulles International Airport right on time. They were set to land at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and right now it is 9:54. This is a custom decaled Panda Express Boeing 777F. Again, you can see it pulling up on the runway right now. Their provisions for the journey include cornbread, bamboo, carrots, water, and medicine. That is according to the China Wildlife Conservation Association. You can see that is Stephanie right there with our Fox 5 DC team. She is in the shot right now, but we do have another one here, so let's pull it up on your screen again at Dulles International Airport as we are seeing this aircraft get closer and closer. Now, we do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here. They're going to take a second to actually get the pandas out, but once we see that happen, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on LiveNOW. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And as I told you, we would not miss the moment as the FedEx plane carrying the giant pandas has arrived there at Dulles International Airport. You can see the panda decal right there on the front there of the aircraft. Now, we are going to be checking in here shortly with our Fox 5 DC team for more on that. But what you can see is that is the actual plane that has landed. They're getting everything going here as they do unload those 2 pandas. Looks like they're about to open the door. You can see that cute panda decal right there on your screen. So if you're just joining us here, I do want to go over exactly what is happening as the Smithsonian's National Zoo is welcoming these 2 new giant pandas. The 2 started their long journey from China to D.C. just yesterday, and their arrival comes 11 months after the zoo did return some other wildly popular pandas. The 3-year-old pandas traveled from China, and they were scheduled to land here at Dulles International Airport at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on this custom decaled Panda Express Boeing 777F. And as you can see, they are most definitely on time. It is 9:58 on the East Coast and 6:58 on the West Coast. Their provisions for the journey did include cornbread, bamboo, carrots, water, and medicine. The information here from the China Wildlife Conservation Association. After landing, the pandas will be transported to the National Zoo and will undergo an extended quarantine and acclimation period before being introduced to the public. The zoo announced on X that it will be closed to the public October 15th, that is today, for the safety of the pandas as well as the staff. The new pandas will be part of a new 10-year agreement with Chinese authorities, and it brings reassurance to American panda enthusiasts who were concerned about the expiration of the previous deal amid rising diplomatic tensions. The zoo's post hinted at the excitement, writing, quote, "Something giant is coming to the Washington, D.C. area via the FedEx Panda Express." Again, you can see that plane as it is about to be unloaded. One thing I do want to do is head over to our Fox 5 D.C. team as they are in continuing coverage on this.
Some new sod, new climbing structures, a brand new hammock that's made out of a fire hose. So they'll certainly have a lot to keep them occupied once they get in and settled again after that 30-day quarantine, followed by some quiet time to get used to their new habitat and those zookeepers before, you know, all of us can get out there and see them for ourselves.
And a new pool too, Bakia. That's going to be the best part, watching them take a dip. So hopefully they'll put some cameras there as well, because we want to take that all in.
They're so cute. I can't wait for them to come back. And well, now, I mean, we're all waiting for this glimpse at seeing them here off the plane, but it's just so impressive to see all the effort that goes into bringing them back here to the D.C. region. I mean, something we've waited for.
We have been waiting to the point. Welcome back to our coverage here at the top of the 10 o'clock. Good day, D.C. And we wanted to keep it right here with you. We don't want to miss a thing with these pandas. 2 giant pandas arriving back here in the DMV at Dulles, just touching down minutes ago. And you were able to watch that here play out live on Fox 5. We are welcoming Ching Bao and Bao Li as the newest members of our National Zoo family, and we've been pandaless for about 11 months, so it's good to see the pandemonium commence for sure.
Right. And I mean, every single year when they were here, before we were pandaless for almost a year, the panda attraction drew almost 2 million visitors annually to the National Zoo to see them, and we all know why. They're super cute. But yes, now they're going to be back and right up under our noses. And I feel like around the holiday season, you know, hopefully we'll get a chance to grab our friends, our family.
Perfect timing, actually.
And to get out there. Hopefully we get some snow. There's nothing like watching them just roll around and play in the snow with each other.
And we know, too, that as we watch this, this is also the National Zoo's, you know, part of their panda diplomacy that we've seen for decades. And so this is another wrinkle in that partnership. We have Stephanie Ramirez. She's been live all morning at Dulles. Stephanie, you're out there on the ground. Tell us about all the excitement.
Yeah, I am so completely impressed with how calm all of you are in there, because as soon as we saw that plane, I wanted to shout, "They're here, they're here, they're here!" A lot of excitement here. All the reporters and news crew standing by, awaiting this very moment. You saw the plane behind me here. We're at Dulles International, keeping tabs on the FedEx tarmac. I had to put on glasses so I can actually see what's happening. But the 2 pandas, guys, made their 3,453-mile journey from Anchorage, Alaska, landing here in Northern Virginia. We're told there's going to be about a maybe 18-minute taxi. And then they're going to make the last part of the voyage over to the Smithsonian National Zoo. A lot of excitement for you. And actually, as we're all standing here, we do have some folks coming to see the pandas for themselves. I'm going to welcome in Kevin here, who said he would nicely talk with us. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So tell me, I mean, what brought you out here?
So I'm an aviation photographer. So since the FedEx brings out the special livery of the Panda Express, so that's the reason I come here. Because I remember exactly the same time last year, we said goodbye to Mei Xiang's family. They had been here for about almost 20 years. And I think this is the most valuable moment that we can say hello to our new panda family. They called Qingbao and Baoli to here just within a year. So I think it's fantastic. We can have our pandas show up in the Smithsonian Zoo again so fast. So that's out of my expectations.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. We can't wait to see the photos that you take later. Guys, I'm going to step out of your way so you can see more on what is on the ground here. But yeah, just to go over 2 3-year-old pandas, Bao Li and Qing Bao, completing their journey from Anchorage, Alaska. They actually left southern China early Tuesday morning. Guys, that's a long flight, a long journey for anyone, especially for 2 giant pandas who have been the center of a major multi-million-dollar conservation effort between the United States and China. This is a tedious task to move these bears to and from, and you can see there's a lot that goes into it. They have a special team that is with them that includes zookeepers, medical staff. Makia was mentioning some of the snacks they're going to have with them or did have with them on the plane, including some bamboo shoots. But it's also very important to the United States in terms of diplomacy and to China as well, because these giant bears, while cute and cuddly, also serve as, you know, what we call panda diplomacy, or serve in panda diplomacy, where we know even if the 2 countries aren't exactly seeing eye to eye, there's still an open channel of communication, and that has to do with this conservation effort going on. So a lot of excitement for today for various reasons. I'm going to ask my producer if he wants me to play some of the interviews we got from the airport earlier this morning, talking with passengers going through Dulles. But we can tell you, people were so excited they had no idea that 2 stars were going to be flying through the very same airport. And guys, as you have all mentioned, I mean, we've come a very long way from November 8th, 2023, when our hearts were broken across the region. Meizheng, Tiantian, and their cub were brought back to China on loan to the United States. That time period had ended, and we're now getting the 3-year-old male, Bao Li, whose name in Chinese means treasure and energetic. He's coming back to his family roots. He mentioned Bao Li is the son of Bao Bao and the grandchild of Tiantian and Meizheng, and we heard grandpa's on the plane. How cute with him. First Lady Nixon, she welcomed in the pandas in 1972. So that's 5 decades, guys, of panda diplomacy here between the United States and China. The announcement coming last May from First Lady Biden. I've been looking online, haven't seen any updates from her social media account just yet, but very important day here. And this conservation effort, you know, it is very important as well. We've done a lot of great stories with the Smithsonian National Zoo, especially speaking with the zookeepers who help with panda repopulation. And they had explained that giant pandas only have a breeding period of once a year. So finding that right time is very complicated. But we're told all of that work has helped downgrade the pandas population from endangered species to now vulnerable. Back in May, we were talking with the team. They were saying that there are now nearly 1,900 giant pandas currently or in the wild as of last May. So, guys, just a very important time here. You can see they are getting the stairs closer to the plane on the tarmac here at Dulles International Airport. It's something quite to see here. I remember covering Bao Bao's first birthday in the district and learning as a new reporter then, wow, D.C. really loves their pandas. And it was so interesting at the time, too, because I can tell you, I remember reading the headlines around that time. In the United States and China, the tensions were higher between the 2 countries around that time. So those are the headlines you're reading in the newspaper, and then you go to the Smithsonian Zoo, and all of a sudden you see the Chinese ambassador there smiling, welcoming a milestone here as countries are flying jets as a show of force. So it is very important to the United States and to Chinese relations. And also, guys, you know, just giant pandas. Who doesn't love those big cuddly bears? I was sporting those ears when we learned back in May that the pandas were going to come back. So we're going to keep this live shot up at the airport here, Dulles International Airport. The Panda Express officially on the ground. Very exciting news, and I'm going to send it back into you all. We're going to keep the picture up, but I know there's a lot more to this conversation to be had, so I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to you all in there.
Absolutely, Stephanie, you're doing a great job with the coverage, and we want to go to the National Zoo now, where Melanie Alwick is, and where the bears will soon be, our pandas. Melanie, do you see, I know it's closed today, but still the excitement is palpable, I'm sure.
That's right. You know, now I got to say right now, there's probably more media out here in front of the National Zoo entrance than there are well-wishers, but there are a few that are showing up, hoping perhaps that they'll get a glimpse when the motorcade, perhaps a motorcade, comes down Connecticut Avenue. We do not know from the zoo yet, though, if they're going to take the front entrance or if they're going to whisk the pandas into another back entrance. We do know that they are coming directly from Dulles here to the zoo, where they will immediately begin their 30-day quarantine. As we've mentioned, 30 days of quarantine and then a couple of weeks of break-in period before the zookeepers will decide whether they are ready to receive visitors or not. That is going to be a super exciting day, as it always has been. We talked to some folks out here this morning about how they're feeling with the panda's return.
It's the only thing on television right now that isn't involved in all sorts of political hullabaloo.
It is great. I can't wait to be back. Yeah, I usually visit the zoo at least twice during the summer, and that was one of the animals that I love to see. It was inspiring and everything. So it's good. It's good. I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that.
I'm really glad that they're back. It'll be really good for the zoo to have a lot more business because the pandas are coming, and if we ever get to see them again, I'd be really excited.
And that is something that we heard from a lot of businesses in D.C., especially those near the zoo that depend on a lot of zoo visitors. Even in May, they were very excited about the announcement that the pandas would be coming back. A couple of things will be different. When you are finally able to go into the zoo and see the new zoo pavilion, the David M. Rubenstein family giant panda habitat, it's undergone a $1 million renovation. For those of you that have been here a very long time, like me, you know that panda pavilion was a little dated. It still had a very 1970s feel, and now they're going to be able to do a lot more. There's going to be more structures for the pandas to play on. There's going to be a lot more of enrichment activities, they say, for them to have some cognitive wellness. And you guys mentioned also the upgraded giant panda cam system, which I think a lot of people, I have no doubt that those cameras are probably going to crash every once in a while as people are trying to log on and get their first glimpses here. But, you know, the pandas have been super popular here. And for folks in this area, people who have grown up here like me, I mean, when I was a kid, we used to go to the Panda Pavilion for birthday parties. My family, we've been coming to see the pandas since the era of Ling Ling and Sing Sing. I was here when Sing Sing passed away, and there was a one-year period where there were no pandas. And then we had the arrival of Tian Tian and Mei Xiang. And even then, people were enthralled with the pandas, and we went through so many ups and downs and heartbreaks with some cubs that survived and some that didn't. And we do know, at least through the efforts of the conservation program, they've really learned a lot over the last 50 years in terms of panda breeding. And that was really great because we know that Mei Xiang and Tian Tian were a successful breeding pair. And that's what's really cool about being able now to bring Bao Li back here, as you guys mentioned, the son of Bao Bao and the grandson of Tian Tian and Mei Xiang, and continuing this cooperation effort, this conservation effort. It's going to be another 10-year agreement, same sort of deal that any cubs produced by this pair, should they successfully mate, will remain the property of China, and the agreement is that they will be sent back to China after 4 years. But this is really the beginning of a new era here in Washington, D.C. And if we can see that picture back live now, we get a sense of what is happening there on the ground. So we're just waiting any minute now for the bears to be unloaded, and they'll have to be secured, obviously, in their transport vehicles to then make their way here. No traffic, probably with an escort. It's about a 45-minute drive. So Fox 5 will be standing by, guys, for the arrival, should they come in through the front gates.
All right, well, thank you, Melanie. And you're right. The pandas have been the star attraction at the Smithsonian's National Zoo for a very long time. I was just reading here that the giant panda cam has garnered more than 100 million page views since its launch. But of course, it stopped back in November of last year. So I think those views and this one that you see here on the screen will rival the numbers that we've seen in the past. We want to go back to Stephanie Ramirez. She is live at Dulles, and it looks like they're getting close, Stephanie, in terms of getting those panda bears off of the plane.
Yeah, you know, I was checking FlightAware just to make sure we're accurate on timing here, and it's interesting. It says that the flight landed 20 minutes ago, and while in TV land, that's an eternity for us. I guess we need to be understanding of the fact that they are moving two giant pandas that had to make a very long journey. And so, as Melanie was mentioning, we're still waiting for them to secure the bears so that they can make their way to two trucks standing by. And we do have a camera on the ground, so if they can show you those trucks. But we also have a spot, a line of sight here of those trucks that also have pandas on the side of them as well. So that's going to be a sight for sore eyes for folks driving around trying to get to D.C. and seeing two FedEx trucks with pandas on the side. It's a good chance there's giant pandas inside. I'm going to step out of your way again so you can see what the ground looks like here as we continue to wait for the bears' special arrival. It's just super exciting here. The FedEx flight dubbed the Panda Express, landing from Anchorage, Alaska, and now they're going to make next their third leg of the journey from Northern Virginia over to Washington, D.C., the Smithsonian National Zoo. They had left, southern China early Tuesday morning, and you know, I wonder if the mayor got a heads up on what was going on, because if you remember, she was trying to bet on the Sunday football game that I believe the part of the bet was that if Washington won, that Baltimore's mayor would have to advertise to get to the zoo. Of course, everybody knows the Smithsonian Zoo is where you can go see giant pandas for free. That was until last November, almost a year ago now, when China took back the pandas that they had given to the United States on loan. So you know about the agreement there. It is a 10-year loan for the two current pandas that are arriving. Mayor Bowser, she did tweet. This is D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser. She had tweeted a couple of days ago that she was wishing Bao Li and Qing Bao safe travels as they make their way to our nation's capital. She said, "Can't wait to welcome you." I wonder if there is going to be some kind of ceremony. Usually there is a lot of pomp and circumstance because this is so important, not just because obviously the area loves pandas, but because of, you know, the countries working together on this major conservation effort that does extend to sometimes the two countries working together in other areas as well. Okay, so the two 3-year-old pandas, Bao Li and Qing Bao, they finished 3,453 miles from Anchorage, Alaska late last night, arriving in D.C. area, Northern Virginia. I want to say, where are we now? We're checking the time now. Now 23 minutes ago. Super exciting here. They had snacks along the way, special team ensuring their safety, food, bamboo shoots included, but also medicine just in case that may have been needed. We are awaiting some kind of update. We don't know if they woke up or if they woke up cranky or groggy or what, or if they wanted some food and were fed. So just curious to see how they fared on that trip. But you can see, guys, just a very tedious process in trying to move the bears. We've been talking all about their importance on the conservation effort. Do want to mention, you know, we've been covering this for many years, but it is very important to the zoo staff to share information, especially on how they're able to repopulate the giant pandas. And it is a very difficult process because they only have a breeding period of about one time a year. So getting that right and finding that right time is very complicated. But that conservation work has helped to downgrade the giant panda population from an endangered species to now vulnerable. So that work is going a long way. November 8th, 2023, when our hearts were broken, Mei Zheng, Tian Tian, and their cub were brought back to China on loan from the United States. And guys, last May is when we got the news from First Lady Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, that we were going to be getting 2 new pandas. We were told that they would be coming by the end of the year at least, and then we got the big surprise that, hey, they're going to be landing today, and guess what? They're on the ground. So a lot of excitement here for what's going on. If we have some sound, guys, I want to play for you some of the exciting interviews that we got at Dulles this morning. People learning that they were flying through the airport, that 2 very now famous stars are going to be flying through. I want to play that for you as we continue to show you a live picture of what is on the ground here. Let's toss it to those interviews.
The pandas, who doesn't love a panda? I mean, there were people crying when they left.
They're coming today around 10 o'clock.
Wow, I should skip my flight and stay.
They're adorable. Love them.
Did you cry when they left?
I did, yes.
You did, for real? Why?
Because they've been here for a while.
Maybe that's our only communication now with China, so maybe it's a good thing that it's happening. I'm actually a little surprised. When I heard they took them, I thought, well, that's the end of that. So maybe this is a tiny step backwards, which is good.
And guys, last May, a next chapter for the giant pandas was announced for the District of Columbia. I know Mel's capturing all the excitement at the zoo. Here at Dulles International, it's mostly media. We have seen a few folks. We talked to Kevin earlier. A few folks dropping by to share their excitement, taking some photos of this moment. Not many people crowding that we've seen, but the excitement just as high. A lot of people surprised, not knowing that the pandas were going to be arriving today. So just a lot of hearts full this morning. So I did say about an 18-minute taxi. I don't know how long it's going to take for the plane to be unloaded, but if you can see, there's a back part of the plane that is open. It's just kind of hard for us to make out what exactly is happening behind the tail, at least from where I'm standing. I'm not sure if you guys can see that from your end. Can you guys?
We can see that opening on the back end. We see it on the plane.
Well, if you see any movement, let me know, because we can't see that from our vantage point. But I am keeping tabs on 2 trucks here that have pandas on the side. So if they take off, we know they're moving too. We have Sky Fox ahead too.
Well, Stephanie, we have a tight shot of it. We can see it. Our viewers can see it on the screen here. I just want to talk a little bit about the giant pandas that are coming. I was reading some reports on the Chinese keepers that have been working with them as they've been quarantined before this flight. And they have quite different personalities. Apparently, Bao Li is energetic and has a great appetite, living up to his name, which means precious vigor. The female, Qing Bao, which means green treasure, I know that Stephanie mentioned that earlier, is lazy and loves to sleep. Oh. That's in quotes. Lazy and loves to sleep. So you're going to get some variety on the giant panda camps when they come to the zoo, for
Looking forward to that. Do you guys have any fond memories of seeing any of the past pandas? I mean, I remember one of the first things I did when I moved to D.C. was go to the National Zoo, saw the little ones there playing, and it was, I mean, they were very active when I went. Oh,
Jacqueline, I see crates.
Oh, we love it. We love
to see them, and hopefully at least some eyes poking out there. I did the same thing when I moved here over 4 years ago. It's just one of those things that you have to check off your list to see the giant pandas.
Yeah, it looks like we're about to witness these pandas getting off of this plane here. This is the Panda Express, and you see that elevator, that lift, now about to, carry those particular pandas from that plane down into those trucks that you saw just standing by. And as you mentioned, we have been waiting for this moment for many, many months. It is finally here. This is their first touchdown back here in America. And it's an incredible sight to see.
I can't think of more precious cargo.
Right? But I'm like a 5-year-old here, just sitting here staring at this image here.
Well, imagine the pilots, right, who had this honor to carry this precious cargo 19 hours from China all the way to Dulles International Airport this morning. And now this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. It's been almost a year.
And they had plenty of corn buns, bamboo shoots, carrots, water to get them through, and medicine, too, to ensure their safety and that their needs were met aboard that flight.
They have been eating good on the Panda Express, let me tell you. So again, right now, you're just looking at this 777 cargo jet, again, carrying Bao Bao Li and Ching Bao. And it just looks like here we're just waiting for them to come out of those crates.
Well, you know, one of the things that I love about the conservation work that not only does the Smithsonian Zoo do, but around the country and around the world, we've now seen pandas in our lifetime go from endangered to now being just vulnerable populated animals. And that is an incredible witness to the work that these folks who work at our zoo do every single day. And a part of that work is making sure that these pandas are well fed. So we've seen that population go from just a little under 2,000 around the world into the wild. Now we're seeing a lot of animals that we have now in captivity at zoos. We're about 800 of those now around the world. So it's really good to see the work that we're doing. And of course, we're going to do more of that now here in D.C. where we got these two beautiful pandas who are going to be greeting us in a few moments.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this panda diplomacy, it is a rare bright spot, right, in relation.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking you live to our Fox 5 DC coverage as we see these two giant pandas arrive here at Dulles International Airport. This is huge for them. You can see right there, I believe the pandas are inside that precious cargo right there. Do want to pop the audio back up, though, on our Fox 5 DC team.
Once we got that arrival of them here in D.C., that announcement here back in May, as Stephanie and Melanie mentioned, we were all just elated to hear that news.
Yeah, and as part of this ongoing conservation project, again, the Smithsonian and its Chinese counterparts will work together simply to innovate new techniques, new research opportunities that, of course, are going to contribute to the health and welfare of giant pandas and the human care. We know that it'll cost about $1 million annually to the China Wildlife Conservation Association to make this all happen. And again, once they're here, they'll be here for quite some time. And they're supposed to, you know, exchange scientific info about the giant panda conservation.
And you can see the media getting in there close. That's what we do, trying to get a peek of those pandas there. And even though we can't see their faces closely, I have read that apparently Bao Li really resembles his grandfather, Tintin. Apparently a spitting image to the point they're calling him Tintin Jr.
So, and that's the one that you said was also on the plane with them.
According to the keepers.
Oh my goodness.
And so we cannot wait to see them, all of their personalities, as they come to a nice home. I mean, you're talking $1.7 million in renovations in their enclosure.
Which one did you say again was the energetic one, and then the other one?
Oh, Bao Li.
Bao Li's the energetic one, according to their handlers, and the other one's a little lazy and likes to sleep.
Bao likes to eat and likes to sleep.
Okay, relatable. We understand.
We don't know which pandas are coming off the plane right now, but we know that this is the second crate that we have seen leave that plane, the Panda Express, and will now join its counterpart here in a few moments to get on those beautiful trucks you see in the bottom right hand of your screen. And of course, it is going to be about a 30 to 40-minute commute for them from that airport back into the nation's capital at the Smithsonian. And I'm sure we'll be following that with Sky Fox. And so you'll see the motorcade as they leave from Dulles Airport back to their new home, where they will quarantine for the next 30 days to make sure that there are no sicknesses or illnesses they can pass along to those other 2,000 animals that are there at the Smithsonian. But it is a great sight to see. I know there's a lot of excitement. I'm sure Stephanie is just taking it all in right now.
Bursting at the seams. And it's truly an honor, even for us sitting here helping to cover this as DMV residents and lovers. And I want to say, too, that this coverage is an exchange. So please send us your pictures, your videos, your well wishes, your memories of seeing the pandas at the zoo and what you look forward to our new additions. Just use that hashtag GoodDayDC, because we certainly want to include you in part of the conversation, not just here on our morning show, but throughout the course of the day.
I remember you blamed me when I first got here. You said, oh, man, Steven's here now, the pandas are gone. But listen, let's just say this. The Commanders are doing pretty well now that I'm here as well. But this is exciting. I don't feel so bad now that I'm here. The Pandas are coming back. I did miss them when they left, because I was hoping to go see them. Of course, that's like the first thing you do when you move to the market, is go and take a moment to just enjoy the pandas. I'm a huge panda watcher, but I got a chance to
it's
to
pandas, mambo sauce, the monuments. There's certain things you got to do.
It sounds like we've got to send Steven on a Fox 5 field trip to see these pandas
I think it's only fitting. It's only fitting that I go just to take a look and just a glimpse at history. I mean, gosh. And we're very lucky to live in this region to do this. I know San Francisco, they are now hopefully getting a pair of
They just got theirs back a few months ago, but Atlanta lost theirs.
That's right. Atlanta lost theirs. So we now have them on the West Coast, and we have them now on the East Coast. So you can see them in both places. But again, this is just a great moment for people all around the country to come and visit again. The excitement then comes back to Washington, D.C. as we go into those colder months where we want to just be cuddled up by a little panda bear.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
And we love all the animals at the zoo, but I can recall back in November of last year, we were all kind of talking jokingly too, saying, okay, well, maybe another animal will become the main attraction, and we loved them all, but it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But today we are so happy to have the giant pandas back. We missed them.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Marissa, because like I said, I was reporting there the day that they left, and so I was going around asking all the people that were coming to wish the outgoing bears well wishes, and I was asking people, well, what's the next big animal, right, that people are going to come out here and see? And I got a lot of red pandas. That was a big one. I got an aardvark. That one was interesting.
That's creative.
I got this one little boy was very adamant that the prairie dogs were the next best animal there. So it was just fun to see people, get excited about what other animals there are there at the zoo. There's so many different options. It is free. You can go really anytime, but the pandas, of course, a staple.
Yeah, and of course, this is a massive operation. These logistics have been going on for the last month, trying to figure this all out.
All right, so that was our Fox 5 DC team's coverage there of those giant pandas arriving at Dulles International Airport. Sadly, we did just see kind of the cages that went through that. We weren't able to get a glimpse of the pandas. However, we do have some images that are going to be coming in here shortly of the actual zoo itself. We may get a sneak peek, but it's important to note that the zoo is actually closed to the public today, so those pandas can get in there, and then they will be in that 30-day quarantine. If we do get some live images of them, we'll make sure to bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 10:32 on the East Coast and 7:32 on the West Coast. Do want to get to some breaking news that we are following here out of San Antonio, Texas. Take a look at your screen here. This video just coming in from KABB. That is the affiliate there over in San Antonio as we work to gather some more information overall about this situation. Again, this is San Antonio, and as of right now, we do know that folks there are looking for a missing woman. So the search for missing Almost Park woman Suzanne Simpson is now officially on day 8. And while some are losing hope, authorities say they are still turning every stone to find her. Retired FBI special agent and managing director here, Abel Pena, said the first 48 hours of any investigation are crucial. And he adds that investigators will expand their search after that. Now, we do know this is an effort that led crews to a landfill. This is over in southeast Bexar County. And as you can see, they are searching this landfill at this hour. Almost Park Police said in a statement that we feel confident there is a good chance of recovering Suzanne at that location. Speaking, of course, about the landfill right there on your screen. They go on saying that, quote, the Simpson family has been very helpful and supportive, even when they are the ones in need of support and understanding at this time. They said they informed the Simpson family of the state of the investigation and their plans to search that landfill after they said, quote, evidence, statements, and solid police investigation has led us there. It's still unclear exactly what investigators are looking for, though it does sound as though they do believe her remains may be there in the landfill. Pena, who is that former FBI agent, does say, quote, everything is just coupled together to ascertain where they're going to be searching again. If it takes them to a landfill, it may be that they're looking for a piece of evidence, and from there, they'll be able to get a forensic team to look for things. Now, the 51-year-old's family is not confident that they will find her alive. At a vigil on Sunday, Suzanne's mother said she would have heard from her by now, but as the search heads into week 2, police are still trying to piece this together. Police say a neighbor reported seeing Suzanne and her husband Brad arguing and physically fighting from his window. Shortly after that here, he reportedly heard 2 to 3 screams coming from a wooded area near the Simpsons' home. That's the first area police started searching. With no further updates in the case, Pena reminding Suzanne's loved ones not to throw in the towel on finding answers just yet. Again, a live image coming in from San Antonio right here, KABB, as they are out there, the search of that landfill on day 8 of the search for Suzanne. If we get any updates on that, we'll make sure to bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to sneak in a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will head out live to North Carolina as there is a briefing getting underway with Governor Cooper, all related, of course, to the situation here with that extreme flooding in Asheville and other parts of North Carolina. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 10:37 on the East Coast and 7:37 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We do have this briefing getting underway live over in North Carolina as we're hearing from Governor Roy Cooper about the latest in the Helene recovery. We saw what happened to Asheville, North Carolina, and the surrounding area, so he is providing an update live. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
All right, good morning and thanks for joining us today. We continue to coordinate a massive and unprecedented response to the damage in western North Carolina by Hurricane Helene. Federal, state, and local partners, along with our volunteers and private sector, have made significant progress in restoring power, water and cell service, opening roads, distributing critical supplies, and providing support to those who need it. Power outages are now a little under 13,000, down from 1 million at the beginning. Closed roads are at 580, down from about 1,200. Many water systems and wells are now operational. However, challenges do remain in restoring water to Asheville and some other communities. FEMA has approved 77,000 people for individual assistance, with more than $99 million already paid out. FEMA is paying for temporary stays for more than 1,900 people in hotels, and together we're working on more temporary housing. We're thankful to our National Guard and our active duty military personnel who partnered on this critical mission. North Carolina's National Guard was in western North Carolina before, during, and after the storm. And we believe this was the fastest and largest integration of active military soldiers working with the National Guard in North Carolina history. Their work has been critical at a key moment in the response. And thanks to this strong operation, significant progress has been made in search and rescue, getting supplies where they're needed, and transportation assistance. I am so grateful for the thousands of state workers and first responders, nonprofit volunteers who remain on the ground working to assist in the recovery. North Carolinians are resilient, and our response to this disaster is strong. However, there's still a persistent and dangerous flow of misinformation about recovery efforts in western North Carolina that can lead to threats and intimidation, breeds confusion, and demoralizes storm survivors and response workers alike. If you're participating in spreading this stuff, stop it. Whatever your aim is, the people you are really hurting are those in western North Carolina who need help. The safety of our government and volunteer response workers, including FEMA, remains a top priority. I've directed the Department of Public Safety to coordinate law enforcement assistance for FEMA and other responders who need it to help ensure their safety and security so people can keep getting the help that they desperately need. We also know that there are many people looking for ways to help. We've activated the North Carolina Disaster Relief Fund managed by the United Way of North Carolina. Donations to this fund go directly to organizations providing relief on the ground. For more information and to make a donation, you can visit nc.gov/donate. Work continues on repairing our damaged roads and bridges. Secretary Hopkins is going to give you an update on that progress. But some roads are closed because they're too damaged and dangerous to travel. There are other roads that still need to be reserved for essential traffic like utility vehicles, construction equipment, and supply trucks. However, some parts of the area are open and ready to welcome visitors, which is critical for the revival of western North Carolina's economy. So if you're considering a visit to the area, consult drivenc.gov for open roads and reach out to the community and the businesses you want to visit to see if they are welcoming visitors back yet. In the immediate aftermath of this storm, because of massive communication outages in western North Carolina, many people called 211 to report friends or family they couldn't get in touch with. When phone service began to return, many people located their loved ones, but that information doesn't usually make it back to 211. The Department of Public Safety formed a task force to find who is still unaccounted for and focus efforts where needed. I want to caution that this is not a definitive count because the task force is continuing its work. The number will continue to fluctuate as more reports come in and others are resolved. As of today, the task force number of unaccounted for people is 92. The task force, law enforcement, and other partners will continue working to locate those who are unaccounted for, and I am thankful for their efforts. This storm brought historic rain and damage to one of the most beautiful regions in our state. In the face of this catastrophic disaster, North Carolinians have come together to help each other and begin to move forward. The road to recovery will be long, and we will be with Western North Carolina every step of the way. Today I'm joined by Emergency Management Director Will Ray, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Major General Todd Hunk, the Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, the Secretary of the Department of Transportation, Joey Hopkins, our Secretary of Department of Public Safety, Eddie Buffalo, the Commander of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, Colonel Freddie Johnson, the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, Cody Kinsley. Our sign language interpreters are Mark Lineberger and Nicole Fox, and behind the scenes, our Spanish language interpreters are Tamara Cabrera and Erica Kugler. We'll first hear from Emergency Management, Will Ray.
Thank you, Governor Cooper, and good morning, everyone. The response and recovery efforts following Helene are ongoing across Western North Carolina. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone that has responded to assist our state and to support our local communities during this challenging time. Over 1,500 responders from 38 states have responded to assist North Carolina in our response and recovery efforts. It's been inspiring to see the collaboration and support of partners from across the country converging on our state with one shared mission: to help Western North Carolina. Recovery efforts are continuing and increasing across the impacted area, with local, state, and federal resources deployed into the counties. Over 170,000 North Carolinians have applied for FEMA individual assistance, with nearly $100 million dispersed directly to survivors. Disaster recovery centers have begun operation in impacted counties, and more are coming online before week's end. 4,600 individuals are housed in hotels through FEMA's Transitional Housing Assistance Program. Disaster recovery centers provide critical in-person assistance for survivors that need resources to recover. Applicants can also check on their application status or seek answers to their questions at these locations. FEMA has over 1,200 personnel on the ground, with many distributing information in the impacted communities. As a reminder, FEMA personnel can be identified by their FEMA logo apparel and federal government identification. While many communities have begun the transition from response to recovery, there are still North Carolina fire personnel and trucks, state and federal search and rescue teams, emergency medical services assets, and disaster medical support deployed across the mountains. 14 county emergency operations centers remain activated, with 26 county states of emergency in place and 54 municipal states of emergency that remain in place. There are 13 shelters open, with over 500 residents being served, along with over 80 pets. Our mass feeding task force has 2 sites operational to assist in feeding operations in concert with local emergency management, including the operations of 45 mobile sites across 13 counties. There are approximately 11,000 hot meals being served every day because of their efforts. The North Carolina Department of Transportation has been hard at work around the clock to get roadways opened and passable. With a team of more than 2,100 personnel working on more than 6,000 damaged roadways, I want to say thank you for their determination and dedication as a key partner of the North Carolina State Emergency Response Team. Safe drinking water and functioning wastewater systems continues to be a priority in the impacted communities. There are 150 wastewater treatment plants in the impacted area that are now operating under normal processes. 43 facilities are partially operating, with some continuing to operate on backup power. I extend again my sincere thank you to NC Waterworn, to the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and our local partners for their work to assist our local facility operators with addressing problems and for quickly finding solutions. Telecommunications continues to improve across the mountains, with both cell and data service continuing to be restored daily. Our telecommunications partners report that 90% of coverage has been restored across the impacted area. Our law enforcement partners have played a critical role in the response and recovery efforts from Helene. Their dedication to maintaining safety and security in our communities cannot be emphasized enough. From aviation missions to swiftwater rescue teams, to providing security at distribution sites and shelters, to providing backup to local law enforcement, their response has been critical to the mission's success. The State Emergency Response Team has been in regular communication with our county and municipal leaders, and I want to thank all of our local leaders for their dedication and focus on the mission as we navigate our state's worst disaster. Finally, as we move forward, I want to again thank the thousands of people that have converged on Western North Carolina to assist in this massive effort in response, and also as we look over the horizon at long-term recovery. I urge all North Carolinians to remain focused on the mission of supporting Western North Carolina and in a spirit of partnership and collaboration. Our shared goal is to help Western North Carolina communities rebuild stronger and more resilient. As we've said before, this is a whole of community effort that will take investment from all sectors to be successful, and together we will accomplish this mission. To those in Western North Carolina, we are here, we remain with you. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Director Ray. And now I'd like to ask FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell to share an update.
Thank you, Governor Cooper. As you all know, Hurricane Helene charted an unprecedented path across 6 states, followed only 2 weeks later by Hurricane Milton. The destruction left by these storms has been catastrophic. FEMA and the entire federal family have been on the ground across the region since before the storm made impact. And I remain here in North Carolina, directing the response and the recovery efforts across all affected states, as well as our tribal nations. But I need everyone listening to hear this from me. The ongoing spread of misinformation about operations is not okay. It has got to stop. The federal family has been here, working side by side with the state since day one. These are people who put their lives on hold to help those who have lost everything. The FEMA workforce, they are dedicated to putting people first, to serving communities, and extending a helping hand when disasters like Hurricane Helene strike. And frankly, it's heartbreaking to see words or acts of hatred toward anyone, let alone federal responders who are here to help people in this critical time. So let me be clear. I take these threats seriously, and the safety of these responders is and will remain a priority for me and my team. Now, over the weekend, out of an abundance of caution, we made operational changes to keep FEMA personnel safe. But none of the changes we made impacted ongoing search and rescue or other life safety operations. We started to resume canvassing operations yesterday, and I was in the field with them, going door to door. And our disaster survivor assistance teams will continue to go door to door in impacted communities. So let me be clear, we are not going anywhere. We have over 2,000 people from the federal family in North Carolina, and misinformation will not deter us from our mission of helping people, period. This is what we are here to do, and I want to set the story straight. I have personally been here for over 2 weeks now, and I can tell you that I have felt nothing but gratitude, compassion, and unity from all of the communities that I have met with, from Black Mountain to Collettsville, from Asheville to Canton. And today, I'll be joining Governor Cooper again and his team to go back out west to continue to meet with communities, to visit our disaster recovery centers, and continue the work of helping North Carolinians recover from Hurricane Helene. FEMA and the entire federal family, we will continue to be here across the South, supporting the 6 states impacted by this storm and working directly with survivors for as long as it takes. And with that, I'll turn it back to Governor Cooper.
Thank you, Administrator Criswell. I now like to ask the Department of Public Safety Secretary Eddie Buffalo to share a report.
Thank you, Governor Cooper. Good morning. Our coordinated response to Hurricane Helene reflects the strength of our partnerships and the collaboration between local, state, and federal agencies. Almost every division within the Department of Public Safety has mobilized to support recovery efforts in Western North Carolina. We are working together to ensure our communities receive the help they need. To date, we have over 177 personnel from the State Highway Patrol deployed, ensuring road safety, assisting with evacuations, and maintaining traffic control so that emergency vehicles and essential supplies can move quickly to where they are needed. In addition, 37 agents from the North Carolina Alcohol Law Enforcement are on the ground, supporting local law enforcement and public safety, while our state Capitol Police provides 24-hour security at critical facilities. Our North Carolina National Guard personnel are also playing a key role in delivering additional manpower and resources across the state to support relief efforts. In partnership with the North Carolina Sheriff's Association, we have approximately 165 sheriff deputies deployed, along with 20 detention officers and 20 telecommunicator officers. The North Carolina Association of Chiefs of Police has deployed 206 officers, primarily focused on policing duties within communities. These local officers working along our state resources are critical to ensuring public safety. We've also received support through the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, known as EMAC, with 47 officers from Mississippi currently assisting in Asheville, as we have requested an additional 80 officers to take over site security operations. This joint effort between local, state, and out-of-state resources demonstrates our commitment to keeping North Carolina safe during this challenging time. Specialized teams continue to play a critical role in these efforts. Our swift water rescue personnel, deployed early in the response, have conducted over 200 rescue missions. Our drone teams, in collaboration with the North Carolina Department of Transportation, are conducting aerial damage assessments to help guide recovery efforts. Our aviation units include 4 aircraft deployed since the beginning of the response, have been essential to transporting supplies and conducting further damage assessments. Additionally, our Viper teams are on the ground working tirelessly to restore communication infrastructure, ensuring that all responders remain connected and operational. We have partnered closely with FEMA, whom support has been vital in ensuring our efforts as we continue to deliver the necessary resources to help people of Western North Carolina recover. While we make progress in this recovery, we're also aware of the spread of misinformation on social media, which has led to confusion in some of our communities. In times like these, it is critical that the public receives accurate and reliable information. We are working closely with local law enforcement to maintain a safe and secure environment for both our first responders and the storm survivors. The safety of everyone involved remains our top priority. As the situation continues to evolve, we will assess and adjust our deployments to meet the challenging needs of our communities. The resilience and the determination of all those involved, from law enforcement to volunteers to locals, have been truly inspiring. We remain steadfast in our commitment to supporting recovery efforts and ensuring the safety of all North Carolinians affected by this storm. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Secretary Buffalo. I'll now welcome Major General Todd Hunt, the Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, to share his report.
Thank you, Governor, and good morning. First of all, again, I want to thank the soldiers and airmen of the North Carolina National Guard in active duty for their dedication and continued efforts as they continue to provide relief and support into Western North Carolina. Currently, the National Guard in active duty have approximately 3,300 personnel in the area, along with 1,200 vehicles that are again working throughout the Western North Carolina region. As of today, we have delivered 5,000 tons of commodities, and we've flown almost 1,000 hours on both Army National Guard and active duty aircraft. Our delivery of commodities continues today. However, we are establishing and managing some warehouses for commodity distribution until the citizens and communities are able to take that operation over. We are still working alongside DOT to clear roads, and then currently we have removed almost 1,400 obstacles to make roadways safe. We are integrated with the Highway Patrol and the Department of Agriculture in joint efforts to provide relief where needed. We have touched every county in Western North Carolina to include 100 fire stations, actually a little more than 100 fire stations by our active duty partners, and have liaisons in each one of the counties to ensure our local needs and their local needs are met. And a perfect example of this collaboration with the locals is we currently had yesterday from Haywood County a request to clear 29 bus routes so that children can go back to school today. And that's a true testament of our partnership with the locals. As we continue to provide search efforts, commodity distributions such as blankets, coats, fuel, heaters, and other items in our warehouse management and support. Additionally, our engineering support with DOT is to provide hasty road improvements. This is enabling our citizens that might be cut off from a main road to gain access to a main road, and is making a huge difference within the region. We are beginning to see positive signs right now from response to recovery, and we hope this will continue as we know it will. And in closing, I want to thank the soldiers and airmen on duty and their families left behind. I am very proud of what the American soldier and airman is accomplishing, and they are making a positive difference within the community. Thank you, Governor.
We're grateful to those soldiers and to their employers who allow these soldiers to take time off from their jobs to engage in active duty. Now I'd like to ask Transportation Secretary Joey Hopkins to share his report.
Thank you, Governor Cooper. DOT staff from all across the state, crews from both Kentucky and Florida, the North Carolina National Guard, the U.S. Army, and our contractors continue to work hard to restore access to impacted sites in the mountains. We have now opened over 670 roads since before the storm, including more than 100 roads since last Friday. As of this morning, we still have approximately 580 roads closed, and we're happy to see this number go down as crews continue with their efforts. We have identified more than 7,000 damaged sites. This includes over 650 bridge sites and almost 700 culvert sites. And we still expect at least 100 bridges to require full replacement. Damage estimates to repair our transportation infrastructure total several $billions. And an area of major interest, of course, is I-40 in the Pigeon River Gorge. We have awarded an $8 million contract, which was below our engineer's estimate of $10 million, to Wright Brothers Construction to stabilize the westbound lanes of I-40. And that contract includes incentives to have them completed by early January. At that same time, we're moving forward with contracts to design and construct the permanent repairs on I-40, and we plan to have a contractor on board in the next few weeks. We've recently reopened the US 19E bridge over the Cane River in Burnsville to 4-lane traffic, and that provides improved access from I-26 into Yancey and Mitchell counties. Our staff is coordinating closely with the utility companies to run new lines along the US 74A corridor from Girton to Lake Lure. This operation involves kayakers pulling lines by hand in the river. Travel conditions continue to improve across much of southwestern North Carolina, including US 74A in Girton and US 64 in Edneyville, leading to Batcave, as power and tree companies continue their work. While we're making progress and restoring access throughout the region, I want to remind everyone that access to the areas still impacted by the storm is limited to essential travel only. Again, there are still 580 road closures. Many of the open roads have hazards like downed trees on the shoulders, drop-offs, or even narrow lanes. If you have to travel in western North Carolina, I urge you to use caution and slow down for the many crews that are helping to restore the infrastructure. However, some areas in western North Carolina are accessible, like the governor mentioned, and they're open for business. Appalachian State is back in session, and many of the public school systems have reopened. We will continue to monitor the essential travel zone and update it as conditions improve. And you can check out the latest version on our map at drivenc.gov. In addition to that, we want to remind those in the trucking industry to follow the detours we have specifically designated for trucks over 30 feet in length. We've had several instances of trucks trying to take routes that are not built to handle large vehicles, and we've had trucks get stuck, and getting them out takes resources, and getting them turned around is a challenge. As of yesterday afternoon, all but 4 driver's license offices, Asheville, Burnsville, Marion, and Spruce Pine, that were closed due to Helene have now reopened, and the Marion driver's license office is scheduled to reopen tomorrow. North Carolina DMV has also designated local driver's license offices in western North Carolina as credential pickup centers for residents impacted by the hurricane. With mail services temporarily unavailable, these centers provide a solution for obtaining driver's licenses and ID cards as recovery efforts continue. You can find more info on this at our website at www.ncdot.gov/WNC credential pickup. I cannot emphasize enough how grateful we are to our staff and the many partners who are pouring their time and energy into this effort to help the families and communities impacted by Helene. And most importantly, before I leave, please everyone remember to use extreme caution if you're traveling in or near the affected area. Many of the repairs we're making now are temporary, and traffic patterns may not be what people are used to. And what we certainly don't need right now is people getting hurt or worse while we work to mend the region. Thank you.
Okay. Are we going to have a report from you, Secretary Kinsley, today? Does that do it? Okay. We'll now take questions from the mic over here for anybody in the room, if anybody wants to ask any.
Governor Cooper, Baron James, CBS.
Can you go the line? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That works. Yeah.
Hey, Governor. Thanks for taking the time and the questions. Had a follow-up from the last news conference on just the number of people who have died due to Hurricane Helene. Can you share how many died directly from the impact that the weather had directly on them versus reports of people who maybe lacked basic necessities or food or water who may have passed away due to that?
Secretary Kinsley, our Department of Health and Human Services Secretary, to answer that question.
Thank you, Governor. As of this morning, we have 95 confirmed fatalities from the impacts of the storm. The vast majority of these were directly related to flooding leading to landslides, blunt force, flooded cars, etc. We are still going through the detailed review of death records on other specific causes and elements, and happy to follow up with you offline on that.
And then I had one for FEMA Administrator. You had talked about issue of misinformation and that prompting changes to how things have been operating operationally. Is there any ongoing threat or any ongoing operational challenges? It sounded like you were alluding to what happened in Rutherford County as past tense.
Yeah, so what happened on Saturday is I received information that I felt was important enough for me to pull part of our services out, the canvassing, door-to-door canvassing out of the field. But the rest of our operation maintained. We still had people at fixed facilities. We still had people working with our EOCs. And we now have resumed all normal operations, and I have people going door to door, and we continue to be in the field.
I had one final one, sorry, for the governor. Unrelated to Helene, we've had news today of your second in command filing a lawsuit for defamation for that story from CNN. Would you call on him to step down, as he is someone who could become acting governor whenever you're out of the state?
So I would argue with your characterization of what his position is, but I would say that I have said for years that he should step down from his position because of extreme positions that he has taken and his attacks on people. I don't think he's qualified.
Governor, thanks for taking my question. Again, I'm Baron James with CBS 17 News. Getting back to the disinformation and the misinformation that's out there that in some cases leading to violent threats, what's being done to protect all of the personnel on the ground as well as neighbors? And also, what do you say to people like Lieutenant Governor Robbins who are basically criticizing you for your efforts or lack thereof in his opinion?
This has been an unprecedented response to the worst storm in North Carolina history. And there are a lot of heroes on the ground and a lot of resources that have been surged into Western North Carolina. There is significant progress being made. But we want to make sure that we take all threats seriously. We want to make sure that the disinformation that the Lieutenant Governor is perpetuating and continuing to share on social media, that we are making sure that we protect people on the ground and trying to get the true information to people. He needs to stop it, and there are other people who needs to stop this disinformation, which is ending up hurting people who've lost everything. What we've done is we've got a coordination of law enforcement through the Department of Public Safety to work with our officials who are on the ground, including FEMA workers, to assist them, to protect them when necessary, and there's a lot of coordination going on to make sure that everybody who's working on this storm is safe and secure, because it's critical that the people of Western North Carolina get this help.
You mentioned earlier, second part of my question, about the demoralizing effort or parts of the disinformation. Can you cite incidents where this misinformation is actually affecting responses? And if so, also morally, how are the people on the ground reacting to this?
Well, clearly when people assert that help is not coming to Western North Carolina, which is completely untrue, which is a lie, the people who are actually on the ground helping feel demoralized when those accusations are made, because they are working very hard to deliver help to people.
And any specific delays in recovery missions or rescue missions because of it?
People are working very hard to make sure that they deliver these services. The FEMA administrator had to make a call for a short time over the weekend to stop canvassing in certain areas. We don't want those kinds of things to happen. We don't know how many people are not going to apply for FEMA because they have heard misinformation about FEMA taking their property or other wild accusations that are out there. People who desperately need this help but have been convinced that they should be afraid of FEMA or other government officials. That's something we may never know. And why people need to stop it, because the people that you're hurting are the very people who need the help the most.
And quickly, lastly, sorry, but have there been any arrests associated with the disinformation campaigns that are out there?
There was an arrest in Rutherford County, yes. I'm not aware of other arrests that have been made in disinformation.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you all again for doing this. Eric Miller with WRAL. Following up briefly there, you said you're not aware of any other arrests. Governor, are you aware of any other threats at this point that have impacted either state operations or FEMA operations during this recovery?
I'm not aware of specific threats at this point. There's general conversation and disinformation on the internet, but we take every credible threat seriously, and we also understand that just because of the environment that it has created, we have made sure that our Department of Public Safety has law enforcement available to provide assistance and protection to government workers and to those who are volunteering on the ground to make sure people are safe.
Yeah. Governor, we've also heard from folks, particularly in the Canton area, who were not able to access FEMA aid after Fred a couple of years ago. They're concerned they're not going to be able to access aid this time around. Your message to those people?
That we're not able to access aid in Canton? What are you talking about now?
In Canton, yes, sir. In the this was a question coming from one of my colleagues. Let me make sure I've got it exactly correct.
One of the things we want to make sure that we do in this storm is to turn on every spigot of local, state, and federal, private, and nonprofit resources that we can in order to be able to make sure that people in Western North Carolina recover. I've been in Canton since this storm and have talked with them about trying to access those resources.
Governor, thank you.
Okay.
Governor Cooper, Adam Eider from the News and Observer. I think one thing I have questions about is it's getting cold here. It's getting really cold in the mountains. What's being done to make sure the people whose houses are destroyed are safe? I know there's transitional housing, but in addition to that, what else is happening?
It's critical to make sure that we protect people when it does get cold. It's one of the reasons we're working so hard on temporary housing. It's another reason why we're working to bring in supplies like blankets and coats and heaters and fuel oil. But I'm going to turn that over to Director Ray to see if he has any additional comments on that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. I think as the governor said, we've seen a shift from the type of commodities that were the focus 2 weeks ago, kind of food and water, and are now moving into more of that cold weather gear. And we're working with both the National Guard, DOT, and other partners you see up here to make sure that those individuals that have lost their homes or been impacted have those resources, working with the Department of Health and Human Services and making sure that those licensed care facilities that have those that are vulnerable are also supported. So we've really seen the large transition working with our local counties and towns and cities that we're starting to see more of those types of resource requests. And so we're working to make sure either via ground or air that we get those out as quickly as possible. But I think it's also important to note, as the governor said, and as you've heard, we're trying to get every available option on the table to support those that have been impacted, particularly related to housing. And so I would reiterate that there are housing resources available for those that have been impacted. If they're unable to access them online, for whatever reason through FEMA or other partners, please take the opportunity to visit with one of our disaster recovery centers or with one of the teams that are in the field so that we can get folks into safe and secure housing as we look at what the long-term horizon of this recovery could be.
And then this one's probably for Administrator Criswell. Sorry about my voice. Just getting over something. Y'all have mentioned concerns about the mis and disinformation impacting people getting aid. Does FEMA have any kind of estimates as to how many people should have applied at this point based on the areas that were impacted? Is there any kind of lag going on?
That's a good question. It's something we do look at, and we usually come up with an estimate of how many people we think are going to apply versus how many have. We can certainly get with you offline. We know there's also communications challenges here, which is why we have people going door to door in DRCs. And so we can look at where it's trending to where we think it should be, and happy to follow up with you.
Appreciate that follow-up. And then I guess this last one is for the governor and maybe the administrator. The information environment here feels markedly different even than it did during Matthew and Florence. I think we all feel that. Why? What are you guys seeing that might be perpetuating some of that?
Well, I think over the years we've seen social media get more and more extreme, filled with disinformation. This is happening in the middle of an election where candidates are using people's misery to sow chaos for their own political objectives, and it's wrong. And this is a time where we all need to pull together to help the people of Western North Carolina, and it's disappointing when candidates, knowing full well what they're doing, are continuing this kind of disinformation filled with lies.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
We were just listening in there to North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper as he was giving an update with other officials on Helene recovery in the state. And we are going to jump to different locations of where we are seeing different states recovering from Helene and also Milton. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name's Christy Matino. Good to be with you. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break as we are awaiting Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to also step up to the podium in Zephyr Hills, Florida, as he is going to be speaking, giving an update on hurricane recovery. We are going to go away for that quick 2-minute break. We'll see you back here very shortly. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here with us. We do want to continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton recovery as people in Florida are working their way through debris after two major hurricanes hit the Sunshine State just weeks apart. Hurricane Milton killing more than 20 people after making landfall last week. Fox's Bowen Kudrovic is in St. Beach, Florida with recovery efforts there, and we're going to bring him in right now. Bowen, thanks so much for being here to chat with us on Live Now from Fox. What is it looking like down there right now as people are recovering? I can see there's a lot going on behind you.
Hi, Christy. Yeah, a lot of people are coming back into town today and looking through their homes and seeing what could have survived the storm. As you can see behind me, there's a lot of debris that's been piled up onto the sidewalks as people are taking out a lot of furniture that didn't make it, a lot of water damage. Their mattresses, I'm seeing a lot of mattresses being put out to the sidewalks as people are still kind of seeing and assessing the damages here. And people have been telling me they have been doing this for weeks now, as this area also took some of the brunt of Hurricane Helene that hit in late September. So this cleanup process here has been going on for weeks, and it's not just the homes that have been damaged, but businesses as well have been destroyed. Some of them have been covered in sand and damaged from those floodwaters. One business owner I spoke to says her ice cream shop is a complete loss. She and her family are tearing down the store hoping to rebuild it.
Crazy. Sea salt water came in the walls, so we have to take them all down
and replace it and create the brand new wall and change everything.
Ron DeSantis opened public fuel sites for free gasoline. Nearly 400,000 gallons of gas have been brought to fueling areas. Gas stations around the area are still closed, and some people say the limited fuel is making things tense.
You know, lines are down the street, and then people are running out of gas before you can even get to it.
Just the lines that I saw, I heard people just being really aggressive towards each other and like getting in fights, and just I didn't want to have to deal with it unless I absolutely had to. So I was lucky in that sense that I was able to wait till today.
Having like resources like free gas and, you know, other things they're giving out, it definitely helps.
One man I spoke to says the gasoline is a necessity to him because his car is the only way he can get into some AC and get out of the Florida sun, as thousands of people across Florida are still without power. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Bowen, thank you so much, our Fox News multimedia reporter. Appreciate you giving us a look and listening into these people's stories. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, and we did also want to just give you this live look. As I said before the break here, we are awaiting Florida Governor Zephyr Hills, Florida. He's also set to speak a little bit later today as well, this afternoon. And of course, we do bring you these briefings here on Live Now from Fox, as this has been a daily occurrence ever since Milton. And so we are awaiting the Florida governor. Again, we will bring that to you as soon as we see him pop up. We are going to sneak in one more quick 2-minute break as we are awaiting the governor, just so we can get these breaks out of the way to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We did want to give you this live look out of Philadelphia, and that's because a live event right now is going on. The Philadelphia DA is announcing grant awards for 31 community-based organizations that provide trauma care for youth impacted by violence. As we await other events to start, particularly Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida, as we showed you before the break, we are going to play this out for a little bit. Let's turn back over to Philadelphia now and listen in.
Being here, including our friends in the press, this is really an exciting day for the DA's office, for the city of Philadelphia, and I hope for some of the people who are in this room, because we are here to support, to fund, and to celebrate some of the true sheroes.
All right.
And heroes, don't clap. Heroes get the credit all the time. Sheroes need a little credit too. We are here to celebrate some of the sheroes and heroes who have been doing incredibly important work around trauma support and healing for youth impacted by violence. Yes, this is another day when the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office takes civil asset forfeiture money, meaning money that is either taken from mostly drug dealers, but from people committing crimes, or money and resources that have been gained by those people who are committing crimes through their criminal activity. They're tools of the trade, they're profit from the trade. We take that and we put it where we're allowed to put it. We are not allowed to put it into our salaries, but we are to put it into the neighborhoods from which it was taken. We are to put it to try to deal with the problems that have been caused by that criminal activity and to try to prevent that criminal activity in the future. The Philadelphia DA's office today will be announcing a new round of violence prevention grant awards specifically tailored to organizations and individuals, nonprofits, 501c3s, sheroes and heroes who are working to remedy trauma, as I just explained. To date, and since May of 2021, the DA's office has invested nearly $4 million in micro grants taken from these forfeiture funds, including today's announcement, to community-based organizations that work to reduce violence, that work with young people, and that support communities and neighborhoods across Philadelphia. As you may know, last week, the Philadelphia Inquirer, along with other local media outlets, reported that September of 2024 had the lowest monthly total of homicides in nearly a decade. That total was 10. Obviously, 10 is not okay. 9 is not okay. There is no number that's okay. But it certainly is positive progress when you compare it to where we were in the middle of the pandemic. We were at about 1.5 per day. We were at about 45 a month. This is 10. That represents a very, very substantial reduction. When people ask what factors got us here, well, we could talk, and we have talked many times about modern enforcement as being a part of the issue. But to me, I think there is no question, criminologically speaking, scientifically speaking, I think there is no question, 37 years into my career, that the work gets done in incredibly important ways with prevention. The work gets done in incredibly important ways within prevention when you address trauma and you deal with it and you do what you can about it early instead of letting it linger and continue to do its harm. We are here to celebrate, among other things, that. Now, obviously, there has been outstanding community policing, collaboration, communication, investigative work done, a lot of very innovative, important things done by this police commissioner and this police department. There have been innovations within this office as well. I'm not going to dwell on them. There have been innovations with SEPTA Police, Temple, Drexel, Penn Police, with the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office, which has been an excellent collaborator. There have been innovations within the courts, some of them with really wonderful results, and the courts deserve a lot of credit for that. There have been teachers, school teachers, public educators, after-school programmers who have done amazing things during the pandemic, and we see the power of that work with the schools now open. We see the power of that work with organized sports back. summer camps back, after-school programming back. We see what that does. And what it does is pretty amazing. So, with that in mind, understanding that when you are starting to win a race, you don't take your foot off the gas, which is what government does too often. Government says, that problem's over. What am I going to do else in this election cycle? This is a city that has been chronically violent. It needs to be chronically safe. That's where we need to go. And this kind of work, this kind of investment in basic human needs, this kind of investment in prevention, this kind of investment in young people and people who've been harmed by this gun violence, this is where the tire meets the road. This is where you hit the gas, you don't hit the brake, and this is where the race gets won. These 31 community-based organizations that we are awarding today deserve a ton of credit. They deserve a ton of credit. If you get up and you feel safer, then you should give them the credit because they are the ones who deserve it. I want to recognize just very quickly some of the folks who are here, not from those organizations. We will go for being here, including our friends in the press. This is really an exciting day for the DA's office, for the city of Philadelphia, and I hope for some of the people who are in this room, because we are here to support, to fund, and to celebrate some of the true sheroes. And heroes, don't clap. Heroes get the credit all the time. Sheroes need a little credit too. We are here to celebrate some of the sheroes and heroes who have been doing incredibly important work around trauma support and healing for youth impacted by violence. Yes, this is another day when the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office takes civil asset forfeiture money, meaning money that is either taken from mostly drug dealers, but from people committing crimes, or money and resources that have been gained by those people who are committing crimes through their criminal activity. They're tools of the trade, they're profit from the trade. We take that and we put it where we're allowed to put it. We are not allowed to put it into our salaries, but we are to put it in into the neighborhoods from which it was taken. We are to put it to try to deal with the problems that have been caused by that criminal activity and to try to prevent that criminal activity in the future. The Philadelphia DA's office today will be announcing a new round of violence prevention grant awards specifically tailored to organizations and individuals, nonprofits, 501c3s, sheroes and heroes who are working to remedy trauma, as I just explained. To date, and since May of 2021, the DA's office has invested nearly $4 million in micro grants taken from these forfeiture funds, including today's announcement, to community-based organizations that work to reduce violence, that work with young people, and that support communities and neighborhoods across Philadelphia. As you may know, last week, the Philadelphia Inquirer, along with other local media outlets, reported that September of 2024 had the lowest monthly total of homicides in nearly a decade. That total was 10. Obviously, 10 is not okay. 9 is not okay. There is no number that's okay. But it certainly is positive progress when you compare it to where we were in the middle of the pandemic. We were at about 1.5 per day. We were at about 45 a month. This is 10. That represents a very, very substantial reduction. When people ask what factors got us here, well, we could talk, and we have talked many times about modern enforcement as being a part of the issue. But to me, I think there is no question, criminologically speaking, scientifically speaking, I think there is no question, 37 years into my career, that the work gets done in incredibly important ways with prevention. The work gets done in incredibly important ways within prevention when you address trauma and you deal with it and you do what you can about it early instead of letting it linger and continue to do its harm. We are here to celebrate, among other things, that. Now, obviously, there has been outstanding community policing, collaboration, communication, investigative work done, a lot of very innovative, important things done by this police commissioner and this police department. There have been innovations within this office as well. I'm not going to dwell on them. There have been innovations with SEPTA Police, Temple, Drexel, Penn Police, with the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office, which has been an excellent collaborator. There have been innovations within the courts, some of them with really wonderful results, and the courts deserve a lot of credit for that. There have been teachers, school teachers, public educators, after-school programmers who have done amazing things during the pandemic, and we see the power of that work with the schools now open. We see the power of that work with organized sports back, summer camps back, after-school programming back. We see what that does, and what it does is pretty amazing. So, with that in mind, understanding that when you are starting to win a race, you don't take your foot off the gas, which is what government does too often. Government says, that problem's over. What am I going to do else in this election cycle? This is a city that has been chronically violent. It needs to be chronically safe. That's where we need to go. And this kind of work, this kind of investment in basic human needs, this kind of investment in prevention, this kind of investment in young people and people who've been harmed by this gun violence, this is where the tire meets the road. This is where you hit the gas, you don't hit the brake, and this is where the race gets won. These 31 community-based organizations that we are awarding today deserve a ton of credit. They deserve a ton of credit. If you get up and you feel safer, then you should give them the credit because they are the ones who deserve it. I want to recognize just very quickly some of the folks who are here, not from those organizations. We will go for being here, including our friends in the press. This is really an exciting day for the DA's office, for the city of Philadelphia, and I hope for some of the people who are in this room, because we are here to support, to fund, and to celebrate some of the true sheroes. All right. And heroes, don't clap. Heroes get the credit all the time. Sheroes need a little credit too. We are here to celebrate some of the sheroes and heroes who have been doing incredibly important work around trauma support and healing for youth impacted by violence. Yes, this is another day when the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office takes civil asset forfeiture money, meaning money that is either taken from mostly drug dealers, but from people committing crimes, or money and resources that have been gained by those people who are committing crimes through their criminal activity. Their tools of the trade, their profit from the trade, we take that and we put it where we're allowed to put it. We are not allowed to put it into our salaries, but we are to put it in into the neighborhoods from which it was taken. We are to put it to try to deal with the problems that have been caused by that criminal activity and to try to prevent that criminal activity in the future. The Philadelphia DA's office today will be announcing a new round of violence prevention grant awards specifically tailored to organizations and individuals, nonprofits, 501c3s, sheroes and heroes who are working to remedy trauma, as I just explained. To date, and since May of 2021, the DA's office has invested nearly $4 million in microgrants taken from these forfeiture funds, including today's announcement, to community-based organizations that work to reduce violence, that work with young people, and that support communities and neighborhoods across Philadelphia. As you may know, last week, the Philadelphia Inquirer, along with other local media outlets, reported that September of 2024 had the lowest monthly total of homicides in nearly a decade. That total was 10. Obviously, 10 is not okay. 9 is not okay. There is no number that's okay. But it certainly is positive progress when you compare it to where we were in the middle of the pandemic. We were at about 1.5 per day. We were at about 45 a month. This is 10. That represents a very, very substantial reduction. When people ask what factors got us here, well, we could talk, and we have talked many times, about modern enforcement as being a part of the issue. But to me, I think there is no question, criminologically speaking, scientifically speaking, I think there is no question, 37 years into my career, that the work gets done in incredibly important ways with prevention. The work gets done in incredibly important ways within prevention when you address trauma and you deal with it and you do what you can about it early instead of letting it linger and continue to do its harm. We are here to celebrate, among other things, that. Now, obviously, there has been outstanding community policing, collaboration, communication, investigative work done. A lot of very innovative, important things done by this police commissioner and this police department. There have been innovations within this office as well. I'm not going to dwell on them. There have been innovations with SEPTA Police, Temple, Drexel, Penn Police, with the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office, which has been an excellent collaborator. There have been innovations within the courts, some of them with really wonderful results, and the courts deserve a lot of credit for that. There have been teachers, school teachers, public educators, after-school programmers who have done amazing things during the pandemic, and we see the power of that work with the schools now open. We see the power of that work with organized sports back, summer camps back, after-school programming back. We see what that does.
All right, we are going to pause there as the Philadelphia DA was announcing those grants for youth trauma care, but it does look like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis stepping up to the podium now to give an update on Milton recovery. So let's go away for a quick 2-minute break, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we get back. Welcome back. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just stepped up to the podium in Zephyr Hills, Florida, to give an update on Hurricane Milton recovery. Let's head over there and listen in.
Where's Kevin? We got Rubicon coming and Kevin. Okay. Well, good afternoon. We're here in Pasco County again. We were here after Helene. They had a lot of storm surge for that. And then with Hurricane Milton, just so much rain, and the water rose, and we knew that would happen immediately, but then also would continue to happen. So I really want to appreciate everybody, Sheriff's Department here with Sheriff Nacco, the Kevin Guthrie and the state folks that have helped make rescues and really help people throughout the community. Kevin Guthrie's here with me, Dave Kerner, Highway Safety Motor Vehicles, Major General John Haas, National Guard, Josie Tamayo, CEO, Volunteer Florida, Kevin Barr is the owner of Barr's Propane and Gas here locally, Jim Lehman, Southeast Operations Manager, Team Rubicon. We've got Senators Burgess and Hooper, and I think I saw Ingolia. I don't know why they let him in here, but I think he was here too. And then Representative Steele and Maggart. Tyler Smith, on-scene incident commander for Pasco, Team Rubicon. Florida Baptist Convention, David Coggins, state director for Florida. J.D. James, incident commander for Sarasota Disaster Relief for the Florida Baptist Convention. Trey Bearden, chief program officer, Toolbank USA. Pastor Laura Lambert, executive director, Faith Responders, and Elizabeth Christ, board chair, Faith Responders. So we'll get to them in a minute, but first just an update. So we've now had over 4 million accounts restored to power since Hurricane Milton came. That is the fastest that's ever been done for that many accounts. And so if you're even without power for a few hours, it could be a real pain in the rear end, but we had over 50,000 linemen. These folks really got to work. So you got about 170,000 accounts right now that are without power. Looks like a majority of those are TECO, but you also have some with FP&L and Duke. And, you know, the co-ops, they got it done very quickly. And they didn't have as many as the investor-owned utilities, but they did a really good job, and they brought in a lot of people as well. So, and in terms of the impacted counties on power, every place except Hillsborough is under 10%. And most are, Pasco is now 3%, and I know you've got some TECO accounts, I think, in Pasco that they're working on. And Hillsborough is about 12%, and I know they have a very aggressive timeline for today. I think you're going to see a lot more progress, and so we really appreciate everybody that's worked hard on that. You know, there have been storms in other parts of the country that were a fraction of as significant as this. People were without power for weeks on end, and so here people really worked hard. So that's 4 million and counting, and I think those others, I know they're working really hard on it. We also have been able to see fuel really rushing into the state from Port of Tampa. Canaveral has doubled what they normally do to help backfill, and even Port Manatee, we got that back up and running. Not full capacity yet, but people thought that was going to be out for several weeks. So we're really, really happy to see that. Now, we know that is the key, because all the stuff with the way fuel is delivered, it has nothing to do with the state of Florida. These are private markets, private companies. We are not Venezuela. You're not going to have the state government controlling, you know, what gas station gets gas. I mean, that is done through the normal course. But we also knew as the ports were getting back to where they needed to be, as power still needed to be restored to some gas stations over the weekend, that we wanted to be able to do what we could do to be able to help with the effort. And so we have now dispensed, just from the state, over 2.5 million gallons of gas free to the people of Florida. So we've done regular gas, we've done diesel. Some of that has been just backfilling stations who needed it, and they weren't maybe able to get it from the port. But a lot of it has been our fuel sites that we've set up. So we've had these all throughout the affected area. Right now we have 10 open throughout Florida. Tropicana Rail Yard in Bradenton, Plant City Stadium in Plant City, Central Lot Parking Lot in St. Pete, Charlotte Sports Park in Port Charlotte, St. Pete College in Tarpon Springs, East Bay Raceway in Tampa, Bradenton Motorsports Park in Bradenton, Gulfview Mall in Port Richey, Wiregrass Mall in Wesley Chapel, and Largo Mary Grizzle State Office, of course, in Largo, Florida. You can go to floridadisaster.org/updates if you want to see where those fuel sites are. Now, Well, obviously we want to be helpful on that, but you are seeing a lot of fuel is moving. And initially we did a lot of escorts with Florida Highway Patrol and Dave Kerner. I know they're still doing those when needed. But you have had a lot of fuel come into Tampa now over the last couple days, and so that's a really, really good sign. But we're happy to have had that gas on hand and prepared, and we're able to get that out to people just to hold you over. I mean, it's not like we can do these sites indefinitely, but we wanted to hold people over, and they were able to get that. We've also responded to a lot of mission requests here in Pasco. 6 big debris removal trailers, 52,000 gallons of regular gas just in Pasco, 30,000 gallons of diesel in Pasco, 6 truckloads of water, 4 truckloads of meals ready to eat, a truckload of tarps, 500 road barricades, truckloads of ice, 12 light towers, a fuel depot for rescue operations, and essential workers like county employee and hospital staff, 32 additional Starlinks, 60-person law enforcement strike team, and 550 cots. We have both points of distribution and our marks in Pasco County. Zephyr Hills Pod is at 5435 Gall Boulevard. That's open till 4 o'clock. That has things like supplies, food, and water. The Pasco County Multi-Agency Resource Center has all our state agencies there. That's at Hudson Regional Library in Hudson, and that's from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. You can find any point of distribution or any multi-agency resource center at floridadisaster.org. Those are the things that the state has set up, and we do that very quickly. I know the federal government typically does things called DRCs, Disaster Recovery Centers. Have they done that yet?
They are starting to open.
So those are starting to open by the federal government. And so there are certain things with, like, if you have FEMA individual assistance, it's a federal program. It's not something that we can resolve for you from the state perspective. You got to go through the federal bureaucracy. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. So those disaster recovery centers are starting to open, but we've had our centers open for a long time. School districts, 49 of the 50 school districts that experienced closures last week have reopened today. Hillsborough will open soon. You can go to fldoe.org/storminfo if you have any concerns or questions about where your school district is. So here in Pasco, you look at the storm, the eye of the storm went into Sarasota County. And we always talk about what side of the storm is stronger, leads to more storm surge, and it's the one on kind of the northeast. It was kind of coming a little horizontal. So basically south of where the eye of the storm is where we saw some of the most surge. Not as much surge as Helene, but it was like you go down to like Charlotte County, Minnesota Key. I was down there. You know, they had serious surge. You also had wind, but I think what we saw is that you didn't have the storm surge in Tampa Bay here. It actually sucked it out, and I think some of the areas in Pinellas and Hillsborough reported negative storm surge, but you had huge amounts of rainfall, and the northern part of the storm is just so wet, and so you have places in Pinellas, Pasco, Hillsborough, Polk that just got inundated with water. And so you had 10 to 15 inches that occurred along and east of I-75 corridor. Both inland and riverine flooding has been observed. Clearly, there were multiple places within Pasco County that have seen that. And we've had joint operations between maritime aviation and crisis response units. We had 300 civilians rescued by the Florida State Guard after becoming stranded in their neighborhoods due to rising riverine floodwaters here in Pasco. Obviously, the Sheriff's Department has made a lot of water rescues. You know, some of these floods were not necessarily like that was going to go over your house and that people were going to drown, but it was, there's debris, there's down power lines, it's hazardous, so they were able to bring those residents to safety, and we're glad of that, but you still have a lot of water. So at my direction, Florida Division of Emergency Management has deployed 7 floodwater pumps to the Silver Oaks community here in Zephyr Hills, with another 20 pumps on the way for additional support. We have been at the state level executing pumping operations in this area since before Hurricane Debbie. Remember that? Everyone's forgot about that. That was 2 hurricanes ago. We've also deployed a flood barrier to surround the lift station in Silver Oaks community in order to make repairs. We've also deployed a human services needs assessment team to provide support to residents who need to find new housing because of storm damage. The Division of Emergency Management is supporting the operation of 2 shelters for displaced residents in this area. The Fasano Regional Shelter, which also serves special needs individual, that's 11611 Denton Avenue in Hudson. And then the Wesley Chapel Recreation Complex, which is a general population shelter, 7727 Boyette Road in Wesley Chapel. So thanks for FDEM for getting that available for our residents. Now, we also have an ability to help people through charitable giving and through private organizations. We started something, or at least, made it a big deal, called the Florida Disaster Fund. Hurricane Ian, we raised and distributed $63 million for folks who are in need, and there's a variety of ways that we do that. In the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, we started it up. We raised, a few $1 million. It wasn't bad, but now that Milton has come, it's raised more money. So they're over $12 million. I think they're going to continue to raise some decent money here in the coming days, and we appreciate all the major entities who helped do that, including Lennar Corporation, who donated $5 million to the Florida Disaster Fund, as well as Walmart, who donated $1 million. Now, through the Disaster Fund, we've been able to cut red tape, and we've been able to get assistance to people who need it. So I'm proud today to say through the Disaster Fund, I am here in Pasco County to award $500,000 to support nonprofit organizations that operate in Florida and provide free muck and gut services, free debris removal, free tarping, free temporary home fixes, and other volunteer services to those whose homes have been damaged or destroyed by any of these hurricanes. Each of these organizations has been on the ground in Florida following both of these more recent hurricanes, and they're going to continue to help Floridians who were devastated by the storm. So we're going to apportion the money, $50,000 each, to as follows. Team Rubicon, who was here after Helene. They've been doing things like muck and guts, tree trimming, and repairs to homes and businesses, and they're going to continue doing that work for folks in this area. Tool Bank USA, they provide tools to many of the organizations that we have recognized and award with the Disaster Fund. So Tool Bank USA was launched with the idea of neighbors helping neighbors by giving their time and loaning their tools to do home repairs for their neighbors. They provide the tools, staff, and various size trailers to community-based organizations and their volunteers at no cost following a disaster. And I saw this after Hurricane Ian, massive trailer, and like if you're a fix-it guy or a handyman, like everything you would want, you just go do it. You do the work, and you can go. And these groups use it, and it's really, really cool. So we're glad that they're in the fight. Florida Baptist Convention Disaster Relief. It allows the Disaster Relief Ministry to act immediately and effectively to help people, provide food, tarping, and assisting with muck and gut and debris removal. Faith Responders was founded by a group of Methodist pastors and church members in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Idalia in Florida. And this year they've responded to support Floridians impacted by not only these hurricanes, but also tornadoes. And we had some in Tallahassee earlier in the summer. They do debris cleanup, muck and guts, and supply distribution. We're also awarding $50,000 each to the following groups who are not able to be with us here today: Samaritan's Purse, Rebuilding Tampa Bay, SBP, All Hands and Hearts, CWS, and Plain Compassion Disaster Response. So we appreciate what these groups can do. We have confidence in their mission, and I know the people of Florida are going to be thankful. We're also trying to help as we find people that are in need. We have our Hope Florida volunteers and Hope Florida employees who go out into the communities and try to assess needs. We were able, through the Florida Division of Emergency Management's nonprofit foundation, to purchase a lot of Walmart gift cards. And so we have $100 Walmart gift cards that, when appropriate, will be handed out to people that have either been displaced or that have significant needs. So we appreciate being able to use those gift cards, and we will definitely work to get those in circulation where it's going to matter. You also see us here with Lowe's. Why do we have that? Well, because we're able to announce Lowe's Home Improvement has donated 250 flood buckets to Volunteer Florida to distribute to individuals who are cleaning up their homes after flooding. These flood buckets include bleach, sponges, disinfectant, gloves, trash bag, flashlights, and other items necessary to clean up water and sanitize a home after a flood. So these buckets will be available to members of this community and distributed elsewhere.